Chapter 1501. Two choices. But what mattered most was that there was also an army of human warriors there, all the people from the Twilight Sea, except for those who had perished during the siege of Verge and the subsequent retaliation of the defiled horde. Could they really be saved by deactivating the defensive array? Sunny had just the memory to do it. However, the things Mordred had shared with them changed the entire game. Sure, the question Nephis had asked was reasonable. The primary goal of coming to Twilight was to rescue Kai, but they had harbored a tentative hope of finding more allies here as well. Now, even if there was a caveat, it seemed that their hope could come true. But why was it that they needed allies, to begin with? It was to have enough forces in order to attack Verge, which was supposed to be guarded by the Legion of Defiled Abominations and the 6 Plagues. Now, 3 of the plagues were gone. Of the remaining 3, 2 were trapped here in Twilight. Numerous defiled had either perished or become frozen in time here as well. Then, didn't it mean that Verge was far more vulnerable than they had ever expected? Vulnerable enough so that the cohort had a chance of destroying the First Seeker without the aid of powerful allies, perhaps. It was as though the only ally they needed was the Mad Prince. A subtle frown appeared on Sunny's face. Aren't I putting too much trust into a nightmare creature? Sure, the vile madman's motives seemed to align with his. But to what degree? And could an ending envisioned by a demented abomination truly fit what Sunny wanted to achieve? It could not. For example, Sunny would have never massacred Weave and treated Ananke so cruelly, but for the Mad Prince, it was a perfectly acceptable course of action. Who was to say that the bastard had not planned for something similar to happen again? What else would he have been willing to sacrifice in order to achieve his goal? Doubt, doubt. Sunny was full of doubt. Mordred, meanwhile, raised an eyebrow with an amused smile. He studied Nephis for a few moments, then answered in a pleasant tone. Why, although I can't be entirely sure, it appears so. Yes, there seems to be an army of awakened warriors in Twilight, all waiting to resume the battle against the defilement. He paused briefly. Do remember that there is also an army of the nightmare creatures there, complete with 2 dreadful defiled champions. But what of it? The point is moot unless you have discovered a method to control the defensive array of Twilight during your travels, of course. Mordred looked at each of them in turn, and then asked with a hint of curiosity. Have you? Jet raised her eyebrow slightly. You seem to be strangely certain that we have. The Prince of Nothing chuckled. Ah, I'll admit it. Yes, I am quite confident that you do, indeed, possess the means of lifting the curse enveloping Twilight. The spell is always fair, after all, in its own perverse way. Granted, I find its treatment very distasteful this time around. I have been left with no choice but to rely on others to help me escape this predicament, more or less. He smiled. But that is exactly why I believe that you, the others in question, must have a way of helping me free myself. Otherwise, the spell would have been entirely unreasonable, which it never is. Sunny scoffed. Help you? Do we have a reason to help you? All of us are in this mess because of you. If it wasn't for you and your schemes, the Battle of the Black Skull would have never happened, and we wouldn't have ended up in this damned nightmare. Mordred studied him with a friendly smile, then shrugged nonchalantly. Such a small trifle. Are you still mad about it? You should really learn how to let go of past grievances and forgive people, Sunless. Holding on to spite is a terrible way to live a life. Just look at me. You spoke so convincingly about not wanting to serve the great clans, then went and joined the army of Valor anyway. But am I mad? No. I graciously forgave you a long time ago. He looked at them with reproach, waited for a few moments, and shrugged. Well, if that does not convince you, there is still your friend Nightingale. You might not feel very motivated to help me, but what about him? You aren't going to leave him to rot in Twilight, are you? Sunny glared at the Prince of Nothing for a bit, then grimaced and shook his head. No, most likely. And yes, we do have a way to control the defensive array. However, it is not a given that we should. He looked at Nephis and said, his voice somber. As I see it, we have two choices. One is to enter Twilight, deactivate the array, then try to kill the Dreadlord and Soul Stealer with the help of Darren's army. If we survive, the 7 of us will lead that army to besiege Verge and finish off Torment and the First Seeker. His expression darkened. The other choice is to leave Twilight without facing the Dreadlord and go directly to Verge, just the 5 of us. There can't be that many defiled left there, serving Torment. It will be dangerous, of course, but perhaps less dangerous than fighting the Dreadlord and Soul Stealer. Mordred coughed. Aren't you forgetting something? Abandoning your friend to avoid danger? Ah, how heartless. Really, Sunless, I thought better of you. Sunny gave him a dirty look. Who is abandoning who? If we manage to destroy the First Seeker, the nightmare will be over. Both of you will return to the waking world as saints without having done anything. Mordred shook his head. What if you fail? At the risk of sounding presumptuous, you know what I am capable of. Don't you think that having me with you will increase our chances of escaping the nightmare? 7 is much better than 5, anyway. There is no reason to settle for less when you can have more. Sunny remained silent for a while, then sighed and looked at Nephis. Honestly, he found himself agreeing with Mordred. Not only because having the Prince of Nothing fighting by their side would be a boon during the assault on Verge, but simply because leaving Kai behind did not sit right with him. Sunny was not a superstitious man, but he knew more about fate than most. Sure, in theory, a person could conquer a nightmare without contributing anything to its completion. But in practice, the spell was never that kind. One way or the other, trying to hide and bide your time almost always invited disaster. So, even if there was no logical reason to worry about Kai, Sunny had a feeling that simply leaving their friend frozen in time would not end well, both for him and for them. After hesitating for a few moments, he shook his head. I don't know. Neph, it's your decision. She glanced at him, then shrugged. Her answer was just as he had expected. What is there to decide? Let's kill the Dreadlord. We'll go conquer the nightmare after he is dead. Chapter 1502. Flawed reflection. I am not suggesting it rashly. We have already faced 2 of the 6 plagues, so we know how fearsome they are. Mordred looked at her in surprise. Wait, you did? She nodded. Yes. There were unique circumstances that allowed us to exploit their flaws. As a result, Undying Slaughter killed Devouring Beast, and was then finished off by the 5 of us. She had been greatly weakened, and still, we barely managed to survive that battle. Nephis glanced at Sunny. Then, a hint of a smile appeared on her lips. Glancing at Mordred, she said, Oh, and Sunny personally erased the Mad Prince from existence, so thoroughly that there's not even a corpse left. So, the 6 plagues are now down to 3. Sunny stared at her incredulously. Everything she had said was technically true. The Mad Prince had, indeed, been erased from existence by Sunny, because Sunny was the Mad Prince. There had not been a corpse left by the transition, either. But why did it sound so misleading and outrageous? Did she just steal a page from my book? Was it really the right time to tease him? Nephis, meanwhile, ignored the amused smile on Mordred's lips and continued. In any case, I am not underestimating the threat posed by the Dreadlord and Soul Stealer. I would not have suggested facing them directly in other circumstances, at least not without being able to thoroughly prepare a battlefield of our choosing. But the situation is different here, in Twilight. Here, we'll have an army of allies on our side. This might very well be the best chance of slaying these monsters we'll ever have. One I am unwilling to pass by. She remained silent for a few moments, then sighed. However, I will not force anyone to follow this plan. You'll have to decide for yourself. As soon as she was done talking, Mordred smiled brightly. Why, I think that it is a great plan. Lady Changing Star, you are truly wise. Your exalted reputation is very well deserved, it seems. How wonderful. His smile was perfectly sincere, but Sunny knew the bastard well enough to guess what he was really thinking. Something like, It's just a shame that I'll have to gruesomely kill you in the future. Well, since it's inevitable, I might as well try to enjoy the process when the day comes. Sunnis' eyes darkened. He stared at Mordred for a bit, then spat through gritted teeth. I don't mind killing Soul Stealer, oh, and the Dreadlord, either. Jet simply shrugged. We'll only ever challenge a third nightmare once. Might as well do it right. Effie was the last to speak. Holding her belly, she hesitated for a bit, then smiled. I mean, we're not really going to leave Kai in this pit, are we? Let's come up with a good plan and crush those bastards. Or, if we can't, let's grab Kai and run away in the chaos. I'm sure we can manage that, at least. Finally, all eyes settled on Nephis. She nodded solemnly and looked at Mordred. Her face was motionless, with only the white flames dancing in the depths of her striking grey eyes. See, Lord Mordred, we are willing to help you escape Twilight. However, there is a condition. He raised an eyebrow. Oh? Do tell what you have in mind. She remained silent for a while, studying him, then said in an even tone. As I already mentioned, we were able to slay Undying Slaughter. However, it wasn't because we were more powerful than her. Instead, it was because we managed to exploit her flaw. Since the plagues are defiled versions of ourselves, the knowledge of their flaws is the best weapon we possess. Nephis crossed her arms and added, her expression somber. Sadly, the Dreadlord does not possess a flaw that we can exploit. That already robs us of our main advantage. As for Soul Stealer, we simply don't know what his flaw is. Only you know that. So, if you want our help, you'll have to share that knowledge. At least in case it can help us defeat him. Mordred looked at them with a pleasant smile. Then, he laughed. You want to know what my flaw is? How daring! Should I help you tie a noose around my neck while we're at it? Nephis did not respond, simply staring at him with her radiant eyes. Slowly, the smile disappeared from Mordred's face. He sighed, then shook his head with a reluctant expression. Forget it. Soul Stealer's flaw cannot help you kill him anyway. Because it's not here. Confused, Sunny gave him a long look. What do you mean, it's not here? Mordred shrugged. I mean just that. My flaw is not here, in the nightmare. I didn't bring it along. It would be quite foolish to carry something that dangerous around, wouldn't it? His expression was a bit dejected, as if he was not happy about having to share even that little piece of information with them. Sunny, meanwhile, was stunned. What? What kind of flaw can be carried around or left behind? Does it exist outside Mordred? He had never heard about a flaw like that. But then again, he had never heard about someone like the Prince of Nothing. Divine aspects were both extremely rare and bizarre, so who was to say that Mordred's flaw wasn't just as odd? Nephis sighed. So how do we kill him? Mordred grimaced. Kill him, it's not going to be easy. As you might know, I am famously hard to kill. He hesitated for a moment, then pointed to Sunny. Soul Stealer won't die if you destroy his physical body. He might not even die if you destroy his soul. To truly get rid of him, we'll need to destroy his reflection. And there are only two ways to achieve that. The Prince of Nothing paused, then reluctantly shared the secret of how he could be killed. First is to defeat him in a soul battle when he tries to take possession of your body. Of all of us here, Sunless has the best chance of accomplishing something like that, perhaps changing Star, as well. Followed by me. No offense, but the rest of you don't stand a chance. Effie and Jet shrugged in unison. None taken. Cassie, who had remained silent before, finally spoke. What is the second way? Mordred nodded. The second way is to destroy his physical body while there are no other bodies around, and no reflections for him to flee into, either. Needless to say, that way is not very feasible. So, we'll have to somehow lure him into the soul of either Sunless, Lady Nephis, or me. His face suddenly grew dim. Mind you, even I don't know what Soul Stealer's transformation ability is. So, he might give us a nasty surprise. In fact, I'm pretty sure that he will. Sunny smiled darkly. That's all right. We are full of surprises, as well. Not the least of which is that the Mad Prince is supporting us from beyond the grave. He knew that I would receive the crown of Twilight. He also knew that I'd come to see Windflower and learn about its connection to the defensive array of this city. The mad bastard had most likely trapped the Dreadlord and Soul Stealer in frozen time himself, while I'll be the one to release them. Surely, all of it is not a coincidence. Nephis nodded. Let us share information. After learning everything you know about Twilight, we will come up with a plan and prepare. A strange, faint smile appeared on her lips. And then, we will make sure that the 3 plagues are no more, and only torment remains. We will win. Chapter 1503. Approaching Twilight. The situation had changed too fast, leaving Sunny shaken. It's strange. He had spent, how long? Around 8 months in this nightmare. It was already longer than his stay in the Kingdom of Hope had been, and that was without even considering the long stretches of time that passed without being experienced by him. But still, Sunny had not expected the culmination of the nightmare to happen so suddenly. And that was what the battle in Twilight promised to be, the most dreadful and deadly confrontation they would experience in the tomb of Ariel. The threat Verge posed paled in comparison to it. If they were to win here, in this lost and forsaken city, the rest of the nightmare would be simply an epilogue. Of course, that was only so because of Nephis and her longing. Still, Sunny was struggling to adjust to the shifting landscape of the nightmare. Nevertheless, he was ready. Now, there were 6 challengers working together to pass the dreadful trial of the spell. Well, 5.5, considering that Mordred's physical body was frozen beyond the walls of Twilight. 3 of them possessed divine aspects, 2 were among the most deadly masters in the world. There was Cassie, as well, whom Sunny could not even place into any kind of power hierarchy. Together, they tried to come up with a plan to kill the Dreadlord and liberate Twilight. Or rather, an approach. There was too little information and too many unknown factors to formulate a specific plan. The best they could do was learn everything there was to learn and come up with various strategies, then switch between them according to the situation. Finally, there was nothing left to discuss. Standing in the mirror version of the floating fortress once again, the 6 of them looked beyond its walls, into the twilight haze of dawn. Mordred was strangely withdrawn. Eventually, he smiled. There is no point in wasting time. Remember, stay close to me at all times. I will try to hide us from Soul Stealer's gaze as best I can. He paused for a moment and then added nonchalantly. Of course, we can still stumble upon that monster directly. If that happens, well, at least it will be painless. With a chuckle, he jumped over the battlement and swiftly climbed down the crumbling wall of the fortress. The rest of them followed, careful not to make too much noise. Luckily, there were no spikes protruding from the base of the fortress on the other side. Sunny and his companions were able to descend easily, stepping on the carapace of a dead behemoth that floated in the still water below the wall. Mordred was already there, waiting for them. The chain barrier protecting the city was broken, but it was not the only defensive measure prepared by Twilight. The Dreadlord paid a heavy price to reach the city wall. Ah, but you can see for yourselves, the thrilling sight, isn't it? Sunny did not share his enthusiasm. The surface of the great river in front of them was covered by a carpet of giant corpses. The abominations that had perished here had been terribly mangled, their grotesque bodies littered with ghastly wounds. Here and there, broken ships were floating in still water, with masts that rose into the haze like dead trees. Taking a step forward, Mordred headed to the edge of the carapace. We can move freely here in the mirror realm. If we weren't in a reflection, however, the frozen time would have already started to envelop us. The most insidious part is that we would have been none the wiser. Eventually, our time would have halted entirely, without us ever knowing. Ah, what a terrible fate. Reaching the point where the carapace of the dead abomination disappeared underwater, he easily jumped onto the next one and beckoned them to follow. Come. The sooner we reach the heart of the city, the better. Together, the 6 of them traversed the dreadful field of floating corpses. With each step, Sunny felt his mood turning more and more grave. The horrid landscape surrounding them was somber, bleak, and silent, but it was proof that an act of unimaginable violence had taken place here once, a long time ago. More than that, the reflection of Soul Stealer could be somewhere close, stalking the twilight haze. He could not allow himself to lose focus. Damnation! Guided by Mordred, the cohort moved from one carcass to another, sometimes walking across the shattered decks of empty ships. There was not a single living soul aboard them. However, the closer they got to Twilight, the more well-preserved the corpses of the dead crew members seemed. You noticed it, I guess. Mordred lingered for a moment, glancing at one of the dead warriors. The man looked as if he had only died a few days ago. The Prince of Nothing walked past. This close to the city wall, time is already very slow. It will stop completely beyond it. Just as he said that, they finally saw the walls of Twilight. Unlike Weave and Fallen Grace, which were built by connecting a scattering of island ships, Twilight had been built on a single, vast landmass. Or rather, perhaps, landmass was not the right word to describe it. Instead, a carapace of an unfathomably immense nightmare creature served as its foundation. Sunny felt petrified when he realized just how enormous that abomination must have been, once. It was far greater than anything he had even seen, incomparable to even the gargantuan black turtle. And yet, it was dead now, its colossal bones supporting a sprawling city. Makes sense. Unlike Twilight, the other settlements on the Great River had not been ruled by a sovereign. Daeron had been capable of slaying a colossal horror like this, but not the Sybils. Therefore, their cities had to be composed of individual island ships, while his did not. There was one thing that became painfully obvious when Sunny witnessed Twilight. The bestial Serpent King he had fought was a pale shadow of his former self. If they had clashed when Daeron was at his peak, Sunny would have been obliterated before even knowing what happened. And yet, he lost this battle. Sunny shivered. Were they all mad to think that they had a chance to prevail where a supreme demigod had failed? Chapter 1504. Frozen City. The corpses of dead abominations piled high, reaching the ramparts in several places. The siege of Twilight had truly been terrible. But what caught Sunny's attention the most was not the devastated state of the city wall, but the eerie nature of the devastation. Time was indeed frozen in Twilight. Shards of broken stone hung in the air, unmoving. Rivers of blood were like abstract sculptures carved from ruby. Dancing flames had turned into motionless, searing blossoms. It was as though some deity had frozen the world in the middle of a fierce battle. We will have to be more careful now. Mordred's voice was strangely somber. His usual amused smile was nowhere to be seen. Instead, the Prince of Nothing seemed full of grim apprehension. Looking at the breached walls of Twilight, he sighed. Soul Stealer is most likely inside the city. We will move stealthily through the back streets and reach the palace. Once we are there, the memory of yours better work, Sunless. Sunny suppressed the desire to grimace. If even that bastard was nervous, the rest of them had to be ready for anything. Without having to say much, they entered the city through one of the breaches in its wall. Finally, Twilight lay in front of them in all its glory. It was entirely unlike the other cities Sunny had seen in the Dream Realm. There were a few similarities, of course, like the extensive use of materials scavenged from the nightmare creatures in construction, for example. But the architectural style of the Twilight Sea was very unique. It was both robust and airy, paying more attention to practicality than aesthetics, but at the same time expressing the latter in a myriad of subtle ways. Fitting for a culture that had come from a world of water and frequent storms. Sunny did not pay a lot of attention to how the city looked, however, taken by what was happening on its streets. There, countless humans were frozen in the midst of a terrible battle against vile nightmare creatures. Hundreds of thousands, no, millions of them. Some had been frozen in the middle of swinging a sword. Some had been frozen in the middle of being torn apart by the swarming abominations. The gruesome sight of the frozen battle was both strange and disturbing. But what shook Sunny the most was not the eeriness of the motionless slaughter, but the faces of the people of Twilight. Not a single one of them seemed frightened or desperate. Even those who were dying maintained calm expressions, their eyes full of cold resolve. They did not show anger or fury, either, only chillingly dark killing intent. Just what kind of army did the Serpent King create? Sure, humans from the Twilight Sea had come to the tomb of Ariel after witnessing the destruction of their world, which had to have changed them. But they were still people. Sunny had spent plenty of time with seasoned soldiers, and none of them were immune to human emotions. Not all of these people were soldiers, either. Some were awakened, while most were mundane. Some were old, while some were young. And yet, he did not see a single person trying to flee or cowering in fear. Strange. Sunny suddenly felt uneasy about their chances of becoming allies with these alien people. However, he did not have time to ponder these matters. Mordred was already walking ahead, carefully maneuvering between the frozen warriors. They entered a narrow street and stealthily advanced toward the center of the city. As they did, Sunny found himself near their guide. He hesitated for a while, then asked quietly, "You've been here for a long time. Don't these people seem a bit strange?" The Prince of Nothing glanced at him with surprise. "How so?" Sunny frowned. "They are too stalwart, I guess." Mordred thought for a few moments and shrugged. "I'm not sure. All people seem a bit strange to me." "Figures." Sunny scoffed internally. But since he was already talking to Mordred, he decided to ask another question. "You must have been really surprised to learn that there's another you walking around, huh?" "I know I was. It's a really weird feeling." The Prince of Nothing raised an eyebrow, then grinned. "Is it weird?" "Ah, it must be. If you say so." Sunny stared at him impassively. What a curious answer. He did not speak after that, preferring to keep quiet. Who knew how good Soul Stealer's hearing was? Eventually, they crossed the outskirts of the city and entered its middle part. The battle seemed much more intense here, as if all participants, both the nightmare creatures and the humans, were rushing toward the heart of Twilight. Strangely enough, there were not that many abominations here. Sure, each of them was immensely powerful, but the defenders of the city still seemed to have an upper hand. The forces of the defilement were being suppressed by them. It made sense. A normal battle would progress in a similar fashion. The invaders would have to fight their way into the city, so their forces would gradually diminish the further away one traveled from the walls. There was just one odd detail. Somehow, it seemed that the epicenter of the battle was not behind them, at the outskirts of the city, but instead ahead of them, near the palace of the Serpent King. Sunny extended his shadow sense outward and frowned, feeling the row of buildings coming to an end not too far away. And indeed, they soon reached a wide open space. Mordred lingered just before entering the square, seemingly tense. Nephis studied the wide square, as well, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. "Is there another way?" The Prince of Nothing slowly shook his head. "Not really. The whole city is built like a fortress. The inner districts are separated from the rest, so we won't be able to reach them without exposing ourselves at least a little. Still, as you can see, the skirmish happening on this square is especially fierce. With so many humans and abominations frozen on it, we can at least hide among them." She frowned. "Let's go, then." They entered the square and walked between the motionless warriors. The battle was indeed especially furious in this area. There were so many people and nightmare creatures here that their bodies formed a bizarre labyrinth. Sometimes, Sunny found it hard to squeeze between their frozen figures. Crouching, he crawled beneath a sword that was being plunged into the neck of a repulsive abomination. Standing up, he had to twist his body to avoid touching a frozen fountain of ruby blood. Then, he came face to face with a warrior whose arm was being severed by the fangs of a towering nightmare creature. Sunny shivered. The humans and the abominations were not statues or lifelike mannequins. They were entirely real. He could see every hair, every bead of sweat, every drop of blood on the fangs of the frenzied monsters that surrounded him. All of them were simply frozen in time, and although Sunny knew that it could not happen, he found it hard not to feel as if these warriors would start moving any moment now. The swords would come down, the frozen blood would flow, and the hungry maws would snap shut, turning the silent square into an inescapable hell of bloodshed and violence. Just keep moving. He forced himself to ignore the ominous feeling and advanced forward, step by step. Very soon, however, Sunny collided with Mordred's back. The Prince of Nothing had chosen that moment to stop walking, for some reason. "What's the matter?" Annoyed, Sunny looked up and froze, noticing how grim Mordred was. His mirror-like eyes were reflecting the frozen world, full of blood and darkness. A moment later, the Prince of Nothing looked back at them and smiled. Then, he said in a perfectly calm tone, "Stay, absolutely, still." Chapter 1505. Shape of his soul. Sunny and Mordred were next to each other, while Nephis was a few steps away. Effie and Jet were right behind her, separated from the rest of the group by a few meters. They held their breaths. Soul Stealer is near. Sunny did not see or sense the defiled saint, but there was no other reason for Mordred to warn them. The Prince of Nothing looked too tense. A pleasant smile was playing on his lips, but his eyes were full of cold darkness. Sunny saw his own pale reflection in them, and then, he saw something else there, as well. A cold shiver ran down his spine. Did something move at the edge of the square? He did not dare to speak aloud, but there was the blessing of Dusk. Activating the enchantment of the Shroud of Graceless Dusk, he established a mental connection between himself and Mordred. What is happening? The Prince of Nothing remained as motionless as a statue. Even his eyes continued to stare at the same spot. However, his answer arrived shortly. "Why, what else? Soul Stealer is here. He must have sensed us." Sunny suppressed a strong desire to grit his teeth and calmed his heart. Making sure that it wasn't beating too loudly, he asked, "How? Didn't you say that you would hide our presence from him?" A hint of dark amusement appeared in Mordred's eyes. "Did I? No, not quite. I only said that I would try to hide it, remember? Which I did." He paused for a moment and added in a dejected tone, "Soul Stealer's mirror realm encompasses the entire city. Therefore, he can perceive everything that happens here, all at once. I've been manipulating countless reflections to mask our presence, every puddle of water, every shard of glass, every polished sword, every pair of eyes. Forgive me for making it sound like an easy task, but it's not. Regardless, we've only come this far because of me, but now, it seems that our luck has run out." Sunny forced himself to remain calm. It was a bit hard, considering that an even more sinister, more evil version of the Prince of Nothing could have been following their scent. "So, what now?" Mordred shifted his gaze slightly. "Now, well. Might I suggest praying? Perhaps that monster won't notice us." After that, he fell silent. Damn it! With no other choice, Sunny continued to stand in place, pretending to be one of the frozen warriors. They had discussed the possibility of something like this happening, of course, but only as the worst-case scenario. To think that their plan would be at the risk of being derailed before the battle even began, this step had been supposed to be the easiest one. The true hardship would arrive when the array was deactivated, and the battle against the defiled legion resumed. A few moments passed in absolute silence. And then, Sunny felt it, the ground beneath his feet shaking subtly, as if something terribly heavy was approaching them with measured steps. He could not turn around and take a look, but Mordred's eyes were like two mirrors. The bloody scene of the frozen battlefield reflected in them, and so, Sunny caught a glimpse of the creature that emerged from between the houses, entering the square. His blood turned cold in his veins. Soul Stealer, or rather, the reflection of Soul Stealer, looked unlike anything he had imagined. Undying slaughter and devouring beast had been changed and twisted by the defilement. However, they still resembled their former selves. Soul Stealer did not. In fact, he did not resemble anything Sunny had ever seen. The vague figure that entered the square did not look like a human, but it did not look like an abomination either. Instead, it was like an amalgamation of countless people and numerous nightmare creatures, all fused together into a harrowing patchwork monster. The contours of its body constantly changed, as if light refracted when touching it. Or maybe they were indeed changing, shifting from one shape to another. With each of its steps, the ground shook. Gods, what the hell is that thing? Sunny was appalled and more than a little bit rattled. Not only because of how eerie and alien the reflection of the creature looked, but also because there were 7 nodes of vile darkness permeating its monstrous body. Soul Stealer was a corrupted titan. Sunny shifted his gaze and stared at Mordred for a moment. It was the source of this horror, standing next to him with a pleasant smile on his lips. Using that smile to cover the eerie, unnerving wrongness hiding behind it. Should we really be helping this bastard transcend? He hesitated for a moment, then threw these thoughts out of his head. Here in the nightmare, it was good to have Mordred on their side. It was infinitely better, at least, than having him as their enemy. What kind of a weird transformation ability is this? What is he capable of in this form? The Prince of Nothing lingered with an answer. It's not a transformation ability, per se. It's simply the shape of his soul. His physical body looks different, hidden somewhere in Twilight. I've never been able to find it. He paused for a moment. Becoming defiled did a real number on me, didn't it? Bah! So unsightly. With that, Mordred's eyes shook a little. That's not what we should be concerned with, though. The real problem is that the monster is moving straight for us. By then, the quaking of the ground had grown more pronounced. Sunny cursed inwardly, but still remained motionless. Surrounded by frozen warriors and abominations, with his back turned to the approaching titan, needless to say, every cell in his body was screaming of danger, pushing him to move. So, what do we do? Mordred remained silent for a few moments, then suddenly turned his head and looked directly at Sunny. There was no humor left in his cold, mirror-like eyes. I guess it's time for desperate measures. How unfortunate. It's up to you now, Sunless. As soon as Mordred moved, there was a chilling sound from behind them, and something swift tore through the air in their direction. A massive, terrifyingly deep shadow fell on Sunny, making him feel as if he was drowning in it. Damn it! He was already turning, instinctively trying to summon the sin of solace. However, all Sunny saw was the fabric of reality around them cracking like glass, and then shattering to reveal. He was violently thrown out of the mirror realm, crashing on the cobblestones of Twilight, the real Twilight, not its perfect reflection. Damn it all! The only contingency they had in case Soul Stealer discovered them was to escape the world of reflections altogether. Mordred had managed to send them back at the very last moment, so they were safe for now. But the problem was that everyone, including the Prince of Nothing himself, was now frozen in time. Everyone except for Sunny, who was protected from the influence of the defensive array by the crown of Twilight. Standing up, he uttered a quiet curse and looked up at the distant dome of the Serpent King's palace. Now, he alone could reach it. Chapter 1506. Heart of Twilight. Therefore, the person wearing it was immune to the influence of frozen time, in a way. Curse it all. There was a cost to remaining unaffected by the frozen time. Looking around, Sunny felt his essence being devoured at a frightening rate. The crown was using it to protect him. Usually, his reserves would have been drained in a matter of seconds, turning him into another prisoner of Twilight, but, luckily, the crown was also helping him replenish the spent essence. He was still losing more than he was gaining, but at least the rate of attrition was not too great. Sunny would not have been able to traverse the entire city, but now that he was most of the way to the palace, he stood a good chance. As long as he did not waste any time. I should hurry. Their exit from Soul Stealer's mirror realm must have been a violent one, because Sunny was not on the square anymore. Instead, he found himself somehow thrown a few hundred meters away from his previous position, at the edge of the inner district they had been aiming for. He was protected by the crown, but his shadows were not. Therefore, Sunny had kept them tightly wrapped around his body in advance, just in case disaster struck. Now that it had, he did not dare send them to search for his companions. Mordred had to have sent everyone into the real Twilight. Here in the true version of the Lost City, Soul Stealer was just as powerless as the rest of the frozen abominations, but the rest of the cohort had become frozen in time, as well. So had the Prince of Nothing himself. It was all up to Sunny. "We'll find each other when I deactivate the array." Turning his back to the frozen battlefield, Sunny dashed forward. He ran as fast as he could, barely dodging the motionless figures of the warriors of Twilight, who all seemed to have been moving in the same direction as him. Here in the inner districts, there were very few rampaging nightmare creatures. However, the signs of destruction were everywhere, as if the city had withstood a devastating bombardment. Many buildings had been entirely shattered, and numerous people had perished under the rubble. Blood was flowing like a river, frozen in time like the rest of Twilight. Sunny was an ascended terror, and so, his running speed was far past being superhuman. He navigated the frozen city as best he could, but it was hard to maintain that speed on the crowded streets. On more than one occasion, he failed to react in time and collided with the frozen warriors of Twilight or pieces of shattered stone hanging in the air. Each time, he was tossed back, as if hitting an indestructible wall. The people and objects frozen in time were completely immune to outside influence, and so, he could only avoid them. Ah, damn it! Finally, he was forced to slow down. This close to the palace, there were too many people for him to run, and too many destroyed buildings to try moving across the rooftops. Using Shadow Step was only going to rob him of precious essence, so he had to continue on foot. After struggling for several minutes, Sunny finally pushed his way through the crowd of frozen warriors and entered the heart of Twilight. In front of him, separated from the buildings by a vast, ravaged park, stood the Serpent King's palace. However, Sunny did not pay any attention to its magnificent grandeur and unique architecture. Raising his gaze, he looked at the grandiose dome of the palace and shuddered. What the hell? A harrowing, beautiful creature was perched on top of the cracked dome, its talons piercing the crumbling stone. Its glistening scales were the color of the midnight sky, appearing entirely black in the dim twilight of the early dawn. Its vast wings were open, obscuring the heavens. Its sinister eyes burned like distant, cold stars, full of malevolent will and merciless fury. It was a dragon. The dragon's terrifying maw was wide open, frozen in the middle of a deafening roar. Porcelain fangs glistened in the dismal darkness, each resembling a sharp mountain peak. The tyrant of the night sky was beautiful, no, it should have been. But, instead, it somehow appeared dreadful and utterly hideous. A vile, tyrannical aura emanated from the giant creature, suffused with festering madness. Even unmoving, it instilled Sunny with cold terror. That dragon was the target of the countless warriors who were rushing toward the palace. They assaulted him like a sea, only to be broken, mutilated, and thrown back. Blood and mangled bodies were falling down like rain, frozen in the air by the halted time. Sunny allowed himself to remain still for a moment, enthralled by the eeriness of this harrowing scene. The Dread Lord. So, the Dread Lord had attacked the heart of the city directly. Daeron's palace was already partially destroyed, its dome on the verge of collapsing. It was unclear if the throne room even existed anymore. Sunny gritted his teeth and rushed forward. There is something eerie about this scene. The hideous dragon made for an ominous and startling sight, but the warriors of Twilight were equally haunting. The way they threw themselves into the maws of death without a hint of doubt or agitation made Sunny feel uneasy. There were mundane humans among them, as well. Surely, they realized that nothing they could do would harm the defiled saint. Did they really know no fear? Throwing the unnecessary thoughts out of his head, Sunny climbed over the rubble and entered the palace. He did not have a lot of essence left, so there was little time to find the throne room. Once there, he would also have to figure out a way to use the Crown of Twilight and deactivate the defensive array. Sadly, it did not come with an instruction manual. Damn it, damn it, damn it all. Sunny followed the widest of the corridors, hoping that they would lead him to the throne room. Daeron had been a sovereign, and brought a cohort of saints with him into the tomb of Ariel. Surely, he would have built his palace to accommodate their transformation abilities. Most of the areas within the palace were only meant for humans, but the truly important places had to be large enough for saints. Otherwise, if an enemy suddenly attacked, they would not be able to show their strength. The throne room would, without a doubt, be one of these important places. At least Sunny hoped so, knowing that he did not have enough time left to scour the entire palace. Soon, a huge gate appeared in front of him, now broken and turned into a pile of debris. Behind it was an enormous hall. Stark rays of light fell through the cracks in the dome above it, plunging it into twilight. At the center of the hall was a tall dais, with an imposing throne on top of it. The throne was cut roughly from stone. More precisely, it was cut from a single slab of lusterless black stone. Sunny stared at it for a brief moment. Found it! Daeron's throne, all of it, had been cut from a fragment of the estuary. It was the lock of the defensive array of Twilight, while his crown was its key. Chapter 1507. Twilight Throne. Right. Let's do this. He felt a complicated mix of relief, anticipation, and dread. Relief and anticipation because he had made it in time, dread because the battle against the Horde of the Defilement would resume the moment he accomplished his task. The monstrous Soul Stealer, the harrowing Dread Lord, they were going to have to fight these beings. Sunny still remembered the terror of facing a corrupted Titan in battle. The Winter Beast alone had been enough to wipe out the remains of the first evacuation army and the millions of refugees in Falcon Scott. The deathly frost of that dark day had seeped into his bones. But today was going to be different. All the members of the cohort were here. Mordred was here, too, and a vast army of warriors from a distant realm, all seasoned veterans of the Nightmare spell. Sunny had grown much stronger, as well. We'll kill them both. Shaking off the momentary hesitation, he walked toward the Black Throne. As he did, Sunny noticed something behind the dais. The throne room was not entirely empty. After all, someone was standing there, frozen in the middle of looking up at the crumbling dome. A tall and elegant figure wearing ivory armor, which was tied at the waist with a burnt umber sash. Auburn hair, green eyes. Sunny froze for a moment. Kai. So, this was where the spell had sent his friend. Kai had been in the throne room all along, frozen in time and not even aware of what was happening around him. All the long months that had passed were like a moment to him. Sunny did not even know whether to feel jealous or sad for his friend. Looking away, he put his foot on the first step of the dais. Hang in there, buddy. I'll release you really soon. His essence was getting dangerously low. Climbing on the dais, Sunny stopped in front of the Black Throne, unsure what to do. The first idea that came to his mind was to sit on it, like Daeron must have done when he held court in the past. But, somehow, Sunny did not like that idea. He never aspired to be a king of anything, let alone of a city whose former king he had killed. Magnificent thrones were not really his thing, he was already plenty happy with his handy shadow chair. Whatever. Feeling a sense of urgency, Sunny took a step closer and suddenly noticed a circular groove carved into the back of the throne. Its size and depth seemed just about right. Cassie had destroyed the time enchantment of Alethea's island by inserting the key into a slot carved into the estuary fragment. Following an impulse, Sunny took off the crown of Twilight and brought it to the circular groove. As soon as he did, an invisible force pulled the band of dark metal out of his hand. The crown fitted the groove perfectly, merging with the black stone of the throne. Luckily, its connection to his soul had not been cut, Sunny could still make use of its enchantments. He also felt a different, much vaster connection being established between his soul and something immense. The city itself, perhaps. Taking a deep breath, Sunny looked up at the cracked dome of the palace. And pulled on that connection, giving a mental command. In the name of Daeron, the Serpent King, in the name of Wind Flower of the Twilight Sea, and all those who have fallen. I, lost from light, order time to flow once more. For a few moments, nothing happened. The grand hall of the palace was just as still and silent as before. But then, a loud sound tore the silence apart. It was the sound of a shard of stone falling on the floor. Sunny turned swiftly and saw pieces of debris scattering across the marble tiles. His eyes widened when he realized the significance of what just happened. Then, it was as though an invisible ripple spread through the world. The dust that had been hanging in the air, motionless, moved and danced in the rays of light. The shard of stone raining from the cracked dome of the palace plummeted down one after another, breaking against the marble floor. A muffled murmur of the disastrous battle seeped through the stone walls of the palace, sounding like the rising sea. I actually did it. And then, something struck the dome with a deafening noise, making the whole palace shake. Sunny felt claws of fear grasp his heart. Yes, he had indeed done it, and now, it was time to face the consequences of what he had done. There was an evil dragon right above his head right now, hell-bent on slaughtering every human in Twilight. There were also the members of the cohort lost somewhere on the streets of the city, a dreadful mirror titan, and an army of eerie warriors whose loyalty had to be won, somehow. But first, tearing the crown of Twilight from the groove cut into the black throne, Sunny put it on his head and hurriedly dashed toward the lone figure standing beneath the dais. Kai was just now starting to move. He swayed a little and took a step back, stumbling over the first step of the dais. Before he could fall, however, Sunny caught him and started dragging him away from the throne. The charming archer looked very confused. Sunny? What is happening? Are we in the nightmare? Feeling the palace quake once again around them, Sunny cursed inwardly. Hey, Kai. Short version, yes, we are in the nightmare. There is an evil version of you, who is an abominable dragon, trying to eat us right now. Don't worry, though. There is also an army of alien warriors from a destroyed world to help us kill you, him, the dragon. The rest of the cohort is also here, somewhere. We got separated when a corrupted titan attacked us in the mirror version of this city, which was frozen in time. But now, I guess. Sunny glanced at Kai and smiled. Oh. And also, Effie is pregnant. The archer stared at him with wide eyes for a few moments. I know. Sunny almost stumbled. What? You know about the plagues, the Twilight Sea, and the defensive array. Kai shook his head and outstretched one arm, summoning his bow. No. I mean, I know about Effie. She confided in me weeks ago. I have no idea what the rest of the things you said mean. Sunny stared at him incredulously, feeling hurt for some reason. So she told Kai, but she didn't tell me? HMPH. He couldn't help but say vindictively. Actually, I knew months ago. Which was still later than Kai, but technically true. Kai gave him a strange glance, then opened his mouth to say something. But at that moment, Sunny froze. Something was very strange about the palace. It took him a moment to realize what had changed. Why is everything so quiet? The muffled sounds of the furious battle raging outside had disappeared at some point, plunging the world into eerie silence. Sunny felt his hair stand on end. He had a dreadful premonition that they had made a terrible mistake, somewhere. Chapter 1508. Unleashed. Kai must have read something from his expression. But Sunny did not know how to answer. He was suddenly in a state of mild panic, feeling like there had been a mistake in their plan. They must have misunderstood the situation, somehow. But what was there to misunderstand? Twilight was besieged by the forces of the defilement. In the middle of the battle, the Mad Prince had activated the defensive array, trapping Soul Stealer and the Dread Lord in frozen time and, therefore, escaping from the clutches of his master. The madman had also manipulated the events of this cycle to make sure that Sunny arrived at Twilight wearing the Serpent King's crown. He must have wanted the battle to resume, so that his future self, free of being enslaved to the Dread Lord, could turn its tide and destroy the tyrant of Verge. Right? I don't know. Something is wrong. Sunny gritted his teeth and pulled Kai to follow him, aiming to leave the throne room as soon as possible. They had to traverse the battlefield and find the other members of the cohort first. Together, they would stand a much better chance of surviving the clash with the defiled legion. But before he could take another step, the palace shuddered, throwing both of them to the ground. There was a deafening rumble behind them, and the great hall was suddenly much brighter than it had been before. A whole section of the dome shattered and collapsed, revealing the beautiful twilight sky above. and the giant head of the harrowing dragon that had broken it. Enormous chunks of stone fell down, burying the black throne beneath debris. Luckily, Sunny and Kai had already distanced themselves from the dais, otherwise, they would have been buried with it. Damnation! The Dread Lord's head passed through the breach, hovering in the air on his long neck. His eyes shone with starlight, full of sinister madness and malevolence. Then, the harrowing dragon pushed his enormous body inside, causing more of the dome to collapse. A moment later, he landed in the throne room with a loud thud, and the palace shook once more. Strangely enough, though, it did not look as if the Dread Lord was chasing them. Instead, it almost looked as if he was escaping something. Towering above Sunny and Kai, the dragon gazed at them and opened its maw, his porcelain fangs glistening in the dim twilight. Sunny cursed inwardly and called upon his shadows, at the same time summoning the sin of solace. However, before he could, a thunderous voice suddenly resounded in his mind, causing him enormous pain. "Stop!" And, following the Dread Lord's command, Sunny halted, frozen in place. It was as if the dragon's words were the law, and he was unable to disobey. What? But the shadow bond. By his side, Kai was frozen still, as well. It was only then that Sunny realized that the Dread Lord had not used the shadow bond against him. It was simply the authority of his voice. It was Kai's ascended ability, amplified and made more terrible by the dragon's corrupted rank. Kai's power had always been more than a little bit sinister. The charming archer was a good and honest person by nature, so he only ever used it to inspire his allies and influence nightmare creatures. However, in the hands of someone less decent, it had the potential to produce truly terrifying results. Being able to make anyone do anything, at least those of lesser ranks than you, was very much like wielding absolute power over them. And power, as everyone knew, corrupted. Sunny had always known that his friend's aspect had a scary side to it. That was why he was not too surprised to learn that it was the gentle and caring Kai who had become the dreadful Lord of Verge. With Kai's upright character destroyed by the curse of the defilement, the insidious side of his aspect would have had nothing to keep it in check anymore. However, knowing and experiencing it himself were two different things. "Curse it!" Paralyzed by the dreadful command, Sunny kneeled in front of the towering dragon. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Somewhere else, on the devastated streets of Twilight, Nephis was released from the inescapable trap of frozen time. Disoriented, she fell and rolled, jumping to her feet a moment later. All around her, the time shackles binding the warriors of Twilight were slowly coming undone. Their cold eyes were regaining the spark of life. Their chests were beginning to rise and fall as they breathed for the first time in countless years. Their weapons glistened as they reflected the light of dawn. Sunny was gone. Considering that the defensive array had been deactivated, he must have reached the palace already. Mordred of Valor was nowhere to be seen. He had returned to his physical body, which was lost somewhere in Twilight. Cassie, Effie, and Soul Reaper Jet had to be somewhere nearby, but she couldn't see them. We can still win this battle. Although the cohort had been separated when escaping Soul Stealer's mirror realm, their primary goal was achieved. Time had been unfrozen, and the warriors of Twilight were released. Now, they just had to regroup, join forces with the defenders of the city, and overcome the invading legion of abominations. The battle would not be easy, it would be cruel and harrowing. Maybe even lethal. But when had it ever been different? Nephis took a step forward and hesitated for a moment, looking at the warriors around her. Suddenly, she had an ominous premonition. Something felt wrong about the scene. I need to convince them. She was a stranger to these people. They did not know that countless years had passed since the start of the battle, that their king was dead, and that their world had long been destroyed. That challengers from an alien realm had entered the nightmare, hoping to prevail where their predecessors failed. But still, the spell had a way of simplifying things. In its terrible world, there were humans, and there were nightmare creatures. Nephis might have been from a different world, but she was also a human, therefore, she was a natural ally simply by virtue of not being a nightmare creature. Looking at the defenders of the city, Nephis pushed down the familiar, debilitating discomfort of talking to strangers and said, her voice bright and clear. "Warriors of Twilight. I am." And then, something odd happened, forcing her to fall silent and grip the hilt of her sword. Countless people crowding the street all turned to look at her. They did so with perfect synchronicity, their hollow eyes devoid of any emotion. Their eerie faces were calm and motionless. None of them said anything, simply staring at her in ominous silence. Seeing herself reflecting in thousands of emotionless eyes, Nephis realized that something was terribly, terribly wrong. She might have been a human, but these people were not. Not anymore. A harrowing realization struck her like a bolt of lightning. They were Soul Stealer. All of them. Nephis finally realized her mistake, but by then, it was already too late to change anything. Chapter 1509. Stolen Bodies. Instead, it was a battle between the Dread Lord and Soul Stealer. The two defiled saints must have clashed as soon as the last true bastion of humanity in the tomb of Ariel had fallen. Perhaps it was because they had needed each other's power before that. Perhaps it was because Soul Stealer had finally become capable of resisting the authority of the Dread Lord after devouring the souls and stealing the bodies of millions of humans in Twilight. Can it be his transformation ability? To split his soul into countless shards, all beholden to one sinister will. That would be a terrifying power in the hands of someone as devious as the Forsaken Prince of War. He had already been insidiously dangerous due to his ability to slither into human souls and wear their bodies like costumes. What if Mordred of Valor could possess not one, but several stolen bodies at the same time? Or millions of them, after becoming the Soul Stealer? Surrounded from all sides, with countless hollow eyes looking at her with an eerie lack of human emotions, Nephis took an involuntary step back. However, there were countless taken warriors standing behind her, as well. There was nowhere to retreat. No path to salvation. Except for the impossible one she could try and cut for herself. She gritted her teeth. At least, Sunny is not here. As numerous humans moved toward her, Nephis looked at them with cold resentment and unsheathed her sword. Asterisk. Not too far away, Effie, Jet, and Cassie found themselves inside a half-collapsed building. The blind girl was the first one to regain her senses, catching the tall huntress before she could fall. Pieces of rubble rolled on the cracked floor, the noise of their fall sounding thunderous in the eerie silence of the frozen city. Although, by then, the city was not frozen anymore. Out there, all around them, Twilight was beginning to stir. Jet summoned her scythe, looking over the collapsed wall of the building. Beyond the rubble, on a narrow street, the figures of the stalwart defenders of Twilight were slowly coming back to life. There were no nightmare creatures nearby, only people. But her expression was troubled, for some reason. They're moving. Effie regained her balance and followed Soul Reaper's gaze. A small smile appeared on her lips. Doofus must have reached the throne room, then. She looked at the human figures outside. Those guys seem a bit weird though, huh? I guess it's only natural for people from a different world. Well, at least they're tough. Soft people don't survive the spell. Her voice gradually faded away, replaced by a tense silence for a moment. Why are they staring at us like that? Before Effie could finish the sentence, a delicate hand appeared in front of her eyes, covering them. Cassie was standing on tiptoes, preventing her from looking at the warriors of Twilight. Jet was slowly backing away. Before the huntress could react, Cassie spoke in a grave and urgent tone. Effie, take Soul Reaper and yourself into the locket. Now! Effie hesitated for a moment, but did not ask any questions. A moment later, her figure disappeared. So did Jet's. They were gone, safely transported to the idyllic meadow. All that remained was an iron locket on a black cord, which fell to the ground. Before it touched the cracked floor, however, the cord was caught on the blade of a slender rapier. Raising the quiet dancer, Cassie caught the locket and cautiously put it around her neck. Then, she turned to face the approaching figures. Behind the silver half-mask, her beautiful blue eyes were cold and somber. The tip of her rapier shook slightly, then moved, pointing at the emotionless humans. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Somewhere else, Mordred fell to the ground and gasped when his bloody stump hit the rubble. A pained groan escaped from his lips, then a stifled chuckle. Looking up, he observed the ruined street. All around him, humans and nightmare creatures were being slowly released from the shackles of frozen time. Their weapons moved, their maws opened hungrily. Blood flowed onto the cold stones once more. Mordred remained motionless for a moment, looking upon the world through countless reflections. Then his eyes widened slightly. So that's how it is. An amused smile twisted his cracked lips. Leaning on his sword, Mordred struggled to stand up and grinned when he felt countless eyes, and yet, only a single gaze, landing on him. Ah, how unfortunate. All his reflections had been destroyed. He only had a single soul core left, reducing his power to that of a mere beast. His own ascended body was missing a hand, while his best spare was nothing more than an awakened squire with a modestly useless aspect. Truly, the circumstances couldn't have been worse. Well, at least things wouldn't be boring. He had spent so many months, or was it years, already, hiding from his defiled self in complete solitude. Any kind of excitement was better than the dull existence, no matter how fatal it would turn out to be. Such wonderful odds. I feel refreshed. Smiling, he raised his sword and pointed it at the nearest warrior. Then, his smile disappeared, replaced by an expression of cold contempt. His mirror-like eyes calmly reflected countless approaching figures, full of dark killing intent. I haven't had the pleasure of putting down repugnant things like you in a long, long time. Come, if you dare, let's see which one of us will be the last one standing. Mordred took a step forward, as well. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Back in the Serpent King's palace, Sunny was kneeling on the marble floor, paralyzed by the dragon's command. The Dread Lord towered above him and Kai, full of sinister malevolence. Looking at the terrifying porcelain fangs of the defiled saint, Sunny felt a dark sense of foreboding. Curse it! Where were the warriors of Twilight? Why had they not stalled the damned herald of the estuary at all? The battle had not even properly started, and he was already in such a desperate situation. Sunny could almost feel the shadow of death pulling him into its cold embrace. He looked at the Dread Lord bitterly. At least Nephis is not here. Sunny was in a desperate situation, but not a hopeless situation, yet. There were still things he could do to try and get himself and Kai out of this predicament alive. He just had to gamble with their lives and hope for the best. Before he could, though, a human figure suddenly appeared at the edge of the broken dome of the palace. And then another, and another. The warriors of Twilight had finally caught up with the Dread Lord. Chapter 15:10. King's Resentment. At least he knew now that the army of Twilight was not gone. It was still out there, beyond the walls of the palace, fighting against the invading abominations. Fighting against the Dread Lord and Soul Stealer. Thank the dead gods. He had no hope that these few warriors would be able to defeat the dreadful dragon. If they had the ability, there would have been no need to plunge Twilight into the eternal trap of frozen time, to begin with. But they could at least distract the Dread Lord for a few moments, which would give him an opportunity to somehow rid himself of the command, perhaps. Once Sunny was free and reunited with the other members of the cohort, they would join the defenders of the city and help them slay the defiled saints. He was already planning his next actions when something strange happened. The people who had climbed the dome of the palace jumped down into the throne room without hesitation. Which wasn't that strange in and of itself, except for the fact that not all of them were equally powerful. The few masters among them landed easily, ready to attack the next moment. The awakened warriors were less graceful, crashing heavily on the marble floor. Most frightening of all was that there were mundane humans among them, as well. The height of the dome was too great for them to survive the fall. They hit the floor with repulsive sounds, painting it with their blood. Dying senselessly. What are they doing? Witnessing the dreadful scene, Sunny felt horrified. Dozens of people were emotionlessly jumping to their deaths, not even hesitating before taking the fatal plunge. It was so appalling, so meaningless, so inhuman. His eyes widened as a terrible suspicion surfaced in his mind. As those of the warriors who were strong enough to survive the jump dashed forward to attack their enemy, the harrowing dragon simply swiped his tail, pulverizing their bodies into puddles of blood. A crimson haze spread through the dim twilight of the great hall. Sunny was suddenly nauseated. Soul Stealer, those people, were taken by Soul Stealer. The strangeness that he had felt from the moment the cohort entered Twilight, the eerily emotionless faces of the defenders of the city, their cold, empty eyes. The morbid revelations that Nephis had experienced moments before flooded Sunny's mind, forcing him to shudder, or at least try to. The Dread Lord's command held his body firmly in place. Impossible, impossible. There were millions of people in Twilight. How could Soul Stealer have possessed them all? What kind of monster could do that? What kind of conscience could control millions of puppets, reflecting false copies of their souls? He reeled, remembering the ghastly being they had seen in the mirror version of Twilight. That being, the reflection of Soul Stealer's own twisted soul, had looked like a repulsive amalgamation of countless humans and nightmare creatures, all joined together into an abominable patchwork monster. A demented, fractured monster like that probably could. Sunny felt utter despair, but also a strong desire to curse. That goddamn Mordred, even when he's on our side, he's still such a disaster. How could a person be such a bad omen? Whenever the Prince of Nothing appeared, something utterly terrible was bound to happen. Calm down. There was no point in seething with anger at Mordred. There was no point in wondering how Soul Stealer could have devoured all of Twilight, or why he and the Dread Lord were fighting each other. None of that would help Sunny survive the current situation. It was also not going to help him salvage that situation. But could it even be salvaged? Weren't all of them already doomed? The plan had been based on completely wrong information from the very start. No, we can still win, somehow. There had to be a way. Sunny felt sick to his stomach and frightened for Nephis and the rest of his companions, who were lost somewhere out there, on the streets of Twilight, surrounded by the numerous bodies of Soul Stealer. Especially Effie, who was much more vulnerable to the insidious powers of the Mirror Wraith than the rest of them. But he could not do anything about that, at least not now. In fact, Sunny had his own dire problem to deal with. The Dread Lord might not have been as utterly horrific as Soul Stealer, but he was still a foe far more dreadful than words could describe. And dealing with him was now up to Sunny. No matter what else happened, the tyrant of Verge had to die. I have to kill that fiend. I have to kill him, somehow. The Dread Lord had already dealt with the Soul Stealer puppets that had pursued him into the throne room, but more were pouring over the edge of the broken dome like morbid rain. The two plagues were fighting each other, which was good for the cohort. But their clash did not mean that Sunny and his companions would not be destroyed in the process. In fact, now that they were here in Twilight, they had become alluring tools for the defiled saints. The Dread Lord was, without a doubt, capable of using his authority to turn them into deadly weapons against Soul Stealer. Soul Stealer, meanwhile, could empower himself even further by taking their bodies. Damn it all! The Dread Lord's authority, it was a manifestation of Kai's ascended ability. And Kai's ascended ability was a mental attack, of sorts. Sunny already possessed a very high resistance to mental attacks, but that resistance was relative. It was enough, for example, to shrug off an order given to him by Kai, a fellow master. But in front of a defiled saint, and one as immensely powerful as the Dread Lord, it had proved to be insufficient. A complete immunity to mental attacks, however, was much less relative. In fact, it was closer to being absolute. As fate would have it, Sunny possessed a memory that could grant them just that, albeit at a cost. Unable to move, he used the Shroud of Dusk to send Kai a mental message. Kai, listen to me carefully. His friend did not move, he was unable to, but his response arrived shortly. I'm listening. Sunny took a deep breath. When I start moving, think of me as an enemy. Don't get close. It will be dangerous. With that, he sent his essence into the crown of Twilight. King's Resentment, Enchantment Description. This memory grants the wearer complete immunity to mind attacks, but plagues them with irresistible wrath instead. The next moment, Sunny felt the invisible shackles holding him in place shattering. And at the same time, he felt a fury so vast that it couldn't be described with words, shattering his mind. His thoughts were incinerated by the terrible, mad, boundless ire. He lost awareness of who he was, what he had to do, what he hoped to achieve. All he knew was that he had to destroy, kill, hurt, annihilate everything. Everyone. All of them. I'm lost from light. Some small vestige of his sanity remembered to utter his true name, hoping that it would anchor his crumbling mind. But it didn't work. All it did was remind him of the tools he had at his disposal to visit utter devastation upon the world. A low, bestial growl escaped from his mouth. And then, a wicked smile appeared on his lips. The crown of Twilight had another gift to give him. A nearly endless amount of essence. Now that the defensive array was deactivated, nothing was draining his reserves anymore. It was all at his disposal. Jumping forward, Sunny called upon the shadows, surrounding himself in a sea of them. Then, a giant serpent with black scales, clad in a fearsome onyx armor, emerged from the sea of shadows, murderous wrath burning in his mad eyes. Slithering across the ruined floor of Darren's palace with stunning speed, the monstrous serpent created in his image lunged at the towering dragon and coiled himself around the winged horror's mighty body. Without wasting a single moment, Sunny opened his terrifying maw and tried to sink his fangs into the Dreadlord's neck. Chapter 15:11. Drowning Star. Hundreds of them. Thousands, even, and that was only on this one street. Enemies were in front of her, behind her, and on all sides. There seemed to be no escape from this human flood. Their hands were already reaching toward her, aiming to catch her and push her down. Surrounded by the undulating mob, Nephis struggled not to surrender to primal fear. Before the first hand touched her chainmail shirt, she took a stance and lashed out with her sword. The movement was ingrained into her very bones, absorbed by both her body and mind. Mass, speed, force, space and time. Levers and fulcrums, transfer of energy. That was what swordplay was, deconstructed to its most basic pillars. Her body was a versatile and intricate tool for expressing these principles. Of course, there was another element to it, one that existed outside the scope of fundamental physics. Thought. After all, the most perfect tool would be useless without a conscious will to guide it. And thoughts, both her own and those of her enemies, could become a tool, in turn. But that was much harder to master. The severed hand fell to the ground, bright blood spilling on the cobblestones. A normal human would have recoiled in terror, or at least showed a reaction. Even a nightmare creature would not have completely ignored the loss of a limb. However, the empty shell hosting the perverse consciousness of Soul Stealer did not pay it any attention, continuing its lunge at Nephis. She had calculated that the warrior would not be deterred, as well. Shifting her weight, Nephis turned her torso and allowed the warrior to brush past her. At the same time, she gave him a measured shove. The man was already losing his balance, so that was enough to send him stumbling into the wall of people to her left. Her sword had never stopped moving. After severing the arm of the nearest human, she pierced the neck of another, then slammed the guard of the sword into the third, all in one fluid motion. By then, the hand she had used to shove the first warrior was already landing back on the hilt, giving her more leverage, and therefore speed. And, therefore, freedom. Nephis exploded into motion, shredding the bodies of the closest attackers like a hurricane of steel. A bright radiance suffused her skin, making it seem as though a merciless spirit of light was moving through the crowd of mortal warriors. One after another, their bodies seemed to melt in that light, severed and cut apart. The white radiance was soon tinted red, shining through the bloody haze. Faster! Her mind was silent and clear, moving at incredible speed. She perceived a million details about her environment, seamlessly assimilated these observations into a comprehensive understanding, and instantly formulated flawless responses to the shifting landscape of the battlefield. The silver longsword cut down anyone who entered within its reach, knowing no mercy or hesitation. Crimson blood was boiling and evaporating from its incandescent blade. Nephis was alone, surrounded by thousands of enemies. However, that was all right. Many of these people were awakened, but most were mundane. They were much slower than her. Much weaker than her. Much more fragile than her. More than that, numerical advantage had a limit to how much it could help them. After a certain point, it did not matter. The bodies of these warriors all took up a certain amount of space. Only so many enemies could attack her at the same time, obstructed from approaching her by the walls of the surrounding buildings and the bodies of their own comrades. So, it wasn't like Nephis had to fight with thousands of Soul Stealer's marionettes at the same time. She only had to fight against a dozen or so at once, and those, she could kill. But what did it matter? She could kill a dozen. She could kill 100, 1,000, 10,000, maybe. But she couldn't kill millions of them. Sooner or later, she would grow tired. Her essence would run dry. Soul Stealer would send the more powerful awakened and swarms of masters to confront her. Warriors who could bulldoze through the walls of the buildings, destroying her only advantage, would appear, as well as those possessing insidious aspects and arsenals of potent memories. In the end, she would be buried under a mountain of human flesh and torn apart. What do I do? Nephis cut down an awakened warrior wielding a long spear, severed a mundane soldier in half, pushed through the rain of blood, and pierced the throat of a heavily armored swordsman. The enchanted plate armor could not stop her blade, parting in front of it like paper. She kicked the swordsman's body, sending it flying back to crush and maim a dozen hollow-eyed warriors. There was only a split second remaining before she would receive a blow on her back. Spinning around, Nephis sliced through the descending sword, the attacker's arms, and his neck. What do I do? There were still thousands of enemies surrounding her. If anything, there were more of them now than there had been before. Despite the gruesome deaths of the first wave, their faces remained cold and emotionless. Their eerie eyes were full of emptiness and chilling malice. They were still advancing, aiming to bury her under an avalanche of bodies. Nephis moved, knowing that she could not stay in place. She was faster than them, after all, and although a wall of steel and flesh surrounded her from all sides, her sword was sharp enough to cut it down. She cut, pierced, and crushed. She calculated every move, both of her own and of her enemies, perfectly. She was 10 steps ahead in her calculations, even plotting a bloody course through the flowing mob in advance. That was the only way not to drown in the flood. What do I do? Where was Sunny? Where was Cassie? What happened to Effie and Jet? Were they still alive, or had they already been taken as hosts by Soul Stealer? What about Kai? Had he escaped the trap of frozen time only to be devoured by the Mirror Fiend? What about Mordred of Valor? What had happened to him? Distracted by these thoughts, Nephis allowed the tip of an enemy's spear to strike her shoulder. The chainmail shirt held, but the cadence of her fluid sword dance was thrown into disarray, forcing her to scramble and recalculate dozens of movements. What was she supposed to do? Surrounded by thousands of enemies, Nephis looked ahead somberly. Then, furious white flames ignited in her eyes. Kill them all? I'll just kill them all. I'll try, at least. Her sword flashed, countless lives turning to ash in the incandescent glow of its blade. Chapter 15:12. Chaos and Mayhem. I wonder? He had escaped into a section of the city where the ground had been broken by some titanic blow. Shallow water covered the cracked cobblestones, with ruined buildings rising from it like islands. The twilight sky reflected in the water, turning it into a beautiful painting of soft colors. Mordred was using the reflections to stay ahead of his pursuers. Countless human figures were surrounding him, their weapons hungry for his blood. If I tried to possess one of them, what would happen? Usually, he would have to bet his life against the soul of his victim, armed only with their reflected power. But these warriors had no souls, they had long been destroyed by Soul Stealer, that imposter. So, would Mordred have to battle against the soul of the defiled saint? Or the reflection of the dead victim's soul? Whose power would he be able to reflect? He was both curious and reluctant to find out. Not just yet, at least. Dodging a swift sword, Mordred pierced the attacker's throat, dodged another strike, and jumped back. A subtle frown appeared on his face. Inconvenient. The worst part about slaughtering these hollow vessels was that they were just that, the vessels. There were no souls inside the bodies of the taken warriors, and so, he was not growing stronger from killing them. Otherwise, Mordred would have been able to slowly restore his monster core and maybe even the demon core, if he was diligent and lucky. With those, he could create a new reflection or two. Without them, things were proving difficult. He would have preferred slaughtering actual people instead. What was it that Sunless likes to say? He emotionlessly cut down a young woman wearing an archaic garment and sighed. Damnation. The ring of enemies surrounding him was growing tighter. He couldn't do much against them with one hand, all Mordred could do was flee. Stepping into the reflected sky, he appeared a few hundred meters away, in the middle of a furious clash between the vessels of Soul Stealer and a swarm of nightmare creatures that were still loyal to the Dread Lord. So, the imposter has a limit, too. Why hadn't Soul Stealer taken these abominations, as well? Mordred smiled as he finished off a lumbering monstrosity. Finally, he felt his soul growing stronger. Was it because destroying the souls of those already taken by the defilement was harder? No, it wouldn't be. Mordred had slain plenty of nightmare creatures that way himself. So, it had to be because it was easier to destroy the souls of those who were not defiled. Why? He lingered suddenly. Don't tell me. Was it because those following the path of ascension could be infected by the defilement during the soul battle, all but dooming them to lose? Suddenly, he lost all curiosity about facing Soul Stealer. Becoming defiled? Mordred wanted none of that. Because it ran contrary to his goals, of course, but mostly because the imposter was rather pathetic. Sure, Soul Stealer was mighty. Sure, he had reached the level of power that Mordred struggled to fathom. However, he was also a bit brainless. None of the warriors Mordred had killed showed a tenth of his skill with the sword. Gone were his cunning, his foresight, his resolve, and those were much more valuable than control over a million clumsy flesh puppets. It seemed that corruption, or perhaps splitting his soul between countless beings, both humans and abominations alike, had rotted Soul Stealer's mind, turning him into a madman. And not even a brilliant madman, at that, just a dull monster. Mordred would have loved to continue pondering the undeniable inferiority of his monstrous twin, but at that moment, his sword failed to penetrate the carapace of another nightmare creature. He had killed a few already, using the rest to stall the Soul Stealer's vessels, but this one had turned out to be more powerful than he thought. Ah! As a sharp claw tore his chest open, Mordred grimaced and thrust his hand into the water. Then, he pulled a human body out of it, that of an awakened warrior wearing the colors of Clan Valor. The next moment, Mordred's eyes grew empty, while the warrior's eyes ignited with sinister intelligence. A moment after that, Mordred's own body plunged into the shallow water, disappearing from sight. Wearing the familiar body of Squire Warren, and wielding his aspect, he dove under the abomination's body and cut open its unprotected belly. A few dozen more, and I'll become a monster again. Mordred dashed away, escaping before the dying nightmare creature crushed him with its weight. It was okay if Warren's body was destroyed, he had plenty more to choose from, some of which he had hidden from Changing Star and her cohort. He could take the bodies of these abominations, as well. But what was the point? As Mordred continued to coldly kill the defiled, his expression grew dim. So what if he killed them? So what if he regained a few soul cores? The situation was still inescapable. For once, he saw no way to survive, let alone win. Even his usual path of escape was cut off, since Soul Stealer was perfectly capable of haunting the reflections, as well. Are we all going to die here, in this godforsaken city? Wasn't it a bit too ironic? Poetic, even. To die by his own hand. One thing kept Mordred's spirit up, though. It was that girl, Cassia. Song of the Fallen. She might have had others fooled, but he knew that the blind witch was not as simple as she looked. Someone like her had to have something planned, without a doubt, she wouldn't have led her companions here otherwise. But then again, Soul Stealer had gone through the same ritual as Mordred. Neither of them was easy to perceive through divination. How else would that monster have escaped Torment's gaze and rebelled against the Dread Lord? I don't know. Mordred pushed an old man in weathered leather armor into the maw of a hideous nightmare creature, then pierced the creature's eye while it was busy devouring the poor fool. His expression was somber. At this point, we'll need a miracle to pull through. But when had the world been generous with miracles? If something truly astonishing happened, it was always a curse, instead. Asterisk. Some distance away, Cassie had fled toward the breached walls of Twilight. Here, there were more nightmare creatures fighting against the vessels of Soul Stealer, and therefore, more mayhem and chaos. Using that chaos, Cassie was still struggling to keep herself alive. Blood was pouring from a deep wound on her neck. Pressing her hand against it, she moved through the terrible jumble of human and monstrous bodies, somehow avoiding all the swords, claws, and fangs. Sometimes, she was only a split second away from death, but each time, that split second was somehow enough to save her. Her face was pale and bleak. An iron locket rested on her chest, wet with blood. How much time do I have left? She didn't know exactly. Far away, the Serpent King's palace shuddered, coming undone. There, in the ruins of the throne room, Sunny coiled his giant serpentine body around the Dread Lord, trying to crush his bones. His fangs were scratching the impenetrable midnight scales, leaving deep grooves on them. Die! Die, you worm! Losing all reason, he could only think about tearing the odious dragon apart. However, killing a defiled saint was not an easy task. Chapter 15:13. Furious Shadow. Much more importantly than that, it did not possess the power of a great beast. Sunny was merely an ascended, after all, and even though the shadows he had used to form the onyx serpent were more powerful and ancient than him, the essence that had manifested them was that of a master. 6 shadows were augmenting his shell, this time, but Nephis was not here to grant him the blessing of her flame, and although the Dread Lord was weaker than the azure serpent had been, the dragon was also not littered with gruesome wounds and nearing death. None of it mattered to Sunny, though. Consumed by frenzy, all he knew was the mad desire to rip his enemy apart. Kill you? I'll kill you? His fangs pressed down on the impregnable dragon scales, leaving deep grooves on their dark surface. His mighty body coiled tight around the Dread Lord, restraining and crushing him. I'll kill you no matter what. However, the harrowing dragon was full of ire and murderous will, as well. Even though his most dreadful power, the tyrannical authority of his voice, had proved to be futile when used against Sunny, he still had plenty of means to destroy the insolent slave. A furious roar shook the dim throne room. And, at the same time, an insidious whisper resounded in Sunny's clouded mind. All that effort to escape. And yet here you are. Sunny vaguely realized that the Dread Lord was confusing him with the Mad Prince and doubled his effort to tear open the vile worm's throat. At that moment, however, his enemy finally moved. Its tail whipped across the great hall once again, crushing countless Soul Stealer vessels. At the same time, he strained his wings against the coils of Sunny's giant armored body, causing cracks to appear on the surface of the mantle. Much worse than that, the Dread Lord lowered his head and bit into Sunny's own neck. His porcelain fangs pierced the onyx armor plates and sank into the shadows, tearing them apart. It did not matter, though. Hidden deep within the onyx serpent, Sunny let out a mad laugh. More shadows flowed from the open gate of the shadow lantern, mending the wounds delivered to his shell by the odious dragon. He had plenty more hidden away, and his essence was nearly limitless here in Twilight. If the Dread Lord wished to win, he had his work cut out for him. I'll bleed you dry, one drop at a time. Finally, one of his fangs slid between 2 scales and cut into the tough hide beneath. Tasting blood, or maybe simply imagining tasting it with a tongue made of shadows, Sunny let out a triumphant growl. Continuing to maul the shell's neck, the Dread Lord threw his massive body down. Tangled together, the dragon and the serpent rolled across the ruined floor of the throne room, making the whole palace shudder. The marble tiles were pulverized into dust, and countless hollow vessels were turned into puddles of shattered bones and blood. Is Kai alive? The thought flashed in Sunny's mind and disappeared. He did not care, he did not even really remember who Kai was. All he could feel was bloodlust and rage. Crushed under the weight of the Dread Lord, his serpentine body was coming undone. His neck was shredded, and his head was moments away from becoming separated from his body. Even though he was mending the damage, the hateful dragon was tearing through the shadows faster than Sunny could manifest them. But he tasted the dragon's blood. Sunny was full of dark glee. His coils moved, a ridge of spikes growing from his spine. His body was like a circular saw now, sending clouds of sparks flying from the points where it ground against the Dread Lord's scales. More blood flowed, falling to the shattered floor like drops of silver flame. Flame! Letting go of Sunny's neck, the dragon pierced him with a loathsome gaze and opened his maw. Hidden within the serpentine shell, Sunny gritted his teeth. But what came out of the Dread Lord's maw was not a torrent of flame, instead, it was an eerie, melodious, otherworldly sound. It almost sounded like a song. And, enveloped by that harrowing song, the giant body of the onyx serpent shattered. Terrible cracks appeared on its surface, the shadows melting into a tenebrous haze. A deafening sonic boom sent a hurricane of stone dust into the air, and Sunny was thrown away, his shell torn asunder. Freed from the crushing embrace of his coils, the Dread Lord rose, his eyes burning with demented hatred. His gaze landed on the torn remains of the onyx serpent, searching for the human body hidden within. As he was looking, though, a radiant arrow hit the side of his head. A fiery explosion bloomed, pushing the dragon's head aside. Hovering near the cracked dome of the palace, Kai gritted his teeth and drew the string of his bow again. The Dread Lord opened his maw, wanting to give the archer another command. But at that moment, Kai screamed, "Shut your mouth, you traitor!" And, although the authority of his voice was not nearly powerful enough to restrain the defiled saint, the Dread Lord's jaws did freeze for a moment. That moment was all Sunny needed. The two parts of his severed body slithered across the shattered floor like snakes and connected, almost instantly growing back together. His ravaged head rose, baring its fangs, and sank them into one of the harrowing dragon's wings. There, the scales were much thinner, and easier to pierce. More soul-stealer vessels were already pouring into the throne room. These were not as weak as the previous ones, very few of them died from the fall, which meant that there were much more awakened and ascended among them. Kai let another arrow loose. The Dread Lord looked around in fury and let out an infuriated growl. Then, his wings moved, raising a hurricane. The bastard was trying to fly away. Or so Sunny thought. Unwilling to let the enemy go, he tried to hold onto the dragon's wing, but it was of no use. He was thrown aside, crashing heavily on the ground. The walls of the throne room were falling now, unable to withstand the battle of two giant beasts. Soon, the whole palace was going to collapse. Surrounded by hurricane winds and dust, the Dread Lord was rising into the air. He was already reaching the broken dome, ready to break through it and cause the entire thing to crumble. Sunny looked up in fury. "No, no, no. You won't escape." Coiling his massive body like a spring, he sent it flying into the air. His leap produced a shockwave that shattered the walls of the throne room and made the palace quake. His head collided with the Dread Lord, sending the dragon crashing through the remains of the dome. But then, gravity pulled him down. Sunny howled in fury. And, responding to his wrath, his tenebrous body flowed and shifted, changing form. Giant wings sprouted from his back and struck against the air, sending him flying up. Wreathed in darkness, a grotesque figure pursued the harrowing dragon into the sky. A moment later, the six chitinous legs of a giant, monstrous butterfly made of shadows struck the Dread Lord's scales. Chapter 15-14. Burning Rust. Down on the streets of the city, Nephis was making her way to the crumbling palace. She was fighting against the human flood, the radiance of her skin shining brightly in the dim twilight of the early dawn. Her incandescent sword had turned into a blur, followed by a trail of crimson haze. She had long lost count of how many enemies she cut down, how many bodies she sundered, and how much time had passed since the start of this nightmarish battle. No matter how many vessels of the Soul Stealer she destroyed, their number never decreased. Instead, it only grew. More and more of them flooded from all sides, rushing to pierce her flesh with their swords, their spears, their arrows, their nails, and teeth. Their power had grown, as well. There were more awakened warriors surrounding her now, and more ascended. Their powers were like a constant hail that relentlessly assaulted her, lethal and unpredictable, growing more perilous with each step she took. But something else grew with it, as well. Her will. Slowly but surely? Nephis was shaking off the burden of doubt that had covered her heart like rust, at some point. Little by little, its weight had added up, until she became pressed into the ground by it without even noticing. Here, in the throes of this macabre slaughter, there was no place for doubt. There was only combat. Steps, lunges, and feints. The movements of her sword, the movements of her body. The measured ruthlessness of her mind, the cold lethality of her skill. The empty eyes of her enemies, the perilous sheen of their weapons, and the inevitable moments of their deaths. This was clarity. This was the stark world where only pain and will existed. She was always tormented by harrowing pain. Pain burned everything away, leaving only will. And Neph's will was to kill them all. She cut through countless humans, erasing them from existence with her sword. Their bodies came undone under its blade, forming a gruesome path. A river of blood flowed where she had passed, paving the way. Her blood was in that river, as well. Nephis moved with dreadful speed and chilling precision, rending the flesh of her enemies like a radiant, flawless, fatal machine. Lifeless corpses fell to her feet, men and women, young and old. All severed and mutilated, their bodies gaping with horrible wounds. But she wasn't unscathed, either. Just then, an awakened warrior used a strange aspect ability and bypassed the steel wall of her defense. His cleaver landed on her shoulder, biting into the chainmail. Her armor held, and her bones held, as well. But the impact slowed her down, allowing an ascended champion to ram a spear into her back. The chainmail broke. The white tunic beneath it was pierced. The spearhead plunged into her flesh. Snarling, Nephis sent the awakened flying with a kick and twisted, her sword cutting through the shaft of the spear and the ascended's head. The blooded spearhead dissolved into a rain of sparks, and the radiance suffusing Neph's skin dimmed a little. Instead of blood, white flame flowed from the wound on her back, mending the torn muscles and broken skin. A moment later, the wound was gone. Only the pain remained. Nephis gritted her teeth, the same flame burning in her eyes. "Come, all of you!" She plunged into the frenzied mob, calling upon the fires of her soul. Soon, a hurricane of incinerating flames spread through the human river, devouring all who could not resist it. Those who could were cut down by the spirit of light dancing in the midst of the blinding inferno, her sword merciless and unrestrained. The distant palace drew nearer. Nephis had unleashed the flames to burn her enemies, but she couldn't maintain the blaze around herself constantly. Her reserves of essence, no matter how deep, would run out too fast that way. In the end, she released the control of the flame, leaving a burning street in her wake. The hungry fire spread, devouring the broken buildings. The endless, relentless assault of the hollow-eyed vessels continued, unchanged. More and more enemies broke through her defenses, leaving terrible marks on her body. Her bones were broken. Her flesh was cut. Her armor became shattered and torn, full of holes, until it crumbled completely, disappearing into a whirlwind of sparks and leaving only a tattered tunic to cover her radiant body. A sharp sword slithered its way to her chest, piercing her heart. Nephis swayed slightly and stared at the man who was holding the sword, a white inferno burning in her eyes. Then, she reached with her hand and grabbed his throat, crushing it in an incinerating grasp. The sword slid out of her chest, followed by a gust of flame. At the same time, a battle axe landed on her shoulder, cutting deep, and a beak of a warhammer struck her head. But no blood poured out of the fatal wounds. Only fire. Nephis moved, severing the bodies of everyone around her. She did not fall, did not stagger. She did not even slow down. If anything, it seemed as though she had become even faster, even brighter, even deadlier. Washed by the white flame, the harrowing wounds disappeared in the beautiful radiance. Nephis was not going to die yet. No, perhaps, she was only getting started. Losing all restraint and not caring about the pain and the damage dealt to her body anymore, she lunged at her enemies, forcing them to reel back. Her sword tore through their bodies, leaving only death and scattering ash in its wake. "We'll show you." Terrible blows rained on her body, but all the gruesome damage they dealt was washed away by the white radiance. The horror. All around her, the streets of Twilight were being devoured by the spreading blaze of the immortal flame. Nephis was like an undying, insatiable monster of flame that had taken the form of a slender young woman. Now that she had discarded her doubt and her fear, the true horror of her aspect was finally unleashed. No matter how her enemies cut and pierced her radiant body, nothing seemed capable of bringing her down. Her own sword, however, was like an incandescent omen of destruction and ruin, inevitable and inescapable, cutting down everything that stood in its way. Countless lives were melting in front of her merciless blade. Her mind was like a white void. Pain had become will. Will had become flame. Doubt had become ash. Nephis cut a road of blood and scorched bodies through the human flood, refusing to go down. Why would she? These swords, these spears, these arrows, these nails and teeth, she would withstand them all. Using her dormant ability did not diminish her essence, and so, she would continue to kill, and maim, and burn until Soul Stealer came in person to put a stop to her. As long as there was fire, she would light herself on fire. She would endure its harrowing blessing. She would persist. For now. Of course, even the Undying were not invulnerable. No one was. Nephis was going to make a fatal mistake, eventually. Fatigue and mental strain would accumulate, draining her strength away. Then, she would be caught and pinned down, or obliterated entirely. But until that happened, she would continue to burn. Burn brightly in the dim twilight of the endless dawn. Chapter 15:15. Formless Shadow. He had spent months on Alethea's island, fighting against and being killed by all kinds of harrowing creatures. Of course, he had learned a lot about his killers during that time. The hollow butterfly was harder to fathom because it lacked a soul, though, and so its shell was rough and unstable. Sunny did not care. All he cared about was hurting the hateful dragon. His wings had long been broken, failing to regrow, so he clutched onto the body of the Dread Lord with his 6 sharp legs. His giant eyes were facete, consisting of thousands of smaller ones, and so, thousands of harrowing dragons reflected in their dark surface, filling him with boundless rage. His long beak had just pierced the Dread Lord's flesh in the spot where a few scales had cracked, mangling it. Ah! Sunny felt murderous joy. Bleeding and hurt by that last attack, the dragon spread its wings. His maw opened, and another melodious call escaped from it, battering the monstrous butterfly like a devastating ram. Reeling from the shockwave of the following sonic boom, Sunny felt his shell falling apart and growled, mending it. The Dread Lord was a step ahead, though. Before the damaged butterfly coalesced back into a stable form, he tore 2 of its legs with his fangs, then broke another with his terrifying claws. Sunny felt his grip on the odious dragon loosen. No, no! Come back here, you hideous worm! Blinded by pain and driven mad by the scent of blood, he laughed. The massive body of the tenebrous butterfly rippled and then flowed, changing shape. Long tentacles shot from its carapace, wrapping themselves around the Dread Lord's wings and pressing them into his body. Soon, a revolting octopus-like abomination was clinging to him, tearing at his scales with a sharp beak. Sunny had no wings anymore, and the dragon could not move his. They plummeted from the sky slower than they were supposed to, considering that Kai, and, by extension, the Dread Lord, could fly even without wings. But still fast enough. The moment the 2 of them hit the ground, shattering a dozen buildings and sending cracks running through the carapace of the inconceivable carcass Twilight stood upon, Sunny was thrown off the body of the dreadful dragon. He rolled away, his shell already shifting. By the time the Dread Lord rose, a giant leopard of decaying flesh was already lunging at him, aiming to bite into his throat. Their frenzied battle continued. When they fought on the ground, Sunny assumed the form of a land predator. When the Dread Lord tried to rise into the sky, he assumed the form of a flying monstrosity. When the dragon threw him underwater, he turned into the onyx serpent, relentlessly attacking his loathsome enemy in the murky depths. He was crazed and relentless, but his enemy was both powerful and vicious. Even robbed of his most insidious weapon, the Dread Lord was still a harrowing foe. His mighty body, his sinister mind, and his profane voice were all fearsome, capable of visiting unimaginable devastation upon the world. Sunny was suffering much more than the odious dragon, his shadow incarnation receiving more and more soul damage despite being hidden inside an armored shell. But the dragon was hurting, as well. Although the wounds littering his body were not deep, they were numerous, seeping with silver blood. And that was all Sunny wished for. Bleed for me, worm. There was an annoying fly trying to intervene in their battle, hovering around them and sending one arrow after another at the Dread Lord. That fly wanted to steal his vengeance from him, and so, Sunny swiped at it with his claws, sending the pest plummeting down. It soon returned, though, drowning him in rage. Just wait a little. I'll kill you too. Everyone, he was going to kill everyone. But the dragon would be first. Even if Sunny had to rip his own soul apart to murder the loathsome worm, he would see him dead. Die! 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 Even with nearly endless reserves of essence and the boundless fury of the king's resentment fueling him, Sunny was struggling to deal severe damage to the Dread Lord. He vaguely remembered that there was someone else he had to kill, a vile amalgamation of countless beings hiding in the reflections, but he couldn't even slay this winged fiend. Indignant, Sunny broke through the barrier of corpses floating in the water and slithered onto one of the carcasses. Before he could even change his shape, the harrowing dragon bit into his shell, tearing it, and dragged him into the sky. Facets of terrifying claws slashed at him, shattering the onyx plates of the shell and maiming his serpentine body. A hateful voice boomed in his head, making him dizzy. You have returned to the source. I see. She is back too, then? Ripping into the crumbling shell with his maw, the Dread Lord laughed. Laughed at him. Sunny roared in fury. Shall we kill her again? Yes. I will devour her. Right after I'm done with you. Nephis. He was talking about Nephis. Deep in the crumbling embrace of his shell, Sunny went absolutely mad. Forgetting everything else except for his rage, he allowed the shell of the onyx serpent to dissolve into a torrent of shadows, and escaped their embrace. Landing on the shoulder of the harrowing dragon in his fragile human form, Sunny grasped the hilt of the Sin of Solace and plunged it between the impregnable scales. Or at least, he tried to. As if sensing the cursed blade, the Dread Lord finally showed a reaction. The massive body of the dragon recoiled, sending Sunny flying. He fell through the air with terrible speed, plummeting down, there were no shadows for him to safely land into. Before Sunny was splattered against the cold stones, someone caught him, slowing his fall. The two of them hit a stone wall and shattered it, rolling into the courtyard below. Sunny landed on something soft and bounced away. Ah! Leaning on the Sin of Solace, he rose and looked around with bloodshot eyes. The weathered corpses, the battlements, he knew this place. He was back in the floating fortress where Mordred had welcomed them to Twilight. So, the worm is afraid of my sword. A twisted grin appeared on his lips, and Sunny finally noticed another figure struggling to stand up from the cold stones near him. It was that annoying fly. Killing it would only take a split second. Before he could do it, though, a massive shadow covered him. Then, the battered dragon landed on the wall of the fortress, crushing the battlements with his claws. With silver blood streaming down his midnight scales, the Dread Lord gazed down at him, starlight burning in his malevolent eyes. His gaze shifted slightly, crushing down on the annoying fly like an invisible force. You? Chapter 15-16. Consuming Wrath. Somewhere deep down, Sunny knew that he had surrendered his most lethal weapon, his cunning, to the scorching temptation of wrath. But that thought, too, was obliterated by the ocean of boundless rage. That worm is strong. Sunny had called upon his most primal, most destructive power, the shadow shell. He had ravaged the Dread Lord as a ferocious sea serpent, a dreadful butterfly, a decaying leopard, and many more revolting shapes. His attacks had dealt some damage to the enemy, but none of them had made the dragon real. The only thing that had was the Sin of Solace. Sunny glanced at the beautiful Jade Gem. He knows that sword. The Mad Prince had wielded the Sin of Solace, and so, the Dread Lord would be familiar with the sinister power of the cursed blade. Even if it had never been used against him, he would know and fear it. That was because while Sunny could mutilate the dragon's flesh, the Sin of Solace could shatter his mind. It had been created from the whisper of Ariel, the demon of dread, after all. And there was no one more familiar with the terror of Ariel's secrets than the Dread Lord, who was similarly burdened by the knowledge of truth due to his flaw. There was a problem, though. Sunny could only wield the Sin of Solace in a human hand, but his human body could be destroyed by one bellow from the dreadful dragon. Or maybe not. Grinning madly, Sunny dismissed the Jade Gem. At the same time, he called upon the shadows once again. They surged from the open gate of the shadow lantern, enveloping him like a dark tide. And then, a towering figure rose from that tide. This time, Sunny did not create the shell of a serpent, a butterfly, or a fearsome leopard. Instead, he borrowed a page from the devouring beast's book and created the shell that was a perfect replica of himself, only on a much larger scale. Of course, he couldn't compete with the feral plague, who had stood 100 meters tall. But even at a third of her height, his head still rose above the battlements of the fortress. A furious dark giant made of shadows appeared in the middle of the courtyard, sharing Sunny's appearance. His towering body was covered by a cracked onyx armor, and a whirlwind of sparks surrounded his outstretched hand. Memories were mystical tools. They were created from the soul essence of their wielder, and adjusted to suit the wielder's body. That was why Awakened did not need to fit and tailor their armor, or mold the hilts of their weapons to their grip. However, things changed once an Awakened reached transcendence. The body of Ascent could transform, taking an entirely different shape. It was only then that the limit to how much a memory could be adjusted to fit its wielder revealed itself. Different memories had different limits. Some could still be used by the transformed saints, some could not. Generally, the more powerful a memory was, the more flexible potential it possessed. And Sunny was willing to bet that the Sin of Solace, a transcendent memory of the 5th tier, possessed more than enough of it to be useful in the hands of a giant, especially because the form he had taken was only different from his own body in size, and therefore did not require the Jade Gem to stray away from its nature as a sword. All he had to do was pour more essence into manifesting it. 10 times more, 100 times more, 1,000 times more, it did not matter. Sunny's essence was inexhaustible right now. As the shape of a graceful sword, its blade dozens of meters long, started to manifest itself from light, Sunny grinned and dashed forward. It was going to take the Sin of Solace some time to weave itself into existence, and he would have to occupy the loathsome dragon until then. Struggling to control his massive body, Sunny leaned forward and rammed his shoulder into the wall of the courtyard. The entire fortress quaked and tilted, water pouring in through the broken gates. The wall itself cracked and collapsed, forcing the Dread Lord, who had been using it as purchase, to lose balance. Before the dragon could open his massive wings, Sunny grabbed onto him and pulled him down. His face was very close to the Dread Lord's bloodied chest. If not for the visor of the onyx helmet, Sunny would have tried to bite into his throat. "What's this?" Something glistened amidst the silver blood. There, between the midnight scales, was a scale that seemed different from all the others. It was dull grey, as if forged from iron, and had a peculiar shape. Sunny tried to get a better look at it, but at that moment, he heard the annoying fly shout. Sunny! I can't." "What?" And then, a radiant arrow hit him in the back, slid into the crack of the mantle, and detonated inside. No! The left side of the shadow giant's torso exploded from within. His onyx armor, which had already been severely damaged, crumbled into pieces. His left arm, which had almost grasped the hilt of the Sin of Solace, fell to the ground. At the same time, the dragon's maw closed on his neck, shredding it. The Dread Lord growled, tearing the giant's head off with a terrible pull. Blinded by terrible pain and disoriented, Sunny crashed on the cold stones. His shell fell apart, and he was banished from the embrace of shadows. His body rolled and came to halt in the rubble of the shattered fortress wall. He felt cold water licking his torn skin. Ah! The fly, he should have killed it sooner. The loathsome dragon must have whispered a command into the vermin's ear. Letting out a pained groan, Sunny forced his battered body to rise, only to see the Dread Lord's tail swiping at him with terrible speed. Remembering how the hollow vessels of Soul Stealer exploded into bloody mist after being struck by it, he let out a hateful scream and stepped into the shadows. A moment later, he appeared on top of the crumbling wall. From there, Sunny could see the courtyard and the figure of the bleeding dragon below him. He could also see Twilight in the distance, barely visible through the haze of dawn. What to do, what to do? Belatedly, he thought about his shadows. Saint, Fiend, Nightmare, they could help him a lot in this battle. Especially Saint, who was immune to all mind attacks and could resist the authority of the Dread Lord. But thinking about them filled him with endless fury. No one was allowed to steal his vengeance from him, no one. Summoning the shadows would only give them a chance to kill the odious dragon before he could. He would never allow that to happen. This is madness. A feeble thought was drowned by the torrent of bloodlust and demented anger. Sunny was not going to allow anyone to steal his victims. No, if he summoned the shadows, it would only be to kill them. Kill them all. In fact, it was exactly what he should have done. Each of them was a shadow creature, and a powerful one at that, suitable to become fuel for his soul. He had painstakingly nurtured them himself, after all. So, wasn't it only right for him to reap what he had sown? Just imagining the flood of shadow fragments he would receive from slaughtering his servants made Sunny smile viciously. Was that how the Mad Prince had become a titan? It had to be. Where else would the vile madman find enough fragments to form the seventh core, here in the tomb of Ariel? Sunny would be wise to follow his example. But first, he had to kill the dragon. And the traitorous fly. Turning his head to look at his enemies, Sunny lingered for a split second. Out there, far away, wasn't something strange happening in Twilight? Suddenly frozen, he looked into the distance. Chapter 15-17. Supernova. Ah, it hurts. Mordred, who had taken the body of the nightmare creature, was not having a great time. Not only was he being cut and mangled by the vessels of the imposter, but it was also getting hard to breathe. The air was full of smoke, and the buildings around him had caught fire, at some point. But he was so close. Finally, the abominations he had been brutalizing shuddered and died. An ethereal stream of power flowed into his soul, and he fled into the reflections, escaping the cruel blades of the hollow vessels. Appearing a few hundred meters away from the pursuing mob, he left the dying body of the battered nightmare creature and returned to his own. Before too long, a familiar pain tore apart his soul, forcing Mordred to groan. Why does it have to be so unpleasant? A new core was being born in the depths of his soul. He was becoming a monster once again. This will give me some breathing room. The human flood was already surrounding him, seemingly endless. Mordred had only a few seconds of reprieve before the puppets of Soul Stealer would assault him again. His perception spread far and wide, jumping between countless reflections to observe the world. He saw Song of the Fallen, the blind witch. He also saw a giant made of shadows wield a jade sword against a harrowing dragon. Sunless, the madman, was fighting against the Dread Lord. Nightingale was there, as well, kneeling near a puddle of water. At that moment, Mordred's eyes glistened, and a sinister thought entered his mind. Can I? He hesitated for a moment, unsure. But then, a dark smile twisted his lips. Well, even if I fail, it will at least be entertaining. Mordred moved, contemplating how much essence he had left. Reaching the distant fortress would be a challenge. But then, he was distracted from these calculations. That was because he saw something else. Turning toward the heart of the city, Mordred froze for a moment. His eyes widened slightly. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Cassie leaned against a broken wall, clutching her mangled neck. Her armor was slick with blood, and she felt weak. Her beautiful face was pale and tired. Go! The echo of the slain Sybil floated away, the hem of her red dress hovering above the cobblestones. She was going to buy her master some time to escape, and then drown in the flood of hollow-eyed warriors. Sighing, Cassie pushed herself off the wall and continued to flee. She dodged and evaded the nightmare creatures that lunged at her from the ruins, not bothering to retaliate. There was no time for it. The lives of Effie and Jet were hanging in a fragile balance. They were literally hanging from her neck, hidden in an iron locket. That locket pressed her down with the weight of a mountain. She couldn't allow herself to make mistakes. I must escape. Making another turn, she came to a halt in front of a devastated space. Behind her was the tide of pursuing warriors, all staring at her with those eerie empty eyes of theirs. In front of her were the broken gates of Twilight. Beyond them, there was nothing but still water. There was nowhere else to run. Cassie let out a quiet sigh. Turning around, she lowered her bloodied hand and unsheathed the quiet dancer. The slender rapier glistened in the light of dawn, pointing at the approaching puppets of Soul Stealer. She gritted her teeth. Come, then. It's time. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In the heart of Twilight, Nephis finally reached the Serpent King's palace. The palace was no more. It had collapsed, at some point, turning into a vast ruin. Blood flowed between the shattered stones. The Dreadlord was not here. Sunny was nowhere to be seen, either. She was late. A heavy sigh escaped from her lips. Behind Nephis, Twilight was wreathed in white flames. In front of her, a dozen warriors stood motionlessly, surrounding a monstrous figure in a tattered vermilion cloak. If not for his mirror-like eyes, she would not have recognized Mordred of Valor. Soul Stealer. His original body. Nephis stared at the monster silently, an incandescent void shining through her eyes. Then, she took a step forward. Her armor had long crumbled. Her white tunic was torn and cut, revealing the soft radiance of her skin. Even her sword was covered by a net of cracks, ready to shatter into a whirlwind of sparks. She was tired. Found you. Nephis walked toward Soul Stealer, and the figure surrounding him moved to meet her. At the same time, thousands upon thousands of human vessels were pouring from the burning streets, surrounding her. There was no end to them. She had killed so many, but no matter how many she killed, the flood of bodies never ceased. It only grew. The first figure reached her, summoning a long spear. Nephis raised her sword and met its strike. The second figure was already lunging from the side, the third, the fourth. She tried to block, evade, and deflect them all. A few moments later, her sword broke. Even then, Nephis continued to move forward. Step after step, wound after wound, she slowly, tortuously made her way toward Soul Stealer. She almost made it. There were only a few meters left between her and the monstrous creature now, but those several meters were like an insurmountable abyss. Pushed down, Nephis fell to her knees. 7 spears were piercing her radiant body, nailing it to the ground. She couldn't heal these wounds until the spears were gone, but those holding them had no intention of retrieving their weapons. Impaled on them and held down, Nephis couldn't move. Sensing a movement ahead, she raised her head and looked at the approaching monster. Her radiant image was reflected in his mirror-like eyes. Soul Stealer stopped a couple steps away, looking down at her with an empty gaze. His pale lips twisted into a strange smile. Sis-ter. His inhuman voice sounded like shards of broken glass. Nephis looked down. The radiance suffusing her skin dimmed a little. A tormented sigh escaped from her lips. Kneeling, just like she had at the end of the second nightmare, Nephis said, I came into this world as a sharp blade. She raised her head slightly and looked at the monstrous creature with a tired gaze. But with every step I took, my edge was dulled. Her face slowly became impassive, devoid of all emotion. Her voice was like a whisper. I've made compromises, learned how to act reasonably, and forced myself to move with restraint. Nephis took a deep breath and remained silent for a moment. When she spoke again, her voice had grown steady and loud. A hint of an indescribable emotion appeared in her radiant eyes. Glaring at the monstrous creature, she said, "I am tired of compromises. I am tired of being reasonable. I am tired of being restrained." Nephis looked into the eyes of Soul Stealer, furious flames igniting in the depths of her own. "I am Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan." Her gaze was suddenly full of cold contempt. Her even tone trembled with incinerating passion. "Who dares to stop me?" And when she spoke those words, the soft radiance suffusing her skin exploded with brilliant light. A hurricane wind rose, stirring the fire devouring the streets of Twilight. The 7 spears impaling Nephis to the ground caught aflame, melting in its scorching white heat. Although it seemed impossible, the blinding light emanating from her incandescent figure grew even more intense, unbearable to look at. If Sunny was there to see Nephis, he would have witnessed her 6 radiant soul cores swelling with furious light. He would have also seen one of them becoming covered by a net of fiery cracks. Soul Stealer moved, reaching forward, but he was too late. In the next moment, all the flames burning across the ruins of Twilight were suddenly absorbed by the incandescent figure kneeling in front of him. For a split second, the world was still and silent. There was a whisper. And then, everything dissolved in white radiance. Chapter 15:18. Ruin. And then, the entire world was suddenly drowned in white radiance, blinding him. Stunned, he raised a hand to cover his eyes and saw a pristine star ignite in the heart of the distant city. It swelled, growing into a massive sphere of furious flame. Everything happened in an instant. The buildings nearest to the white star simply dissolved in its pure light, evaporating. Those further away exploded into dust and were erased from existence by an obliterating shockwave. Those behind them were flattened and melted, turning to ash from the immolating heat. A wave of incinerating fire, taller than the towering walls of the city, spread outward at lightning speed, consuming everything in its path, buildings, trees, cobblestones, even air itself, and all the tiny human figures flooding the crumbling streets. Behind it, the furious star rose and deformed, slowly turning into a mushroom cloud of incandescent white flame. The pillar of fire supporting it dwarfed everything, reaching toward the sky. What? Even driven into madness by fury, he was momentarily paralyzed by the harrowing splendor of that inconceivable sight. Twilight! Twilight was being destroyed in front of his eyes. That was when the invisible shockwave reached the fortress, shattering its walls and throwing him down. The deafening roar of the explosion came next, shaking the world. Sunny plummeted from the broken wall and hit the cold stones with a sickening sound. Bouncing off the hard surface, he rolled and then instinctively covered his head with his hands. In the next moment, a rain of stone debris fell down, pummeling him like crushing hail. Who dares? Deaf from the cataclysmic roar of the blast, he screamed furiously and tried to stand up. Something hit him on the head, but Sunny did not care. Hunched, he rose from the ground and peered into the dust that had enveloped everything around, searching for the massive figure of the dragon. So what if all of Twilight was devoured by flame? So what if it seemed like the sky had been shattered and fell down? He was still going to kill the hateful worm. Why is it so dark? The colossal pillar of flame had reached the heavens and collapsed on itself, torn apart by the wind. The furious light of the pure white star had dimmed and disappeared, plunging the world into darkness. A vast cloud of ash rose into the air and obscured the 7 suns, turning the twilight of dawn into a lightless gloom of dark devastation. Asterisk. Far away, in the scorched desert that had been Twilight, ash fell from the sky like snow. In the heart of the ruined city, nothing but darkness remained. Even the air itself had been burned away by the inconceivable heat of the obliterating explosion, and so there were no flames burning on the blackened stones. The only source of illumination in that dark abyss was a radiant figure that stood amidst the destruction, surrounded by ash and ruins. It was slowly coalescing back into the shape of a beautiful young woman from pure light. Her brilliant skin did not have a single blemish on it, and her shining hair flowed like incandescent silver, emanating a blinding white radiance. Her pristine light reflected in the boiling water, creating a small island of light in the sea of searing darkness. Twilight was still and silent, with nothing but water moving on its vast, smoldering expanse. The numerous human bodies of Soul Stealer were all gone, devoured by the merciless flames and turned to ash. The nightmare creatures who had battled against them were gone, too. Only Nephis remained, illuminating the darkness with her light. And because she was the only one left, the indestructible reflection of the sinister mirror fiend had nowhere to go but into the depths of her radiant, harrowing eyes. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Nephis was standing on the surface of a calm ocean. The world around her was suffused with sunlight, and the perfectly still water below her bare feet glowed beautifully, reflecting the brilliance of heaven. It was as if she was standing on a sea of golden clouds, awash in breathtaking light. 7 suns shone brightly above her head. She looked at them impassively. She had felt the terrible agony of one of her soul cores, the terror core, destroying itself before. But so many defiled abominations had been consumed by the unleashed flames of her soul that it was reformed anew. With it, the 7th core was born. The last core. The pain of its creation had already passed, and Nephis was a titan now. She looked away from the 7 suns and gazed silently at the only spot of dirt and darkness in her perfectly radiant world. Out there, some distance away, a repulsive creature stood, staring at her with mirror-like eyes. It did not look like a human, nor did it look like a nightmare creature. Instead, it was like a revolting amalgamation of countless people, countless abominations, all joined together into a monstrous patchwork being that shifted and changed form with every move, every breath, every moment that passes. The shifting monster towered above her, staining the pure waters of her soul with darkness and corruption. Soul Stealer grinned, reaching forward with countless hands. He called her name with countless voices. His countless eyes festered with hatred and greed. But also fear. Nephis looked at him with contempt. Her even voice echoed across the radiant expanse, uttering a single word. Burn! And then, the beautiful landscape of her soul changed. The water Soul Stealer stood upon was no water at all. Instead, it was liquid flame, as if he was standing on the surface of a furious white star. The golden clouds floating above him were not vapor but incandescent gas, as if he was drowning in burning stardust. Most harrowing of all, though, was the light of the 7 suns. Because here in the sea of changing star soul, there was no escape from their incinerating rays. The radiance of the 7 suns swelled, turning the calm ocean into an incandescent white void. And, trapped in that merciless void, Soul Stealer burned. Chapter 15:19. Reverse Scale. He grinned, forgetting about how torn and battered his body was. Looking up, Sunny saw 2 cold silver stars burning in the darkness high above him, the eyes of the murderous dragon, gazing down upon him. The dragon moved, and at the same time, the shadows moved, as well. The drowning fortress shuddered. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Slumped near a puddle of water, Kai gasped for air. He was suffering from terrible pain and struggling to breathe. That blow Sunny had delivered him before was not a light one. He suspected that several of his ribs had been cracked or broken. His muscles were torn, as well, so drawing the bow was a torment. This really is a nightmare. More than anything, Kai felt lost and confused. The battle the government forces were supposed to observe had already been a disaster. The terrible journey through the merciless white desert was like a feverish dream. Before he knew it, they were standing in front of a towering block of black stone, preparing to enter a seed of nightmare. Kai had thought that he had prepared himself mentally for the dreadful trial of the spell, but he had been wrong. Coming to his senses in the dim throne room of a mysterious palace was unlike anything he had ever expected, and much more terrible. Sunny was there, pulling him away from the falling debris. He heard some outlandish things about an evil dragon, who was also his twin, and an army of alien warriors that were supposed to help the cohort. A few moments later, the dark dragon was in front of them, commanding them to kneel. Kai knew that Sunny never lied, of course. But hearing that voice and feeling the irresistible authority contained within it, he fully realized that it was all true. The abominable dragon was, indeed, a copy of him. A much more powerful, vile, and corrupted version of Kai, who had betrayed his friends and was now trying to kill them. How could he turn on Sunny, Effie, Cassie, Nephis, and Colonel Jet? Kai did not know, but the truth was undeniable. Learning that truth hurt much more than having his ribs broken. Things had moved very fast from that point, not giving him an opportunity to process the bitter revelations and make sense of what was happening. Sunny warned him to stay away and suddenly turned into a giant serpent, attacking the dragon furiously. Had his friend somehow become a saint already? Kai did not know. Why did he have to stay away? He did not know that, either. There were many things Kai did not understand, but then, there was no real need to. At the core of it, the situation was clear, the cohort was up against a dreadful foe, and the lives of his friends were hanging in balance. That was why Kai tried to help Sunny fight the dragon, as best he could. The three of them rose into the sky, and he saw a strange city built on a vast island, illuminated by the light of 7 rising suns. The streets of the city were flooded with people. Those people were fighting against a legion of nightmare creatures, but somehow seemed more sinister than the abominations they fought. Kai only caught a glimpse of them, though, engrossed by the battle against the vile dragon against himself. Sunny seemed to have lost his mind, for some reason, shifting between the forms of various harrowing creatures. Consumed by fury, he wasn't able to differentiate between friend and foe. That was how Kai ended up being battered and suffering grievous wounds from his own friend. He should have listened to Sunny's warning better. But even if he had, he wouldn't have left Sunny to fight against the abominable dragon alone. Eventually, the three of them ended up away from the city, across the vast expanse of water littered with dreadful corpses, in the ruins of a fallen fortress. There was a bright flash, and the deafening roar of a distant explosion. And now, Kai was surrounded by darkness. Cold water was licking his skin. Ah! Using his awakened ability, Kai could see through the darkness. He could also see through the billowing dust, and even through the stone debris. All around him, the world had gone mad. The shadows were surging, turning into numerous dark hands. Those hands, each possessing 7 fingers, tore at the dreadful dragon with sharp claws. At the same time, Sunny was trying to build another giant around himself, his attempts failing time after time. The dragon seemed wary of the enormous white sword that lay on the cold stones, partially buried in rubble, and so destroyed the giant ruthlessly, each time, before it could take shape. Slowly but surely, Sunny's body became tattered and broken. Even though he did not bleed, Kai could see that his condition was deteriorating swiftly. Sunny did not seem to care, consumed by the strange derangement, but Kai did. I have to do something. Even though Kai was not as powerful as his friends, he was not at all weak. He was an ascended, too. He had led soldiers into battle and killed dreadful nightmare creatures, survived impossible odds, and triumphed where most other people would have perished. He had burned alive in the dragon's flame and lived to slay the dragon. The problem was that Kai could not really move. His head was full of dreadful whispers, and the remnant will of the abominable dragon was forcing him to do things he never wanted to do. Simply resisting that call was taking all of his strength, and that was with the dragon not paying him any attention, as well. His thoughts were not his own. Betrayed you, poisoned you, and made you into an abomination, lured you, abandoned you, traitor, traitor, traitor. Kai groaned and grabbed his head, but the whispers only grew louder. The worst part about them was that, because of his flaw, Kai knew that it was all true. He, the other he, had indeed been betrayed, corrupted, used, and abandoned. By none other than Sunny, the person he trusted the most, the other Sunny, perhaps. At least that was what the dragon believed. Hurt him, kill him, punish him, take his hope away, take his will away. Take his crown away. Kai gritted his teeth, refusing to listen. He knew himself very well. That, wasn't him. That wasn't them. Luckily, Sunny was attacking the dragon so fiercely that it had no time to turn its gaze at Kai. And so, the insurmountable authority of its command was slowly growing weaker. Groaning, Kai turned to the puddle of water and looked at the one who was hiding in the reflections. His lips moved. "Be ready." With that, he slowly picked up his bow and raised it with trembling hands. His bow was a transcendent memory of the 5th tier, and there were plenty of enchanted arrows in his soul arsenal. The problem was that, despite that, Kai had failed to deal substantial damage to the abominable dragon. Ironically, the most damage he had dealt was to the shadow giant Sunny created, just before the explosion. However, with his supernatural sight, Kai had long noticed a special scale hidden on the dragon's chest. It was of a different color than all others, as if forged from iron, and had a peculiar shape. Looking down, he looked at the iron amulet in the shape of an anvil hanging from a string on his neck. That amulet had been with him since the second nightmare, given to him by Sunny. And so, his evil copy must have possessed it, as well. Ignoring the pain, Kai gritted his teeth and rose, then strained his muscles, and drew his bow. The string was heavy. One shot. Sunny seemed to be moments away from death, so there would be no time for another. He couldn't miss. He wouldn't miss. Silencing the deafening whispers that drowned his mind, Kai did what he was best at, aimed his bow, held his breath, and allowed his fingers to slip from the string. A sinister red arrow flashed through the darkness and hit the small iron scale hidden among countless others on the chest of the lunging dragon. The dragon's claws tore through the forming shadow giant and struck Sunny, pressing him into the ground. The arrow failed to pierce the creature's tough hide, and so Kai swayed, suddenly weak from blood loss. But it did break that single scale, cracking it in two. In the next moment, the man hiding in the reflection was suddenly gone, and the dragon froze in place. Something sinister reflected in the depths of his silver eyes. Chapter 15-20. Dreadful Soul. Mordred watched as Nightingale, picturesque despite being bloodied and covered in dust, drew his bow and let an arrow loose. He had fled to the floating fortress after noticing the denial amulet fused into the Dread Lord's scales, and just in time. Something truly curious had happened in Twilight, destroying all the reflections he could have used to take a look. It was probably Changing Star's fault, or Soul Stealer's fault. In any case, Mordred would have been burned to a crisp if he had not left the city. After traversing the still water and reaching the fortress, he hid in the reflections and observed what was happening inside. Sunless was fighting like a madman, more of a madman than he usually was, while the Dread Lord viciously mauled and battered him. Truly, it was a miracle that Sunless had been able to battle the tyrant of Verge for so long, and even deliver countless wounds to the mighty dragon. What other master could have done the same? That guy really boggled the mind. Nevertheless, there was something strange about their fight. The defiled saint could have gone for the kill a long time ago, but he was restraining himself. Probably because he wanted to capture Sunless alive. And make him a slave again. That made sense. Although Mordred mostly knew about the 6 plagues from the records he had spied in the frozen reflection of Twilight, the Mad Prince seemed to have been the deterrence the tyrant of Verge used to keep the other 5 defiled champions in check, especially Soul Stealer. Now that Soul Stealer had finally turned on him, Sunless and his sinister soul were the best weapon the Dread Lord could use against the rebellious fiend. Mordred studied Nightingale for a while, amused. Have I really submitted to that naive fool? Well, he must not have remained naive for long after becoming defiled. Still, how had Soul Stealer missed the chance to become the master of the Mad Prince himself, after Changing Star was gone? The imposter was really a disappointment. Regardless, Mordred had spoken to the Nightingale, the original carrier of the denial amulet, just before Twilight went up in flames. The charming archer had a part to play. And now, it seemed that he had played it brilliantly. A red arrow whistled through the air and struck the small scale on the chest of the giant dragon, cracking it. What a shot! How hard would it be to hit a target so small, and a moving one at that? Mordred allowed himself to admire the precision of the ascended archer for a split second. And then dove into the Dreadlord's corrupted soul. Here we go. Smiling, Mordred found himself surrounded by darkness. The darkness extended its revolting tendrils, trying to catch him. A forest of them rose from all sides, slithering like snakes. Trembling slightly, he evaded the grasp of corruption and dashed forward. That's why I hate invading the souls of nightmare creatures. At least he possessed both of his hands here. Sadly, Mordred could only reflect the powers and weapons of the master of the invaded soul, not use his own. And since the Dread Lord had surrendered to defilement and was thus banished from the nightmare spell, there were no memories here for Mordred to summon. The memories were given by the spell, and taken away by the spell. There were other things he could steal, though. Almost caught by the harrowing tendrils, he jumped and soared into the air. Flying was not something Mordred did often, but he had experienced it before, so, learning how to use this particular ability only took him a moment. His body rippled and swelled, becoming covered by impregnable scales. 2 mighty wings sprouted from his back, and his teeth turned into sharp porcelain fangs. He became a dragon. Mordred had not been a dragon before, but he had stolen bodies of nightmare creatures of a similar kind. So, he grew accustomed to this new shape quickly. Finally, his eerie gaze pierced the vile darkness and found a figure standing in the heart of it, lonesome and lost. The soul of the Dread Lord still maintained its human appearance. He must not have surrendered to corruption entirely, yet. A vicious smile twisted Mordred's reptilian lips. Time to die. He wasn't sure which one of them was going to die, but was eager to find out. Mordred was merely an ascended monster right now, while the Dread Lord, there were 5 repugnant masses of corruption hidden in the boundless darkness of his defiled soul, so he had to be a corrupted tyrant. The chances of victory were slim. But then again, Mordred had killed numerous foes who were more powerful than him, more experienced than him, more knowledgeable about the nuances of their aspects than him, more proficient in using their memories than him. However, none of them had been as resourceful as him, as resolute as him, or as ruthless as him. Nightingale was a brave, but naive fool, so how much better could his corrupted version be? If there was one thing Mordred was afraid of, though, it was the knowledge of the defilement the Dread Lord wielded. That was why this battle was a gamble, even more so than every other soul battle Mordred had fought in the past. I'll just have to kill him before he has time to say anything, then. In the distance, the lonesome figure moved, finally noticing the invader. A mad light ignited in the Dread Lord's eyes. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Far away, among the scorched ruins of Twilight, nothing living moved. The buildings, those that were far enough from the epicenter of the blast to not be reduced to dust, had either collapsed or stood blackened and deformed. Ash fell from the dark sky like snow, covering the desolate landscape. Most of the living beings that had witnessed the birth of the radiant star had been turned to ash, but piles of smoldering corpses still remained at the edges of the city. The walls surrounding Twilight had collapsed, and the giant carcasses beyond them were scorched. A pale hand rose from the water among those carcasses. Surfacing, Cassie climbed onto the carapace of a dead abomination and gulped for air. Then, she collapsed and lay motionlessly, ash falling on her face from the dark sky. The iron locket was still with her, safe and sound. A slender rapier hovered in the air above the blind girl, seemingly concerned. Cassie concentrated on it, feeling her consciousness begin to slip. Go. The quiet dancer hesitated for a few moments, then disappeared into the darkness. Cassie sighed and allowed her battered body to relax. Laying on the blackened carapace of a dead abomination, she turned her head to face the ruins of Twilight. A cold, pale smile appeared on her lips. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In the heart of the destroyed city, Nephis slowly opened her eyes. Soul Stealer was no more. The bright radiance suffusing her skin slowly grew dim and disappeared. The white flames dancing in her eyes were extinguished. Her silver hair, which had been flowing in an ethereal wind, fell down. Standing naked amidst the scene of utter devastation, she shivered and looked around. Her mind was empty. After a while, Nephis realized that her tunic had been destroyed, and summoned another memory. The familiar weight of the Starlight Legion armor, the only one she had left, settled on her shoulders, making her feel comforted. That armor. It felt as if she was forgetting something. Twilight. Soul Stealer, the Dread Lord. As she remained motionless, considering her thoughts, a slender rapier fell from the dark sky and hovered in front of her, trembling slightly. Nephis looked at it impassively. The rapier turned, its tip pointing into the darkness. "You want to lead me somewhere?" "Quiet dancer," that was Cass's echo. The rapier trembled again, and then flew forward. Frowning slightly, Nephis followed. Chapter 15:21. Sharpest Arrow. A vicious battle must have been taking place in the dragon's corrupted soul. The maddening whispers thundering in Kai's head finally grew silent. He swayed, then took a labored breath and limped toward Sunny. His friend was laying on the cold stones, barely alive. His body was a terrible painting of torn flesh, white bones visible through its mangled mess. Eerily, he was still not bleeding at all. Usually, Kai would have been reassured by that fact, but right now, it looked like Sunny was already a cold corpse. But he wasn't a corpse. Sunny was still moving, struggling to stand up. Even after battling a defiled St. Tooth and Nail, he was still unbroken, trying to continue to fight. As Kai approached, he heard his furious whispers. "Kill you? I'll kill you, or shut up. I'll tear you apart." Strangely enough, his hateful gaze was not directed at the archer. Instead, Sunny was glaring past him, seemingly at an empty spot. Kai felt his heart tighten. What is happening to him? Sunny had always had a wild personality, and there was that time he had turned a little feral in the Dark City, but he was never truly mad. Now, however, it seemed as though his friend had entirely lost his mind. There must be a reason. He had warned Kai to stay away before, had he not? That meant that this strange conditioned Sunny was in had a purpose. To resist the authority of the Dread Lord, most likely, somehow. It had to be a part of some cunning scheme. He would deal with it later. For now, Kai had a more serious problem to solve. The abominable dragon was still alive. And while that man, Mordred, seemed confident in himself, there was no telling who would prevail in their dire fight. The result would be clear in seconds. But Kai looked at the dragon with a lost expression. The Dread Lord, Mordred, both of them were monsters. He still remembered what the scion of the great clan Vaylor had done in the second nightmare. The harrowing massacre he had perpetrated in the Kingdom of Hope was not something a sane person would ever commit. Even if he did win, was it really fine to let the dreadful authority of Kai's voice fall into the hands of someone so depraved? Wait a little more, Sunny. I'll come back for you, soon. Turning away from his friend, Kai gritted his teeth and pushed himself off the ground. Soaring into the air, he strained his core muscles to draw the string of his bow, and at the same time, summoned the sharpest arrow he had in store. That one was not capable of producing devastating blasts, or robbing nightmare creatures of their strength. Its enchantment was rather simple, it burrowed much deeper than other arrows would, piercing flesh and bone like butter. The drawback was that the arrow was flimsy and fragile. It was disobedient and slow, too, so hitting anything with it was a tough task. More than that, its tip would shatter against any kind of armor, therefore, it wasn't easy to make use of the insidious enchantment. But now that the abominable dragon was nearly paralyzed by the battle happening within its soul, Kai had a chance. Of course, the battle could end at any moment. It could even end right now, leaving him defenseless in front of the terrifying dragon. Nevertheless, he brought himself right to the dragon's maw, and looked into the dragon's silver eyes. Then, Kai activated his ascended ability and uttered a command. He wasn't addressing the Dread Lord, however. He was addressing himself. Kill him. Suddenly, a fierce strength filled his broken body, and a cold, frightening will flooded his mind. Raising his bow, Kai aimed carefully, and sent an arrow flying straight through the Dread Lord's radiant eye. The distance was too short for it to stray off course, and there was no armor in the way to make the tip break. The insidious arrow slid into the dragon's eye, pierced through it, and burrowed deep into the creature's brain. It had been shot from a transcendent bow of the 5th tier by the hand of a master, and so the havoc it wreaked inside the Dread Lord's head was truly gruesome. His body had been battered in the battle against Sunny, and his soul had been weakened by the battle against Mordred of Valor. The dragon shuddered and let out a terrible groan. Blasted by that groan, Kai was thrown back and crashed into the pile of stone rubble far below. Above him, the dread lord convulsed, a fountain of silver blood shooting from his open maw. His head drew an arc in the air. And then, the mighty dragon toppled and fell heavily to the ground, his silver eyes growing dim. This time, forever. Barely conscious, Kai heard the spell whisper into his ear. You have slain a corrupted tyrant, hideous ruler of the empty sky. You have? Consumed by pain, he didn't hear the rest. He did, however, hear a terrible scream. Turning his head, Kai saw a human figure rolling on the ground in agony. It was Mordred, the scion of Valor, missing a hand and covered in blood. There was something terribly wrong with that lunatic, though. His face, which had seemed to be incapable of showing earnest emotions, was now twisted by a terrible grimace, an eerie darkness devouring his eyes. Letting out a stifled groan, Mordred clutched at the stones and crawled to the nearby puddle. Reaching it, he thrust his hand into the water, into his own reflection, and tore something from within his chest, then threw it away. The thing looked like a soul shard, a piece of a mirror. Hitting the ground, the mirror shard suddenly rippled and turned into a vague figure. That figure then turned into a perfect copy of Mordred. A reflection, created by ripping one of his cores out of his soul. There was something terribly wrong with that reflection, though. As Kai watched, stunned, the visage of Mordred was twisted and deformed, tendrils of vile darkness sprouting from within it. The ghastly creature suddenly looked incredibly threatening and sinister, a frenzied smile blooming on its blooded lips. It was as though he was watching a seed of corruption bloom, turning the human into a nightmare creature right in front of his eyes. Still on the ground, Mordred whispered a quiet curse. That was truly unpleasant. He did not look capable of fighting the defiled reflection, though, in that wretched state. Kai was laying in the rubble, his body broken and mangled, so he was not much better. Sunny was still writhing on the ground, trying to stand up, but he was the most corpse-like of them three. I must protect him. Kai tried to move, but a surge of pain sent him crashing back down on the sharp stones. A short yelp escaped from his lips. With unwanted tears in his eyes, he looked up and saw the vile reflection walking toward his friend. Its missing hand had sprouted terrible glass claws, and its jaw was unhinged, twisted fangs growing through the mangled flesh. No! Before the creature could reach Sunny, though. A slender rapier pierced its chest, and a radiant hand grasped its head. In the next moment, the reflection was illuminated from inside by a pure white light. Smoke rose from its open mouth and charred holes where its eyes had been just a moment ago, filling the air with the revolting stench of burned flesh. Then, a net of cracks covered the creature's body, and it shattered like a glass sculpture. Behind it, the figure of Changing Star was revealed, looking down with an emotionless expression. Sparks of pure white flame danced in her cold grey eyes, and she somehow seemed both the same and different from the last time Kai had seen her, back in the Nightmare Desert. Turning her head slightly, Nephis looked at the corpse of the harrowing dragon and remained motionless for a few moments. Then, she said, her voice strangely devoid of feeling. We won. Chapter 1522. Break of Dawn. An inferno of dark, malignant rage was consuming his aching heart. No, no, no. The dragon, the hateful worm, was laying dead on the wet stones, stolen from him. Silver blood was pouring from his opened maw and obliterated eye, slowly spreading across the ruined courtyard. If only there had been more time, if only no one had interfered in their fight. Sunny would have been able to slay the dread lord himself. He knew he would. But the dragon was gone. And now that he was gone, Sunny's suffocating fury needed a new target. Kill them all. I'll kill them. He could sense several shapes through the shadows. The loathsome fly that had stolen his prey, the crippled fiend who had come from the water, and a macabre abomination that had been spawned by a tainted shard of the fiend's soul. And the most odious of them all, a pale young man wearing a nebulous black mantle, who was looking at him mockingly with a derisive smile. Look at you, fool. Mad as a hatter. How pathetic, how familiar, how distasteful. Sunny growled. The abomination was staggering toward him, piercing him with the demented gaze of its rotten eyes. Glass claws were growing from its stump, and twisted fangs were growing from its blooded maw. He grinned. Good, good. He couldn't stand up for the moment, so the creature was graciously delivering itself to him. Sunny was going to enjoy tearing it apart. But before he could, a slender rapier pierced the abomination's chest, and a radiant hand grasped its head. The creature glowed with incandescent light, being incinerated from within, and then shattered like a broken mirror. He howled, his hoarse voice full of indescribable rage. No, no. Another, they stole another from him. Thieves, traitors. He had to kill them, rip them, savage them, break them. As Sunny growled and tried to push his mangled body up, someone approached and halted a mere step away. He looked up and saw a breathtaking young woman looking at him silently from above, her beautiful face devoid of emotion. Her silver hair was moving slightly in the wind, and radiant sparks were dancing in her cold grey eyes. I'll destroy you. Sunny tried to summon the shadows to rip the young woman's body apart, but his muddled mind failed to contain the intricate patterns of the manifested forms. The vicious shadow hands crumbled and dissolved before taking shape. The young woman studied him for a few moments, then kneeled and put a hand on his head, caressing his hair. Her touch made Sunny shudder. I have to kill her. The visage of the smoke streaming from the abomination's burned eyes flashed in his mind and disappeared, drowning in the sea of madness. But somehow, even though Sunny wanted nothing more than to see the young woman die, he hesitated for a moment. It was then that she spoke, her voice sounding both strange and familiar. Sunny. He gathered his strength, preparing to lunge at her. Dismiss your crown. He had not thought that a more profound rage existed, but when he heard those words, his entire being ignited with a harrowing fury. The thought of surrendering his crown filled Sunny with a boundless ocean of frenzied wrath, deep and dark enough to be unfathomable. That wrath was far more scorching than the rage he had felt toward the odious dragon, and vaster than even the hatred he felt toward the thieves who had stolen his prey. However, the authority contained in the voice of the young woman was absolute. It was nothing like the cold commands of the dragon, which had been oppressive and domineering to the point of being irresistible, but only nearly so. There was a boundless abyss between nearly and absolutely. Drowning in fury and at the same time filled with horror, Sunny felt his very soul respond to the young woman's order, following it obediently, as if he had no will of his own. He felt broken and violated, which only made his bloodlust and desire to kill explode more. Despite that, though, he still could not even attempt to disobey. She ordered me. The crown of Twilight dissolved into a whirlwind of sparks. And with it, Sunny's frenzied wrath disappeared as well, leaving behind only horror. Confusion, too, and pain. Finally, the pain he had been ignoring caught up with Sunny, making him shudder and let out a tormented groan. He was consumed by agony. But then, the hand resting on his head ignited with a soft glow, and its comforting warmth chased the pain away. A wave of cleansing white flame spread through his body, mending his broken flesh and healing his harrowing wounds. The sense of relief it brought was overwhelming, which only added to Sunny's confusion. Soon, he was left laying on the ground, disoriented and feeling lost. Everything that had happened since he activated the king's enchantment of the Crown of Twilight was like a blur, but the memory of it remained, etched into his mind. What happened? Sunny felt incredibly tired, but he forced himself to raise his head. Nephis was kneeling in front of him, wearing the Starlight Legion armor, for some reason. Her striking grey eyes were calm and cold. Behind her, the corpse of the Dread Lord towered above the ruined courtyard of the floating fortress. Kai was laying on a pile of rubble, heavily wounded. Mordred was there, as well, staring at the dead dragon with a grim expression. The world was dark, with only a few rays of pale sunshine pouring through the veil of ashen clouds. There was something else, as well. A black crow was perched on the remnants of the broken wall, staring down at them. Sunny looked at Nephis, a storm of emotions raging in his heart. Noticing that he had regained his senses, she nodded simply and rose. Turning away, she walked toward where Kai was laying, his ivory armor painted by blood. Soon, soft radiance flowed from her hands, healing the archer. At the same time, Mordred sighed deeply and looked at Kai with a hint of resentment. "Why did you do it?" "I almost had him." Kai met his gaze somberly, and then said in a hoarse voice, "That was why I did it." The Prince of Nothing remained silent for a moment, then grinned with dark amusement and turned to Nephis. Waving his bloody stump in the air, he asked blithely, "Don't I get healed?" Her answer was cold and even. "Wait for your turn." Sunny observed it all, too tired to move, and too numb to think. Soon, two figures climbed over the pile of rubble that the wall of the fortress had turned to. They were Effie and Jet. Effie was walking while supporting her weight with a spear, while Jet was carrying unconscious Cassie. When she appeared, both Crow and the Quiet Dancer rushed to her side. The wind tore apart the veil of clouds, and finally, the light of dawn illuminated the drowning fortress once again. Sunny looked at the sky pensively. A strange thought surfaced in his mind. Week 1. Chapter 1523. Endlessly flowing. The floating fortress where the Dread Lord had died broke apart and drowned in the still water. The water itself was starting to move, sparkling in the sunlight. Now that the Serpent King's city and whatever enchantments had held it in place were destroyed, the current was slowly returning. Soon enough, the current would carry it all, the blackened ruins of Twilight, the corpses of the defiled that had stormed it, and the broken ships of its fallen defenders, to the edge, then throw them into the lightless abyss that lay beyond it, where they would never be found or seen again, unless someone braved the void and reached the very bottom of Ariel's dreadful world, erasing all signs that Twilight had ever existed from the endlessly flowing surface of the great river. Until the next cycle came. Hopefully, Sunny would not be there to witness it. The cohort had returned aboard the chain breaker before the fortress drowned. Now, they were observing the charred carcass of the inconceivable abomination that had served as the foundation of Twilight slowly crumbling and submerging underwater. The brilliant explosion had put a net of cracks into it, and now, the weight of the immense carapace and the water pressure were slowly pulling it apart. Well, some of them were observing. Some were in no condition to pay it much attention, if any at all. Cassie was still unconscious. Her wounds, including the deep gash on her neck, had been healed by Nephis, but the blind girl was showing no signs of waking up, yet. Surviving the mayhem and the obliterating blast must have taken a toll on her. Nephis herself was sitting at the stern of the flying vessel, staring into the distance with a detached look on her face. She was utterly exhausted, but also, this was her usual state after overusing her aspect. It was as if her humanity had been burned away, and needed time to restore itself. Somehow, Sunny felt that this time, that process would take longer than it had in the past. Which was understandable. He already realized that the devastating explosion that destroyed the city, and turned every living being on its streets to ash, had been somehow caused by Nephis. Sunny did not know the details, but could see that she was a titan now. That had to be the result of her fires consuming all the nightmare creatures that had been fighting against Soul Stealer, and then killing the Mirror Fiend himself. Nephis, half-breed, innate ability granted her a portion of the soul fragments of all beings killed by her flames, after all. He himself was in no mood to observe the collapse of Twilight, either. Slumped against the trunk of the sacred tree, Sunny was not much different from Nephis. Using the king's resentment had taken a toll on him, making him feel utterly drained and exhausted. His gaze was distant, and his face was pale from fatigue. There was also a confusing storm of emotions raging in his heart, but at the same time, he was too numb to deal with that mess. For now, he was simply happy to be alive, happy that all of them were alive. While their enemies, against all odds, were dead. Saint, Fiend, and Nightmare were guarding the ship and keeping an eye on Mordred, in case the bastard decided to do something malicious. However, the Prince of Nothing did not seem inclined to turn on his allies, at least not just yet. He walked around the chain breaker looking curiously at this and that. That would have infuriated Sunny if he wasn't feeling so drained. What was that guy so curious about? He had already seen everything there was to see here, hiding in their eyes on the way to the second nightmare. Perhaps looking at things through someone else's eyes and doing it yourself was not quite the same. Right, perhaps this chain breaker was not the same as the real chain breaker they had left in the real world, either. In any case, Mordred was not a problem, for now. Which left only Effie, Jet, and Kai. The first two had been spared from participating in the battle for Twilight. Cassie had apparently saved them from being taken by Soul Stealer with the help of the Black Beast locket and then carried the locket out of the city before the obliterating blast. Kai, meanwhile, was full of questions, but too polite to ask them all at once. The poor guy must have been utterly confused. Out of all of them, the start of his nightmare was perhaps the most dreadful. As a result, the three were standing at the railings, looking at the blackened corpse of Twilight and talking quietly between themselves. Kai's expression constantly changed between stunned, expressionless, and mortified. Look at him, emoting so much. Wait. He was the one who killed the Dread Lord, wasn't he? Damn. If I had a credit for every time Kai killed a dragon, I would have 2 credits now. Strange. Sunny studied the face of his friend for a few minutes, considering if he had to apologize for trying to kill him. Kai had blown up his shadow shell, too, so they were probably even? In any case, this dilemma seemed too tiring and complicated to consider right now. Looking away, Sunny turned his full attention to the wood grain of the Chainbreaker's deck. Everything had gone wrong in Twilight. He had failed, but also prevailed, in a sense. Soul Stealer was dead. The Dread Lord was dead, too. The army they had hoped to recruit was dead as well. And Nephis had used the Shadow Bond to cure Sunny from madness, but still. She had broken her promise. Again. And saved him, again. What a mess. Tired and confused, he closed his eyes and lowered his head to the root of the sacred tree. He just wanted to sleep. The problems, messy as they were, could wait until tomorrow. Chapter 15:24. Bitter, sweet. Even this place of endless dawn had a night, just like the crimson expanse of eternal dusk had one. However, nights were short and fleeting at the edges of the great river. Before he knew it, the 7 suns were already rising again. The world became painted by the soft colors of the breaking dawn. With a sigh, Sunny rubbed his eyes and sat up. He felt strangely great. His body was in perfect shape because of Neph's healing flames, and his mental energy had been restored with the help of the Shroud of Dusk after having a good sleep. Nightmare had also guarded his dreams, as well as the dreams of everyone else aboard the Chain Breaker. Here in the pyramid built by the Demon of Dread, that alone was more important than one would think. Great! Nevertheless, his good mood was diminished when he remembered what had transpired in Twilight. I should probably be happy, right? Beyond himself, even. And he was, to an extent. 2 of the most dangerous enemies there were in the tomb of Ariel had been slain, so why wouldn't he? Finally, the end of this nightmare did not seem so distant as to be impossible anymore. Salvation was within reach, already visible far in the distance, just like the first rays of the rising suns were, shining from beyond the horizon to break the reign of night. But Sunny couldn't feel completely happy. That victory of theirs had been too perilous, almost turning into defeat. In fact, it should have been a defeat, if not for a couple miracles. Other than that, he was not happy with himself, personally. Sunny had accomplished a few astonishing feats during the battle for Twilight, true, reaching the throne room of the Serpent King's palace, lifting the curse of frozen time, resisting the authority of the Dread Lord, fighting the defiled saint almost to a standstill while being inhabited by madness, and even realizing the full potential of his current level of mastery over Shadow Dance. What other master could boast that they were not only capable of transforming themselves akin to a saint, but were also not limited to a single static form? Turning into monstrous serpents, winged horrors, and dreadful beasts, truly, the depth of his divine aspect was slowly starting to put the entire hierarchy of Awakened under question. Most of the things Sunny had done yesterday, nobody else could have accomplished. And without him there, the cohort would have undoubtedly perished. And yet, In the end, he had been defeated. He had been defeated by the Dread Lord, and he had been defeated by the King's resentment, enchantment of the Crown of Twilight. Most of all, he had been defeated by his own lack of foresight and knowledge. He was only alive by chance. Knowing that did not feel great at all. Sunny sighed. Well, one can't win every time. He knew that such thoughts were immature and childish. He had long realized, after all, that his allies were a part of his power. So, their triumph was his triumph, just like his triumph would be theirs in turn. Still, Sunny couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed in himself. He had done remarkably well in this nightmare up until yesterday. Experiencing a serious setback was a change of pace. And then there was the fact that Nephis had to resort to using Shadow Bond in order to make him come back to his senses. He did not know how to feel about it. Logically, there was no reason to be hurt or angry. It had been done for his own good, after all, and brought him no harm. It might very well have saved the lives of his friends, too. In fact, if Sunny had been able to think at that moment, he would have asked Nephis to use her power over him to help him escape from the insidious effect of the King's resentment himself. That would have been a cunning way to cheat the system. But humans were not logical creatures. All Sunny knew was that he could not forget that moment. The horror of having his will violated in such a tyrannical fashion. The hopelessness he felt when his body and soul moved despite his wishes, refusing to obey him. Obeying someone else instead. The demented fury he had felt at that time only made the experience so much more disturbing and vivid. That memory was like a shadow that hung over his head. Grimacing, Sunny shook his head and looked around. A moment later, his expression soured. He noticed a pair of hateful eyes glaring at him from a few meters away. The Sin of Solace was back, looking at him mockingly. Finally awake, are you? So, how does it feel to be? Shut up. Sunny did not let the sword wraith finish and stood up, deciding to go find the other members of the cohort. Nephis was still in the strange state of having had her reserve of humanity burned away by the terrible torment of her flaw. Usually, she would have already been up and about, preparing breakfast for the cohort, but today, that did not happen. Instead, Nephis was simply meditating at the stern of the chain breaker, unmoved and unbothered by anything. The other members of the cohort had chosen not to disturb her. There was a tantalizing smell spreading through the air. Effie had taken it upon herself to cook up a feast, using the supplies stored in the cargo hold of the flying ship without sparing any of the ingredients. Sunny heard his stomach growl and realized how hungry he was. Soon, all of them, even Nephis, had gathered on the mess deck, sitting around a table. Cassie had regained consciousness, but was still pale. Kai seemed to be a bit out of it, undoubtedly digesting the many incredible twists and turns of this bizarre nightmare. Effie and Jet were, more or less, their usual selves. It almost looked like the good old days when the cohort shared meals together, with the added bonus of having Jet keep them company. There was only one thing spoiling the atmosphere. Mordred was also there, sitting near Sunny and looking at them with a curious expression. The Prince of Nothing picked up a pair of chopsticks and smiled pleasantly. What's for breakfast? Chapter 1525. Memory of Light. Which was understandable, considering that they were sharing the table with a homicidal maniac. Mordred was nothing but amiable and pleasant, but it was exactly his disarming charm that made everyone feel disturbed and uncomfortable. After all, they all knew what the Prince of Nothing was capable of, some better than others. Mordred was not the only one who made the conversation feel stifled, though. Nephis was still detached and impassive. Cassie was keeping quiet, as if she had forgotten how to speak. Sunny was not in the mood to talk, either, concentrating on his food. Kai was deep in thought, still struggling to come to terms with what he had learned from Effie and Jet. After a while, all 7 of them were more or less done with the meal. In the silence that followed, Effie glanced around the table. So? She leaned back and smiled. Is anyone going to explain what the hell happened in that damned city? Sunny looked at her somberly. So did Nephis and Mordred, the former without any emotion, the latter with a hint of amusement. At that moment, Jet stretched her legs, crossed them comfortably, and nodded. Yeah. Actually, I'm dying to know, too. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, trying to imagine the situation from their perspective, then sighed. Taking a sip of tea, he said, "Well, first of all, our base assumption was wrong. We assumed that Twilight had been frozen in the middle of a battle between its army and the invading forces of the Defilement, but in fact, it was a battle between Soul Stealer and the Dreadlord all along." He paused, then added in a dark tone, "They must have breached the walls of the city, which allowed Soul Stealer to consume the souls of everyone in Twilight. That was when he turned on the Dreadlord and tried to consume him, as well, and when the Mad Prince made use of the situation to activate the defensive array and trap them both. So, when I deactivated the array, both of those fiends were unleashed." Across the table from him, Cassie suddenly spoke. "Some of us have a good chance of resisting Prince Mordred's power, but some don't. That was why you two had to be hidden from Soul Stealer." She turned slightly, facing Mordred. He smiled innocently. "I don't like it at all." Sunny stared at the Prince of Nothing silently for a moment, then looked away. "Don't worry. You don't have to be wary of him too much. We are currently allies, after all, and he knows that if something untoward happens, this nightmare will become his grave." The threat hidden in his words was not very subtle. But Sunny did not really worry about Mordred. There might have been something really wrong with that guy, but he was not a fool. The exact opposite, actually. He knew that harming any member of the cohort inside the Tomb of Ariel would be a fatal mistake. Especially now, right after Soul Stealer had been destroyed by Nephis, Mordred would not risk making them all his enemies. At least not until the very last moments of the nightmare. Sunny sighed. In any case, pretty much as soon as the array was deactivated, Kai and I faced the Dreadlord. I had to use an enchantment of the Crown of Twilight to resist his commands, but at the cost of plunging into an uncontrollable rage. While the two of us fought against the dragon, Nephis and Cassie found themselves surrounded by the vessels of Soul Stealer. He paused. "I am actually not too sure what happened next." Saying that, Sunny hesitated. He said that he did not know, but in truth, he did know something. Shimmering runes were glowing in the air in front of him. They read: Name, Nephis. True name, Changing Star. Rank, Ascended. Class, Titan. Soul Cores, 7/7. Soul Fragments, 7,000. Which was already startling enough. But there was something else near the end of the field of runes. Several new strings had appeared there. Those were the runes that truly gave him pause. Shifting his gaze slightly, Sunny read them once again. Aspect Legacy, Memory of Light. Aspect Legacy Description: a beautiful tree grew from the ashes of doubt, bearing fruits of knowledge. Knowledge of fire, mastered. Knowledge of Unend. 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 There were 7 strings in total, with only one of them revealed and described as mastered. So, whatever happened to Nephis in Twilight had not only allowed her to become a Titan, but also unlocked her Aspect Legacy. And that Aspect Legacy was more than a little bit strange, seemingly granting some sort of knowledge instead of relics. Sunny would lie if he said that he wasn't interested in learning what had happened. He looked at Nephis, hoping that she would explain at least something. She remained silent for a few moments, then shrugged indifferently. I tried to make my way to the palace, but Soul Stealer stood in my way. Facing defeat, I made a breakthrough and conceived of a new way of using my aspect, just like you had conceived of using yours to take shapes of powerful creatures. So, I used one of my soul cores as fuel and destroyed it to unleash a conflagration of soul flame. Sunny stared at her incredulously. On paper, what Nephis said made sense. He had indeed managed to deepen his understanding of his aspect and create techniques like Shadow Shell and Shadow Incarnation, thus becoming more powerful while remaining of the same rank. In a similar fashion, Nephis could have deepened her understanding and reached new heights of power. But there was a piece of the puzzle missing. So, your aspect allows you to burn your own soul and use it as fuel. But why was the explosion so immense and destructive? She looked at him impassively. My soul essence is especially potent, as you know. The explosion would have been devastating, regardless. But yes, there was another element, as well. It was sorcery. Sunny raised his eyebrow, hiding how perplexed he was. Sorcery. Nephis nodded. Yes. The sorcery of names. I used the name of wind to fan the flames burning across Twilight, and absorbed them. Then, I ignited my soul, and whispered the name of fire. You saw the rest. In the end, all vessels of Soul Stealer were destroyed. The remnants of the defiled horde were destroyed, as well, allowing me to reform the Terror Core and form a new one. She paused for a moment. With nowhere else to run, Soul Stealer was forced to enter my soul. I burned him. Her even tone and motionless face made it seem as though destroying a corrupted titan, millions of his puppets, and thousands of nightmare creatures in one fell swoop was nothing out of the ordinary. The rest of them stared at Nephis in stunned silence. In the end, Effie grinned. Good job, princess. Let's be friends, okay? Sunny was thinking about something else. Knowledge of fire. He had an inkling of what the knowledge Nephis had received from her aspect legacy was. It had to have contained the true name of fire, at the minimum, of every kind of fire there was, perhaps. It must have also elevated her already unmatched affinity to flame to entirely new heights. Nephis, meanwhile, looked at Effie with a hint of confusion in her striking grey eyes. Aren't we already friends? The huntress chuckled and raised her thumb up. Chapter 1526. Tempered in Flame. I received a fair number of memories, too, sadly, not nearly as many as one would have expected, considering the death toll of the explosion. Still, there is at least one or two for each of us. We can distribute them later. With that, she turned to Sunny. That is what happened to Soul Stealer. What happened to the Dread Lord, though? How were the three of you able to kill him? He lingered for a bit. Cassie almost died in that explosion. Is Neph not concerned about that at all? A slight frown appeared on his face. Eventually, he grimaced and answered in a dark tone. Well, I already said that the Crown of Twilight allowed me to ignore his commands. That should have made things easier, since his most fearsome weapon was taken away. In practice, though, so was mine. My mind. Without being able to think straight, I was no better than a frenzied beast, worse, even, because even a beast would have used everything at his disposal to survive. He shook his head. But I was unwilling to summon my shadows, or work together with Kai to bring the Dread Lord down. That was unfortunate, to say the least. In the end, we ended up outside the city, in that floating fortress. I tied down the fiend, relentlessly attacking his body. That gave Kai an opportunity to destroy the amulet which had protected the bastard from Soul Stealer, and that gave Mordred an opportunity to attack his soul, in turn. Sunny glanced at Kai and smiled from the corner of his mouth. The Dread Lord was paralyzed for a few seconds, and our resident Dragon Slayer used those seconds to drive an enchanted arrow through his brain. That was how the three of us, but mostly Kai, managed to kill him. Kai had also prevented Mordred from taking possession of the Dread Lord's body, which would have undoubtedly given the Prince of Nothing ideas. Right now, he could be trusted not to turn on them because he needed Nephis to destroy the First Seeker. If Mordred had the power to subjugate her with the authority of the dragon's voice, though? Who knew what he would have done? In hindsight, Kai's decision to not wait for the results of the soul battle might have saved them all. Sunny gave Mordred a somber look. Gods! How did I end up on the same team as that guy? Noticing his gaze, the Prince of Nothing smiled. Oh. I would have killed the Dread Lord myself. Probably. There was a little problem, you see, a seed of corruption somehow ended up blooming in my soul. Luckily, I managed to extricate the infected part and turn it into a reflection before the disease spread. So, I am back to being a mere beast. Alas! Now, it was time for them to stare at Mordred. What the hell? Who talked about becoming infected with corruption, cutting up their own soul, and turning the contaminated portion of it into an external entity in order to heal themselves? What insanity was that? Then again, perhaps Sunny wasn't the best person to accuse someone of insanity. He was currently living out the devious plan concocted by his past defiled self, after all. While he was contemplating whether any of the 7 people present on the mess deck could be called sane, Jet smiled and winked at Kai. Congratulations, Ascended Nightingale. Welcome to the club, the I Killed Myself Club? No, that doesn't sound right. Let's call it the Other Side Club. You know, for people who killed the other, evil version of themselves. She yawned lazily and summoned a wisp of mist, making it swirl around her fingers. So, did you unlock your aspect legacy, as well? Or at least received a powerful memory? Oh, you could have received an echo, even. Having an echo of yourself would be really weird, right? Everyone looked at Kai, imagining him having an echo of himself. He coughed awkwardly. No, I did not unlock my aspect legacy. Or receive a memory, or an echo. Actually, something strange happened. He hesitated for a moment. I seem to have received an attribute, instead. The Dragonslayer attribute. I am not quite sure what it does. Sunny tilted his head, slightly bewildered. So, it's an actual attribute. What does the description say? Kai seemed to blush a little. You know, something about being forged in battle, tempered in flame, and quenched in dragon blood, stuff like that. Sunny stared at him incredulously. Well, damn. I bet the spell was generous on the compliments, too. In any case, Kai's new attribute had to have made his friend stronger. Considering the description, it most likely had something to do with durability and elemental resistance. Maybe there was a deeper layer to it, too. The truth would come out in time. Good, that was good. The cohort was finally assembled, and most of the members had already grown stronger. Nephis had received a collection of powerful memories, as well. Considering the strength of the nightmare creatures of the Defiled Legion, many of them would be of the transcendent rank. Sunny still had 5 supreme soul shards stored in the Covetor's coffer, so he would be able to elevate some of those memories to the supreme rank, as well. The cohort would be ready to face Verge and Torment. The only plague that remained. Was that by accident, or the result of someone's intent? The will of the Mad Prince? Or Torment's own? Sunny did not know, but suspected that one of those two, or maybe even both of them, had harbored plans for Verge behind the Dreadlord's back. He sighed, then looked at Cassie and asked, not addressing anyone in particular. So, what's the plan now? Nephis answered immediately, no hesitation in her steady voice. What else? We sail for Verge, of course. Then, she turned to Cassie and asked, what is the fastest way we can get there? The blind girl hesitated for a moment. I'll have to check. She stood up and left, soon returning with a heavy crate. The stone slates they had recovered in the drowned temple of the defiled Sybil were stored there. It took Cassie some time to lay the slates out on the table, reference them, and come up with an approximate route. In the end, she pointed to a particular slate. There, the shape of a graceful castle was etched. It seems that the fastest way to Verge is to simply sail downstream and keep going until we almost reach the dawn of time. However, the blind girl put 2 slates that did not seem to have anything in common together. With what we know about the shape of the Great River now, we can save a lot of time by simply crossing it, sailing past the western edge, and braving the inner void. That way, we should be able to bypass most of the journey into the past and land near Verge directly. A strange silence settled on the mess deck. Nephis studied the stone slates for a while, then nodded. This will take us close to Fallen Grace first. Let's stop there on the way, then, before departing for the final battle. She looked at them, her gaze lingering on Sunny for a few extra moments. Eventually, she said, if there are no objections. He might have been mistaken, but it seemed as though at least a hint of liveliness had returned to her voice. Well, The words liveliness and Nephis did not really go together, but it was a great relief to see that her humanity was slowly coming back. She was even interested in their opinions, his opinion in particular. At least it seemed that way. Sunny sighed. What else is there to do? If we want to escape this nightmare, Verge is the only way. He shrugged. No objections from me. The others did not have any, either. After a few moments of silence, Nephis nodded. Onward to Verge, then. Chapter 15:27. Leaving Twilight. The great river flowed below them. By now, the sight of the world in constant motion was both familiar and calming. Sunny had a feeling that returning to reality, where the ground was solid and unmoving, would be a strange experience. There were no nightmare creatures in the vicinity of Twilight, so they could relax for a few days. The members of the cohort rested and recuperated, not doing anything in particular. They slept, consumed delicious meals, and spent their time in idleness. Even Mordred's presence did not dampen the peaceful mood. He was nothing if not accommodating, even pleasant to be around. Of course, he was. True monsters knew better than anyone how to appear sympathetic and friendly, after all. And the Prince of Nothing was a singular existence even among the insidious monsters. But that was fine. Sunny did not mind sharing a ship with him, as long as Mordred was an ally. Gods knew that the cohort needed all the help it could get in this dreadful, utterly unreasonable nightmare. Sunny himself did not do much in the first few days of their journey across the great river. He slept some more, spent some time staring at the sky, and chatted with Kai, describing the past events of the nightmare in more detail. The month he had spent with Nephis on the carcass of the black turtle, the battle with the azure serpent. Their meeting with Ananke and the visit to Forlorn Weave. The journey to Fallen Grace and their reunion with Cassie. The battle against the defiled Sybil, the dreadful months they had spent on Alethea's island, and their eventual escape. In the process, Sunny also spoke about the many mysteries they had solved and the startling revelations they had received in the tomb of Ariel. Looking back, he had truly learned a lot here, both about the past and the present. And about himself. Kai was the perfect audience for his outrageous tales. Sharing his experiences with a friend soothed Sunny's conflicted heart, a little. He was not quite all right, after suffering so much in Antarctica and on the Great River, how could he be? But he was at least back to being his usual spirited self. Almost. There was still the issue of what had happened at the end of Twilight to deal with. If there was a way to deal with that, even. Sunny felt that he at least owed it to himself to have a talk with Nephis, pointless or not. But with Nephis being in that strange dispassionate state, talking with her about deeply emotional issues did not seem like a good idea. She was slowly recovering, at least. So, Sunny decided to wait until she was back to her usual self before broaching the topic. With that, there was nothing for him to do. Eventually, the chain breaker traveled far away from Twilight. They were still bathed in the beautiful blaze of the endless dawn, but the waters the graceful ship was braving had imperceptibly changed. They were surrounded by danger once more. From here onward, there would be untold horrors hiding beneath the waves once more. The radiant sky would harbor terrifying abominations once more. And so, the members of the cohort would have to maintain vigilance at all times once more, ready to fight for their lives. The mood aboard the chain breaker subtly changed. That said, strangely, Sunny was not too concerned. Perhaps it was arrogance, but looking at the 7 people gathered on the graceful ship, he felt confident in their chances of at least reaching Verge unharmed. Had there ever been a more deadly cohort of masters? Surely not. Kai and Effie were veterans of both the Forgotten Shore and the Antarctic campaign, with plenty of incredible feats under their belts. Soul Reaper Jet was one of the most feared individuals in the world, with even saints being wary of her sinister blade. Cassie was someone whose lethality could not even be evaluated by mundane means. And then there were Sunny, Nephis, and Mordred. The 3 wielders of divine aspects, unheard of in history. Their individual power was already outside the scope of what masters were supposed to be capable of, and when put together. If anything, Sunny should have felt concerned for their enemies. Speaking of Mordred. Sunny had wished to avoid him entirely, but having access to the well of knowledge the Prince of Nothing possessed was simply too tempting. Granted, the bastard lied as easily as he breathed, so anything he said had to be taken with a grain of salt. In fact, as a rule of thumb, nothing Mordred said could be trusted. But Sunny still wanted to ask him a few questions, especially those that almost no one else could answer. Mordred could usually be seen at the bow of the chain-breaker, where Saint stood guard with Morgan's warbow in her hands. He seemed to be very interested in the graceful stone knight, or maybe the bow she held. In any case, he could be found there most of the time. Sunny left his usual spot under the branches of the sacred tree, walked past Ananke's ketch, and approached the Prince of Nothing. Sensing his gaze, Mordred looked up. "Ah, Sunless. What a pleasant surprise. Did you want something?" Sunny glared at him for a few moments, then sighed and summoned the shadow chair. Noticing it, Mordred raised an eyebrow, as if remembering something unpleasant. "Oh." Sitting down, Sunny remained silent for a bit, then said evenly, "Yeah, I did want something. Just to chat for a bit." He glanced at Mordred and asked, trying to keep his tone devoid of hostility, "So, how is Ravenheart treating you?" The Prince of Nothing gave him a curious look. "Ah, you know. The weather is not great, but the people are really charming. Well, you've met Seishan and Beastmaster, so you must have an idea. It's like I'm living in a flower garden." Sunny smiled, nodded, and asked cordially, I see, so what are the sovereigns up to? Are they really going to abandon the waking world?" Chapter 1528. New Eden. How should I know? Am I a sovereign? Sunny stared at him silently for a few moments. Eventually, he shook his head. "No, but you are a son of one, was raised by another, and currently serve the third. If you don't know, then who would?" Mordred laughed. "Well, if you put it like that, it does sound like I should know. However, Sunless, you seem to be mistaken about something." "The thing is? I don't care to know. Why should I care about the waking world? Whatever happens to it has little to do with me." Sunny frowned. Indeed, Mordred had spent most of his childhood in the dream realm, so he had little attachment to Earth. More than that, he was not someone who would care about the lives of hundreds of millions of innocent people, let alone feel inclined to do something to save them. All Mordred cared about was his revenge against the great clan Vela. A faint smile appeared on Sunny's face. "Sure, you might not care about the waking world. But you do care about your father's plans, at least as far as to be able to try and ruin them better. So cut the crap and just tell me what you know. If you don't mind." Mordred stared at him with amusement for a while, then sighed and shook his head. "Well, why not? But I'm afraid that you are overestimating me. I really do not know what my father and the Queen of Worms are planning. I am not exactly on speaking terms with the former, and the latter does not trust me enough to share such secrets. All I know is that they are serious about having a war with each other. That was why I joined Kisong." He lingered for a moment and added, his voice losing its usual light-heartedness, "I'll warn you, though. Don't presume to understand the sovereigns, Sunless. You might think that you have them figured out, but you don't. They are far older than we are, and far more powerful. They are also not some cardboard villains. My father, Kisong, and the third one, are the most exceptional individuals of their generation, or maybe even of all generations. They did not end up on their thrones by accident." Sunny looked at him somberly. "What are you trying to say?" Mordred shrugged with a smile. "I'm just saying that you might find it hard to understand their plans. Abandoning the waking world? Well, that surely sounds like something they would do. But if you think about it, why would they do that? Even if the sovereigns only care about the dream realm, they still need Awakened to populate it. An Awakened cannot exist without mundane people. You can't make an omelette without breaking eggs, and you can't get a stable supply of eggs without a poultry farm. Something like that." Sunny remained silent for a while, thinking about what Mordred had said. Although the terms he used were very cynical, the underlying message held true. Indeed, there had to be an immense population of mundane people for a comparatively small amount of awakened to emerge. If the waking world was indeed destined to be consumed by the dream realm, the sovereigns could not allow themselves to abandon it completely before that happened. Which went against what Sunny had learned about them before. He frowned, feeling confused. Eventually, Sunny shook his head and asked, his voice somber. "What about the third one? Astarion, what does he want?" As soon as those words were spoken, Mordred's smile dimmed, growing strangely forced. He leaned forward slightly. "Sunless, do me a favor, try not to speak that name aloud. Otherwise, he might actually hear you." Sunny blinked a couple of times, staring at him incredulously. "Come on. Really?" Mordred let out a long sigh, then shook his head reproachfully. "I'm not saying that to scare you, I'm just telling the truth. The old man, his powers are a bit beyond comprehension. If you feel threatened by Kisong or my father, wait till you meet him. Better yet, hope that you never will." Sunny leaned back, crossing his arms. What's so scary about him? If he's so powerful, why isn't he participating in this war Song and Vela started? Where is he? Come to think of it, where does he come from? There is almost nothing written about him in the history books. Is he a legacy? Does he have a clan? An army? Mordred shrugged. The thing you need to understand about him is that his domain is different from those of the other two. Yes, domains can be different in nature. Most are like what my father and Kisong possess, territorial. That is why Vela and Song are fighting over territory. But not his is more of an idea than a place. He remained silent for a few moments, then said somberly, "You must have realized by now that the great clans were built by those who inherited the divine lineages. Vela was born from the lineage of war, Immortal Flame from the lineage of sun, House of Night from the lineage of storm. Clan Song rose to prominence later, after Kisong discovered the lineage of beast. The old man is the one who has the lineage of heart, however, there is no clan he belongs to. Do you know why that is?" Sunny shook his head. "The lineage of Heart God. Heart God was also the god of souls, as well as emotions, memory, hunger, and growth. What kind of aspect could Astarion possess, then? What powers did he wield? What was the nature of his domain?" Mordred took a deep breath, then smiled. "Well, it's because he does not come from the legacy clans. Legacy clans have been in power since before we were born, so we are conditioned to assume that it has always been like that. But, in fact, there were many powers competing for the right to shape the world as they saw fit, back in the chaotic time after the spell first descended. Some more terrible than others. The old man is the last remnant of one of those vanquished powers." Sunny remembered hearing about that. From what he knew, the current system, with the government and the legacy clans maintaining the world order together, was established after several other, fringe factions had been defeated by the first legacies. Even with all the sins of the current regime, the ones that could have been would have been much more terrifying. At least that was what he had been told by Wake of Ruin. Mordred lingered for a moment. "Ah, by the way, the old man is not that old, actually. It's just what I call him. The faction he comes from, you see, was a small group of the Path of Ascension zealots. Real fanatics, far more extreme than anyone you could have met among the legacies. Now, those people, they were really in favor of abandoning the waking world completely, believing that the nightmare spell was meant to pave the way for a new beginning. That the dream realm was a wild garden meant for a new breed of humans." He shook his head. "And they did abandon the waking world, establishing an isolated colony in the dream realm not long after the first masters ascended. The man who would one day become the third sovereign was actually born there. In fact, he was the first human child born in the dream realm. The original dream spawn." Mordred smiled. "Well, in any case, those reclusive extremists did not last long. Their colony was eventually overtaken by nightmare creatures, and he was the only one who survived. In the end, he found his way to Bastion, met my father, was brought back to the waking world, and joined Broken Sword's cohort. The Prince of Nothing looked at Sunny with a strange expression, then frowned. I hope that satisfied your curiosity. All this talking made me thirsty. I think I'll go find myself something to drink. He rose and moved to walk away, but then lingered for a moment. Looking back, Mordred said in a friendly tone, "Oh, by the way, I said before that you'd better hope to never meet that guy. Sorry. I don't think you'll have a choice. The old man, you see, is very interested in people with divine bloodlines. Considering your connection to Shadow, the only missing lineage, he'll probably come find you someday. Your precious changing star, as well, since there might not be another dream spawn anywhere in the two worlds." With that, he smiled pleasantly and walked away, leaving Sunny alone. The chain breaker continued moving west, the leaves of the sacred tree rustling gently in the wind. Sunny stared silently at the vast expanse of the great river, his head full of dark thoughts. Goddamn! It was really unfair. He did not even have the lineage of Shadow God, blood we've had greedily devoured it a long time ago. Why did he have to deal with a mysterious and sinister sovereign? It was not as if Sunny did not have a host of other terrible problems he had to deal with already. Mordred might have been lying, as well. It was only then that Sunny thought back on their conversation and uttered a quiet curse. The Prince of Nothing had talked for so long, but did not give a straight answer to a single question. That bastard. Chapter 1529. Worm of Doubt. However, Sunny did not dwell on the distant threat of the sovereigns for long. He did not have the luxury of worrying about something waiting far in the future when there were lethal dangers waiting for him in the present. Or past, technically, considering that Verge was situated far downstream, as close to the source and the estuary as the Seekers of Truth had been able to build it, before the defilement was born. Not long after he talked with Mordred, the chain breaker was attacked for the first time since leaving Twilight. The cohort dealt with the swarm of the drowned with comparative ease, allowing him to collect a few soul shards and for Jet to replenish her reserves of essence. After that, they maintained a battle-ready schedule at all times. Sun's shadows stood guard at different points of the ship day and night. Nephis and Cassie took turns steering the graceful vessel, keeping it at low altitude, sometimes just above the flowing water. Jet's Crow and Kai scouted ahead for signs of approaching danger. The most useful scout, however, was none other than Mordred. With his ability to perceive the world through reflections and the vast expanse of water around them, he could see far and wide, warning them of any suspicious movement far in advance. They did not have to fight too often. Sometimes, danger came from below the water, and sometimes, it came from the sky. But most of the time, the great river remained calm and peaceful, leaving them with plenty of free time on their hands. Knowing that the cohort was drawing closer and closer to the inevitable attack on Verge with each passing day, Sunny threw himself into weaving. There was a lot for him to do. He had 5 supreme soul shards, which meant that 5 of the transcendent memories the cohort possessed could be potentially elevated to a higher rank. The first thing Sunny had to do was choose what memories to alter. He chose the first 2 rather quickly. They were the transcendent armors Effie and Kai had received in the second nightmare, the former after slaying the Sun Prince, the latter after slaying the Ivory Lord, Dragon Sevirax. Both were potent and possessed tremendously robust weaves, making the possibility of the alterations damaging or destroying them slim. Best of all, they were memories of the first tier, so a single soul shard was enough to change their rank completely. The third memory Sunny decided on was somewhat of a harder choice. It was the transcendent weapon of the 7th tier Nephis had received for slaying Soul Stealer. The weapon, which could take many forms, possessed several insidious enchantments. In a sense, it was similar to the Cruel Sight, but much more versatile, destructive, and potent. Because of the similarities between the 2 silver blades, Sunny had an easier time studying its weave. Therefore, he had a better chance of transplanting a new nexus. Sadly, transplanting 7 was currently beyond his abilities, not that he had enough supreme soul shards. However, Sunny decided to attempt isolating a single enchantment and supplying that enchantment alone with the power equal to that of a supreme memory, thus creating a strange and unheard-of memory of a hybrid rank. The enchantment he chose was responsible for channeling elemental damage, as well as protecting the blade from harm. Considering Nefer's propensity for destroying her memories with her own flame, or simply by exposing them to too much punishment, that single improvement would serve her very well in the future. The remaining 2 memories he decided to alter had also been received by Nephis in Twilight. Both of them were of transcendent memories of the first tier. One was an arrow, while the other was a charm. The arrow possessed a simple enchantment that enhanced the force delivered by its impact, and could also shape that force into a flat, severing field. The charm was a more complicated one, and served to enhance the material properties of other objects, making weapons sharper, armor more durable, and so on. With that arrangement, 2 of his companions would be better protected, 2 would be capable of delivering more harm to the enemy, and 1 would be able to better support the rest of the cohort in any kind of situation. With his plan set, Sunny began the work, studying the weaves of the chosen memories in great detail, creating threads of shadow essence, and preparing himself for the alterations was going to take him a long while. He hoped to be done with the process by the time they reached Fallen Grace, and if that failed, then at least before they reached Verge. Days passed with him being completely concentrated on the task. Strangely enough, studying the unfamiliar weaves also gave him some inspiration for his own unrelated project, the complicated puzzle of turning the Covetous Coffer into a semblance of an echo. For a while, Sunny was fully engrossed in the mysteries of weaving, not paying attention to anything else, except for occasional attacks on the chain breaker. Slowly, however, a note of dissonance invaded his focused mind. Sunny was reluctant to pay it much attention at first, but with each passing day, the worm of doubt that had entered his mind continued to grow harder to ignore. Especially because the Sin of Solace did not miss any opportunity to remind him of that small contradiction. The thought gnawing at Sunny's mind was a seemingly innocent question. How did Cassie survive the explosion that consumed Twilight? At first, he had not paid that detail any attention, simply being glad and relieved that the blind girl was alive. But the more time passed, the more it bothered Sunny, for some reason. Except for Mordred, who had been sent back to his physical body, all members of the cohort had been thrown out of the mirror realm in approximately the same location, past the open space where they had met Soul Stealer, near the inner districts of the city. From there, Nephis had made her way to the palace. Cassie, however, had somehow ended up near the gates of the city when the explosion happened. She then dove deep into the still water beyond the gates to save herself, as well as Effie and Jet, from the obliterating blast. But how had she found herself all the way near the wall of Twilight? It had to have been immensely difficult to fight her way through the flood of Soul Stealer's vessels and the remnant abominations of the defiled horde. The distance between where the cohort had found themselves and the outer limits of the city was much greater than the distance to the palace. Cassie couldn't have reached the water by accident. So how had she done it? There was only one reasonable answer. It was that Cassie's goal had always been to escape the city. Which meant that she had known what would happen all along. Chapter 1530. Blessing of Misfortune. Cassie had survived, which brought him indescribable joy. He would have been broken if she had perished in Twilight. Nephis would have never forgiven herself for causing the death of her best friend, either. Not to mention that Effie and Jet would have been killed, as well, making the heartbreaking tragedy simply unbearable. So, it was the epitome of wonderful that Cassie had survived. But how had she survived? He did not know. It was close to impossible for her to be driven all the way to the limits of the city by accident. Which meant that she had fought her way there on purpose. Which meant that she knew what would happen. Which was also impossible. Not even because Cassie would have shared such precious information with them, allowing the cohort to come up with a better plan, but simply because she was not capable of perceiving the past and the future in the tomb of Ariel. She had told them so herself. All Cassie saw in her visions, ever since entering the nightmare, was darkness. That was what saved her from sharing the fate of the Sybils, who had all been defiled by the visions of the estuary. Here in the tomb of Ariel, Cassie was blind to the future and the past. That was her saving grace. She could not have known what would happen in Twilight. Otherwise, she would have been defiled, and she wasn't defiled. Sunny knew that because he could see Cassie's soul, and because she was still a carrier of the nightmare spell. And yet she had to have known, somehow. It made no sense at all. Confused, he even remembered the eerie and nonsensical thought that had entered his mind after they escaped Alethea's island. That Cassie could have been able to remember the previous cycles of the Great River, just like the Mad Prince had. Which would make her torment. But she couldn't be torment for the same reason. If she was, Sunny would have been able to see the darkness of corruption in her soul, and the spell would have banished her from itself. The strange incongruity gnawed at him more and more with each passing day. The only reasonable explanation was that fate had played a trick on them. It was almost impossible for Cassie to have found herself near the gates of Twilight when the explosion happened, but only almost. She must have gotten incredibly lucky. Sunny was no stranger to witnessing extremely improbable events. His entire life was full of them due to his fated attribute. This time, they must have received a blessing of fortune. There was no other sensible way to explain what had happened. And still, he was restless, plagued by doubt. It was to the point that Sunny was having trouble concentrating on weaving. He found himself glancing at Cassie furtively when she was nearby, and then felt ashamed for doubting one of his companions. Not to mention that it was absolutely useless to try and spy on the blind girl secretly, because she could have been watching the world through his eyes, and would be aware of him looking at her. In any case, Cassie seemed to be perfectly normal. Well, as far as the word normal could be applied to her. She was mostly quiet, but not alarmingly so. She usually kept to herself, but not to the point of avoiding others on purpose. Usually, she would take her turn controlling the chain breaker, then descend below deck to rest when Nephis replaced her on the steering oars. When they were attacked, she participated in the battles, supporting the cohort from behind and stepping forward if there was a need. When everything was calm, she rested and went about her usual duties of maintaining the ship. Of course, Sunny did not know what she was doing when nobody was watching. How could he? Well, actually, he could. Spying on the blind seer was not an easy matter, considering that she could see through the eyes of the potential spy and knew their every move. However, as far as Sunny knew, while Cassie could use her ascended ability on the members of the cohort, she could not do the same with his shadows. She could also see through his eyes, if she wished to, but she could not see what he saw through the shadows. So, if he wanted to, he could send one of the shadows to observe the blind girl, just in case there was something strange going on with her. However, he wasn't sure that it was an appropriate thing to do. Sunny was very peculiar about trust. It had taken him a long time to gain the ability to trust others, so he cherished it greatly. Being able to trust, and receiving trust in return, those were intangible, but precious things. So, even if sending a shadow to observe Cassie wouldn't do the blind girl any harm, he would be breaking trust with her. Their relationship was complicated and tumultuous, and they had endured a lot together to repair it. He was reluctant to jeopardize that relationship. But the sin of solace kept whispering into his ear, fanning the flames of Sunny's paranoia. In fact, the Sword Wraith did not whisper, but was incredibly loud with his insidious accusations and insinuations, especially so when Cassie was nearby. She never reacted, which made it seem as though she was unable to hear the odious apparition. Or was pretending to not hear it masterfully. Just think about it rationally. It was hard for Sunny to be dispassionate when it came to Cassie, but this time, he had to be. We only made it this far because of Cassie. But if I remove our friendship from the equation, she has indeed been behaving strangely. And there are certain things about her actions that can be seen as suspicious, if a stranger evaluates them. Which did not mean that they really were suspicious, just that they could be. Lowering all 6 of his hands, which had been weaving strings of shadow essence, Sunny frowned. In the end, it all comes down to a simple question. Do I want to be polite, or do I want to be safe? Seen in that light, his dilemma had a definitive solution. It was much better to be safe than sorry. After shaking his head, Sunny secretly sent one of his shadows to keep an eye on Cassie. He was almost entirely certain that he would not discover anything concerning. But at least the little part of him that had been restless and concerned was calmed by that precaution, allowing him to return to his tasks with an easy heart. He continued weaving. Chapter 1531. Colors of the Sky. The sight of him sitting all by himself, moving two sets of shadows' hands in addition to his own pair, must have been extremely strange, especially because his companions could not see the tenebrous strings wrapped around his many fingers. But they were long used to the strange things Sunny did from time to time, so he was mostly left alone. The chain breaker sailed duskward, slowly leaving the waters of endless dawn behind. At the same time, Sunny was observing Cassie. The blind girl did not do anything suspicious, assuaging his fears. Despite the poisonous accusations the sin of solace kept spouting into his ears, she was perfectly normal. Cassie spent half of the day steering the flying ship, then went about mundane tasks or rested in her cabin. She maintained a calm and friendly demeanor while spending time with the other members of the cohort, albeit remaining slightly aloof. Cassie had become rather taciturn at some point, but it was not as if she was reticent and went out of her way to not participate in any conversations. It was just that she seemed content to listen quietly, most of the time, only voicing her opinions when there was a reason. When Cassie was alone, she remained composed and collected. There was not much to do on the peaceful days, but she was seldomly idle. Without anyone noticing, the blind girl had taken it upon herself to maintain the ship in pristine condition. Others had joined her belatedly, sharing the chores and menial tasks while chattering and joking. The atmosphere on the wash decks of the chainbreaker was harmonious and tranquil. Cassie was only alone when she retreated to her cabin to sleep. Sunny felt more than a little bit weird, guilty, even, when sending his shadow to spy on the blind girl there. Of course, he made sure to look away when needed, so as not to see anything improper. But still, it was a strange situation. Luckily, Cassie was not doing anything to give credence to the insinuations made by the sin of solace. The only peculiar thing Sunny discovered was that she had developed the habit of keeping a diary, at some point. The blind girl had brought a leather-bound journal with her when they departed Fallen Grace, and was diligently leaving short notes on its pages before sleep. Sunny did not really want to read what she wrote, though. He wouldn't have been able to read the journal even if he wanted to, anyway, not because Cassie did anything to make it hard for someone to gain access to it, but simply because she wrote in Braille. Apart from the leather-bound book, she had also brought a special slotted slate. The slate, which had probably been specially made for her by an artisan in Fallen Grace, consisted of two parts connected by a hinge. By opening the slate, Cassie could place a sheet of paper inside, and then poke holes in it with a stylus by following the slots. Because of how proficient Cassie was with handling her flaw, it was sometimes easy to forget that she was blind. But her aspect abilities might have allowed her to negate some of the most debilitating sides of her condition, but the underlying cause remained. When Cassie was alone, she could not borrow someone's vision to see the page. Her ability to sense what would happen a few moments into the future could not help her see the path of ink on paper, either. So, in these private moments, she could only use such a method to read and write. Separated from her by several bulkheads and the mass of the upper deck, Sunny looked away from the shimmering spellweave and gazed at the beautiful sky above him. It was painted with a million vivid colors, rays of sunshine falling through the radiant clouds. The leaves of the sacred tree moved gently, making the tapestry of shadows etched into the wooden surface of the deck shift. Looking down, he sighed quietly, and returned to his task. Days passed slowly. Eventually, they left the reaches of the great river where dawn never ended. The sky gradually brightened, turning vast and perfectly blue. The nights were longer here, with water glowing softly in the absolute darkness of the absent stars. As the great river changed, the people sailing across its endlessly flowing surface changed, as well. Kai finally did not seem disoriented anymore, having come to terms with the bizarre and incredible truth of the third nightmare. He quietly trained and prepared himself for the nearing battle, perhaps feeling remorseful about not sharing the hardships his friends had endured. Jet was practicing and experimenting with her mist blade, capturing new souls every time the chainbreaker was attacked. She was slowly figuring out how to use her deadly weapon to achieve truly harrowing results, which sometimes chilled even her allies. Effie's belly was slowly growing. She spent most of her time helping the other members of the cohort with their tasks and preparing meals. The huntress remained cheerful and seemingly carefree, but Sunny could see somber emotions hiding behind that bright facade. She was distressed about the future of her child, and troubled because she was not able to support her comrades more. Mordred was Mordred. It was impossible to tell what the bastard was thinking or feeling, but he seemed perfectly content with the situation. The only thing that bothered him was that there were not enough living beings for him to kill, which prevented him from forming more soul cores, creating reflections, and then sending the reflections to slaughter and rampage on their own, thus nurturing their power. Cassie remained her usual, unassuming self. Even with Sunny watching her closely, there was nothing especially notable about the blind girl. If anything, she seemed to be slowly growing more confident and energetic the further from Twilight they traveled. And then there was Nephis. It took a few weeks for her to recover from suffering the terrible torment of her flaw and return to her usual self. Her eyes had regained their former liveliness, and her demeanor had shed the dispassionate emotionlessness of having her humanity burn away in the merciless flames. Sunny felt relieved that Nephis was back to being herself. But he was also tense and troubled. Because now that he had no excuses to not talk to her anymore. Chapter 1532. Unchanging. The ravenous ogre paid it no attention, continuing his morbid meal in utter delight. The flying ship had landed on the water, and was now swaying gently on the waves. Its sails were filled with wind, and steered by Neph's steady hand, it moved swiftly across the current. Sunny had just finished inspecting the hull of the chain breaker to check if it had received any damage. Apart from a couple shallow scratches, everything seemed fine. Relieved, he gave Cassie the sign that it was all right, and went about helping Kai wash the blood off the deck. The motions of cleaning the ship up after a battle were so familiar by now that he could have performed them with his eyes closed and his shadows gone. Eventually, everything that needed to be done was done. The pile of corpses had disappeared, consumed by Fiend. The soul shards had been recovered and cleaned. The deck had been washed, the sails and masts had been checked. The members of the cohort returned to what they had been doing before the nightmare creatures attacked. Effie was already starting to prepare dinner, and a delicious smell wafted from the galley. The 7 suns were falling toward the horizon. Instead of returning to his usual spot and manifesting shadow hands to continue weaving threads of essence, Sunny hesitated for a while, then made his way toward the stern of the ship. There, Nephis was standing in the runic circle, holding the steering oars. He leaned against the railing nearby and summoned the endless spring, taking a sip of the invigorating water. They spent some time in silence. The silence between them had been comfortable once, but now it was making Sunny feel burdened. Eventually, he asked, "How long do you think it will take us to reach Fallen Grace?" Nephis looked at the sky, then shrugged. 5 weeks? Maybe 6. Depends on the wind and the obstacles we'll meet along the way. He nodded. All in all, 2 months would have passed since the day they left Twilight by the time Fallen Grace appeared in sight. Which meant that he would have spent around 9 in the nightmare. The same went for Nephis, while Cassie would be closing in on having been in the tomb of Ariel for the better part of 2 years. It would be 5 months for Effie and Jet, and 2 for Kai. What a mess. Sunny wasn't even sure how old he was exactly, anymore, especially in relation to the other members of the cohort. He was still shy of turning 22 by several months, at least. After thinking about that for a bit, he asked, "How do you think the people in Fallen Grace are doing?" The citizens of Fallen Grace had been supposed to migrate it downstream after the news of the defiled Sybil's demise reached them. That would have allowed them to regain their youth and maybe even usher in a new generation, with time. But since Sunny, Nephis, and Cassie had not bothered to stay back and check, there was no telling what actually happened. "I wonder how that brat, Kronos, is doing." Nephis sighed. "It's impossible to tell. After all, we don't know how much time we spent on Alethea's island and to traverse the vortex." That was true, as well. Sunny only knew how many revolutions he endured after becoming aware of them, not how many deaths it had taken for him to learn the truth of the loop. Time had also acted extremely strangely in the depths of the great river when they were traveling through the vortex and in the dark void beyond. In a sense, the only member of the group who had experienced each day of the nightmare normally, from start to finish, was Mordred. But even he had no idea how long it had been since they entered the tomb of Ariel, or rather, since they started this cycle of the Great River, because it was close to impossible to track the passage of time in the reflected version of Twilight, where it had been frozen. All he knew was that he had played cat and mouse with Soul Stealer for a very long time before the chain breaker arrived. Sunny remained silent for a while, trying to choose the correct words. But they weren't coming. What was the point of words, anyway? If their troubles could be solved with words, they would have solved them a long time ago. Words were cheap, and action spoke louder. Some problems could not be solved at all. He winced, then said the first thing that came to his mind. "I wonder how that brat Kronos is." "I'm sorry." Nefer's voice interrupted him, making Sunny flinch slightly. He glanced at her, surprised. Nephis was looking ahead, at the horizon. Her motionless face was painted by the light of the descending suns. She remained silent for a moment, then sighed and turned to face him. "I am sorry for making you dismiss your crown." Sunny did not answer immediately. He kept quiet for a while, studying her face. His own expression was neutral, not exposing any of the swarm of emotions hiding behind it. There it was, an apology. The conversation he had been delaying went much smoother than he had expected, arriving at what could very well be considered the best possible outcome. But it did not solve anything. So what if Nephis was sorry? It did not change what she had done. It did not change what she could do in the future, either. They could discuss it endlessly, expressing their reasons, feelings, intentions, and desires. But that fundamental truth would not change, making all else meaningless. Perhaps it was just like the Sin of Solace had said. The only way to resolve this issue was for Sunny to surrender. But he did not know how to, and did not wish to surrender, either. Eventually, Sunny sighed, as well. Looking away, he nodded. "Yeah. I am sorry that you did that, too." With that, he forced out a smile. His smile was unconvincing, and a little joyless. "But hey, what else were you supposed to do? At least you helped me save face. You might not have known it, but I was moments away from trying to bite you. That would have been really embarrassing. Not to mention bad for my teeth." Sunny shook his head and pushed himself off the railing. "Dinner is almost ready, so I'd better go. Cassie will take over from you soon. Come down before the food gets cold." He waved at her and left. The first of the 7 suns fell into the great river, drowning in its unfathomable depths. Far behind them, the sky was already turning dark. The chain breaker continued sailing in the direction of the distant sunset. Chapter 1533. Dusk Flower. Sunny felt a strange melancholy settle in his burdened heart, something he did not want to carry, and could not afford to feel. His mind had to be focused on the preparations for the nearing battle. The battle that was going to decide whether they would return home as saints, or be buried forever in the dreadful darkness of the tomb of Ariel. So, he did what he did best. He put his feelings aside, and got to work. 5 memories waited for him to alter them, each possessing a unique and complicated weave. Each was different from the Crown of Dawn, and called for a different approach. The suits of armor Effie and Kai had received for slaying the 2 chain lords of the Ivory City were the easiest to deal with. Armor was meant to be durable, after all, and perhaps for that reason, the weaves of these memories was robust and durable, as well. Or maybe it was simply because of where they came from. In any case, Sunny had a good feeling about altering the memories left behind by the 2 immortal saints. The deadly arrow and the helpful charm Nephis had received in Twilight were much more complicated. They were entirely different from each other, as well, which made the task of studying the weave of their enchantments harder. But the most troublesome memory by far was the transcendent weapon of the 7th tier Nephis had received for slaying Soul Stealer. Not only was the weave of the silver blade infinitely more complex, but Sunny was also trying to do something he had never done before, replace a single nexus of a greater memory and enhance only one of its enchantments, leaving the rest untouched. More than that, the weave of the altered enchantment had to be completely isolated, so that the pressure of its more potent essence did not break the balance of the entire tapestry. The elaborate puzzle of it all was driving him insane. Finding countless solutions to a myriad of problems demanded all of his attention. Which was good. Sunny enjoyed being faced with problems that could actually be solved. He also liked not being able to dwell on other things too much, focusing entirely on a single task. Days passed, turning into weeks. The Chainbreaker braved the vast expanse of the azure sky and finally entered the reaches of the great river where the world was eternally bathed in the crimson radiance of dusk. They fought plenty of harrowing nightmare creatures on the way. Sunny was somewhat forced to swallow his previous confidence. Yes, nothing managed to defeat the cohort or gravely wound any of the 7 masters. But they came close to being defeated on more than one occasion. One time, the impregnable hull of the Chainbreaker was even breached. Luckily, they were flying above the currents at the time, so the ship did not take any water. But having to hastily patch the damaged section in the middle of a prolonged battle made everyone remember why arrogance was the quickest way to die in the unforgiving world of the nightmare spell. Not long before the second month of their journey came to an end, Sunny finally finished his work on the 2 suits of armor. Effie and Kai each had a supreme memory to protect them now, while Jet had her legacy relic. This made him feel better about the terrible battle that waited for them ahead. Most of the preparatory work for the other 3 alterations had been complete, too. Sunny had plenty of essence strings at his disposal, as well as detailed knowledge of each of the 3 weaves. All that remained now was to carefully go over his plans, envision every step, and try to predict what could go wrong. That was going to take him some time, but before that happened, the Chainbreaker finally arrived at Fallen Grace. The arrival this time was different from the first. Back then, neither Sunny nor Nephis had known what to expect from the last human city on the Great River. Therefore, they had been wary and ready for battle. He had even chosen to assume the form of the Onyx Serpent, following the graceful vessel from below the waves. Many things were different now. The Chainbreaker was soaring above the water instead of resting on the currents. There were more people aboard. Fallen Grace itself was different, too. Not only did it feel like an island of safety and peace in the ocean of perilous danger, but the city had also changed visibly. It had indeed migrated further downstream, allowing the citizens to gain back their vitality. The first time Sunny and Nephis saw Fallen Grace, it was like a wilting white flower that floated on the crimson waves, bathed in the intense glow of the setting suns. There were still signs of deterioration hidden behind its beauty, but the white flower did not seem like it was dying anymore. Instead, it looked to be recovering from a cured disease. Many of the weathered buildings were being repaired. The sea of scarlet sails that helped Fallen Grace stay in place seemed freshly dyed. The island ships were connected by solid bridges, and a few new ones were being constructed at the edges of the city, with countless people working on their unfinished frames. Above all else, the atmosphere of the last city had entirely changed. If it had been somber and stifled before, now it was brimming with vigor and vitality. It was as if people who had no hope had suddenly regained belief in the future. Seeing Fallen Grace like this was a stark reminder for Sunny. A reminder of what it was that they were fighting for. Even though he had almost forgotten, they weren't fighting against the defilement to merely survive, or even to conquer the nightmare and become saints. They were fighting for these people. Their defeat would mean the end of the river civilization, while their triumph would give the people of Fallen Grace a chance to rebuild and thrive once again. Even if these men and women were merely phantoms conjured by the spell, their joys and sorrows mattered. But more than that, they were a symbol of similar cities back in the waking world. The elegant canals of Fallen Grace were no different from the bustling streets on NQSC. Making sure that they would not turn empty and desolate, that was the calling of the awakened. The change that had happened to this floating city served to illustrate what the triumphs or failures of Awakened truly meant. Standing on the deck of the Chainbreaker, Sunny took a deep breath. We will destroy Verge and conquer this nightmare. He had promised to do so. He had promised to do so thrice. Soon, he would have the chance to make good on his promise. Chapter 1534. Rejuvenated. Sunny remembered the last time he had seen these people. It was when he, Nephis, and Cassie were departing from Fallen Grace, on their route to find and rescue the other members of the cohort. Thousands of gaunt, solemn old men and women had gathered on the piers on that day to see Dusk, their protector and savior, leave. Perhaps to never return. What was it that Cassie had said back then, after breaking her golden chains in a striking and decisive manner? She had said that they would gather powerful outsiders, vanquish the defilement, and usher in a new era. An era of freedom and grace. That she knew it to be true. Sunny had been a bit surprised by her impassioned proclamation and jokingly asked if she had seen a vision of fate. To which Cassie had responded, "Who cares about fate? If fate is against us, we'll break it." As if it was easy to break fate. Looking back, that speech was really out of character for the quiet, reserved young woman. Sure, she had been putting on a show to give the people of Fallen Grace hope. But why did it seem that Cassie had been much more alive, much more herself in those few moments than ever since? Sunny sighed, feeling a tentative smile find its way to his face. Well, she had not been wrong. They had indeed gathered powerful outsiders, against all odds. 3 masters had left Fallen Grace, but 7 of them returned. Which might not have seemed like much, if one did not know what they had gone through to reach that conclusion. Much more important was the fact that, while their number had swelled, the number of their enemies had dwindled. Devouring Beast, Undying Slaughter, Soul Stealer, and the Dread Lord were gone. The Mad Prince was gone, too, and so only one of the 6 plagues remained. Would Cassie's promise to vanquish the defilement come true, as well? We'll make it come true. Feeling a newfound sense of determination, Sunny looked at the people crowding the pier. Now that the chainbreaker had drawn closer, he could see them better. Even though he knew what to expect, the sight still startled him. Who? Gone were the gaunt, wrinkled faces. Gone were the hunchbacks, blurry eyes, and lifeless white hair. Instead of thousands of old men and women, thousands of vigorous youths were staring back at him, their bright eyes full of vibrancy and life. It's Lady Dusk. Our Lady. Our Lady has returned. Look. That is Lord Sunless. They're back. Was that ship flying? There are people on the deck. The wind brought over a choir of excited voices. Kai, who was standing near Sunny, gave him an amused look and smiled. Why do I feel like I'm preparing for the opening song of a comeback concert? The charming archer scratched the back of his head and added in a confused tone. It must be because there's a crowd of excited teenagers in front of me. Old instincts are kicking in. Sunny gave him a strange look, remembering that his friend's life was perhaps the strangest of everyone aboard the chain breaker. And that was saying a lot, considering that there was a dead woman and Mordred among them. Finally, the chain breaker reached the pier. The ship was tied in place, and then a wooden gangway was lowered to allow its passengers to disembark. Cassie descended first, causing the crowd of people to explode with cheers. The citizens of Fallen Grace seemed beyond themselves at the sight of their Sybil. Their youthful faces were beaming with wide smiles, and their eyes glowed with excitement. However, they were also full of curiosity, which was why their gazes moved away from the blind girl soon. It was not every day that outsiders came to Fallen Grace. In fact, many or even most of these people had only seen such an event once. Recognizing Sunny and Nephis, the crowd exploded with cheers once more. Sunny felt a little overwhelmed by that warm welcome. Then, the youths gathered at the pier looked at the other members of the cohort curiously. Kai caused a bit of a stir in the crowd, just as expected. Wearing his ivory armor, with his auburn hair tousled by the wind and an irresistible smile on his face, the charming archer waved shyly at the youths, causing many to sway. The warmth of his smile was in sharp contrast to the chilly aura emanated by Jet. Wearing a cold expression, she walked down the gangway and pierced the crowd with a grim look of her icy blue eyes. The volume of the cheers died down a little, but a different kind of gleam ignited in the eyes of many people. Especially the young men. Sunny shook his head, knowing precisely how they felt. Mordred's appearance also caused a strong reaction. Although not as charming as Kai and not as striking as Jet, he was nevertheless the most enigmatic and mysterious of the group. his easy smile, mirror-like eyes, and the slight feeling of wrongness hiding in their reflective depths made for a magnetic impression. If only these people knew that they were looking at a deranged monster who would not hesitate to slaughter them all to form a few soul cores, as long as he could get away with it. Strangely enough, though, the most memorable impression was not made by Kai, Jet, or Mordred. Nor was it made by Cassie, Sunny, or Nephis. Instead, it was Effie who elicited the strongest reaction from the people of Fallen Grace. After 2 months of sailing across the great river, her belly grew even larger than it had been before. The boisterous huntress had lost most of her former poise and grace. In fact, simply walking was tough for her. Supporting her belly with one hand and using a spear as a walking staff with another, Effie cautiously descended the gangway and looked at the crowd of youths with a bright smile. Her appearance caused all of them to grow silent. Sunny could not understand why, at first, but then realized that the people of Fallen Grace must not have seen a pregnant woman in a long, long time. Before, they were banished upstream, turning old and decrepit. In fact, they must not have seen anything like that for a while before that, as well. Among the river people, pregnant women could only be seen in the House of Youth. Looking at Effie must have been like looking at the promise of having a future for them. The huntress leaned towards Sunny and whispered, her smile becoming a little strained. "Doofus, why are they all staring at me?" He cleared his throat, not knowing how exactly to answer that question. Eventually, Sunny said, "It's because they are happy." Effie chuckled. "Oh." She turned to the crowd and waved. "I guess I should be happy then, too." Chapter 1535. 7 Heroes. The glint of awe and admiration in their eyes did nothing to lessen the impression. He remained motionless for a few moments, feeling strangely burdened by their gazes. The members of the cohort had different reactions to the warm welcome they received from the citizens of Fallen Grace, ranging from nonchalance to embarrassment. It was at that moment that Cassie took a step forward and spoke, her voice rising above the crowd. "People of Fallen Grace, after being apart for so long, we finally meet again." She smiled, and the crowd of youths exploded with exhilarated cheers. The blind seer leaned on her white staff, waiting for them to calm down, then raised it slightly. "I am Dusk of Fallen Grace. And today, I return home bearing the sacred relic of our city, the guiding light bestowed upon us by the gods themselves." Sunny felt a bit odd observing her speak to her people. The sight of Cassie right now was so different from how she had been before. He knew it better than anyone else, because his shadow had been following the blind girl for the past 2 months. Cassie was usually quiet, reserved, and unassuming. Even when surrounded by people, her presence was subtle to the point of being unnoticeable, sometimes making it hard to remember that the blind girl was there. That was only because Sunny was accustomed to her company. Of course, most people would find it hard to ignore the presence of such an exquisitely beautiful ascended. Still, Cassie was not someone who enjoyed attention. On the contrary, she seemed to be in the habit of avoiding it. Which was why he felt strange watching her command the attention of a large crowd, and do it so seamlessly at that. Cassie played the role of a confident leader so effortlessly that it made him question what other parts of her personality were an act. "Calm down. That is the sin of Solace talking, not you." Unaware of his thoughts, the blind girl lowered the guiding light and continued, the crowd hanging on her every word. "I return in the company of mighty outsiders, as well. These brave warriors have come from all across the great river to help us battle against the vile curse of the defilement. Please, help me welcome them to Fallen Grace, the last stronghold of humanity under the 7 suns." She turned slightly and gestured to the members of the cohort, calling out their names one after another. "I bring Nightingale, the Dragon Slayer, who felled the harrowing Dread Lord. I bring Jet, the Soul Reaper, who put an end to undying slaughter. I bring Lady Nephis, the Changing Star, whose holy flames vanquished Soul Stealer. I bring Mordred, the valiant prince of a distant land, and Huntress Athena, whose spear always strikes true." She faced Sunny. Did he imagine it, or had her expression changed subtly, for a fleeting moment? "And Lord Sunless, the heir of the Serpent King, who broke the chains of time and brought down the dreadful citadel of the First Seeker." "What the hell?" Sunny was a bit surprised by that introduction. Yes, he wore the crown of King Daeron, and yes, he had technically played a vital part in destroying Alethea's island, which used to be the stronghold of the woman who had become known as the First Seeker. But wasn't that a little bit too much? Cassie, meanwhile, turned back to the crowd. The Dread Lord is no more. Undying Slaughter is no more. Soul Stealer is no more. Devouring Beast is no more, and so is the Mad Prince. The heroes standing in front of you have already dealt a decisive blow to the harrowing forces of the defilement, spilling the profane blood of its most dreadful champions. She paused for a moment, and then continued, her voice swelling with confidence and passion. And just like we broke and vanquished the plagues, we will break the walls of Verge, and vanquish the First Seeker. We will destroy the source of the defilement and bring peace to the great river, allowing human cities to flourish once more. I, Dusk of Fallen Grace, promise this to you. If the crowd of youths was excited and elated before, Cassie's impassioned speech truly made their hearts ignite. A wave of voices slammed into the cohort like a tide, echoing above the waves. Even Sunny couldn't help but feel the impact of the blind girl's words. He had already known everything she shared with the people of Fallen Grace, and yet, presented in such a light, the situation truly did seem worthy of being celebrated. Had he allowed his pessimism to get the better of him? No, he had not. Cassie might have wanted to reassure these poor people, who had been at the mercy of the great river for so long, but he knew better. Sure, 5 of the 6 plagues were no more, and sure, the cohort had a perfect weapon against the horrid power of the First Seeker, Nephis. But the nightmare was far from over, still. Torment remained, and so did the remnant forces of the defilement under her command. Verge still existed, somewhere far away. It was where the defilement had started, and would therefore be the most harrowing of all the places they had visited on the great river, without a doubt. But still. Perhaps, he could allow himself to relax and believe in a better future, at least for a day. Looking at the sea of delighted youths, Sunny took a deep breath and smiled. There won't be opportunities to smile and celebrate later. So, I better take this chance to enjoy some peace. Leaning down a little, he whispered in Cassie's ear. Since when are you so good at addressing crowds? She remained silent for a moment. Since I found myself in charge of a crowded city, I guess. Smiling, Cassie shook her head and took a step forward. The mass of people parted before her like a sea. Chapter 1536. Future Youths. Their captain was a tall, beautiful woman with fiery red hair. Sunny only recognized her because of an open helmet with a scarlet plume she was holding on the bend of her right arm. She was the captain that had escorted him and Nephis to the temple the last time around. She had seemed ancient then. Now, she looked not much older than they were. Everyone here did, really, or even younger. The startling change was still making him feel a little dizzy. Sunny had known, of course, that killing the defiled Sybil would allow Fallen Grace to migrate downstream and return these people their youth. Knowing and seeing were two different things, however. Seeing them like this was a bit bittersweet. Sweet because it was nice to witness his actions doing some good, bitter because it reminded him of Ananke. As Sunny was pondering the strange reality of living on the great river, the soldiers created a passage through the crowd and surrounded the members of the cohort, helping them leave the pier. They were escorted along the familiar streets once again, moving toward the Temple of Dusk. There had been a lot of people on the pier, but there were even more here, crowding the sidewalks and the roofs of the buildings, all staring at the returned outsiders with excitement and awe. The crowd followed the small procession, constantly growing. Some people were calling out to Cassie, some simply cheered from a distance. After the relative tranquility of months spent at sea, Sunny was having trouble adjusting to the boisterous atmosphere of Falling Grace. Lord Sunless! Lord Sunless! He turned his head, hearing his own name. The voice was unfamiliar, and the face of the scrawny teenager calling out to him was unfamiliar, too. But Sunny recognized those curious, intelligent eyes almost immediately. He frowned slightly, but was actually amused. Kronos? Is that you, brat? The teenager, who had been kept away by the captain of the soldiers, grinned. Yes. It's me. Lord Sunless, welcome back. Sunny smiled, then nodded at the captain, signaling that it was all right to let the young man approach. A few moments later, Kronos joined the procession and looked at the other members of the cohort with wide eyes. Lord Sunless, are these outsiders, as well? Sunny nodded. Sure. That one I found in a well once. That one is a freeloader who likes to invite herself into other people's houses. That one is in the habit of giving young men like us weighty slaps, so be on guard around her. Oh, and that one is a monster wearing human skin, don't trust anything he says, and never look him in the eyes. They are all incredible warriors, though. There is no one more qualified to fight the defiled here in the tomb of Ariel, that's for sure. Hearing those descriptions, the members of the cohort gave him sour looks. Effie shook her head. How come Cass's introductions are so much better? Kronos stared at her belly with a curious gaze. Noticing it, she grinned. What, do I need to give another talk? No, wait. You can be 100 years old, for all I know. How old are you, kid? The teenager chuckled awkwardly. Oh. I'm 18, my lady. Sorry, I didn't mean to stare. 18? The last time Sunny had seen Kronos, he had been 17. So they had not spent that much time away, much less than he feared, at least. It had been no more than a month of two, at most, before he remembered himself on Alethea's island. The teenager, meanwhile, blushed in embarrassment. It's just that my wife and I, we were thinking of going to the House of Youth ourselves, since it was rebuilt recently, but it's probably not a good idea, still. Hearing that, Sunny almost stumbled. What? Wait, since when do you have a wife? Kronos laughed again. Right, you don't know. Well, we knew each other for a while. But since we were both old and decrepit, there was no point in anything except for quiet friendship between two elderly folk. Once the city migrated downstream, and we were both suddenly young once again, well, one thing led to another. He scratched the back of his head bashfully. Actually, there are many new families in Fallen Grace. We all thought for a long time that we would be the last generation of the river people. But now, it's a bit strange? People are actually looking forward to the future. The captain of the soldiers, who had been listening to the conversation silently, gave him a reproachful look. You are too young to go to the House of Youth, brat. In fact, you should still be in the House of Youth. Not as a parent, but as a child. Spend a few decades growing up before thinking about acting like an adult and starting a family. She seemed to be from a generation that had experienced things properly, unlike Kronos, who had turned into an old man before reaching adulthood, and was only now learning how to be young. Effie observed them with a perplexed expression, then glanced at Sunny and winked. You hear that, doofus? This guy is 18 and has already proposed to his girlfriend. What were you doing at 18? Sunny gave her a dubious look. You should remember it well, no? I had just helped Nephis win a bloody civil war, and then led all the surviving dreamers of the Dark City to safety while the sky was more or less literally falling on our heads. Kronos stared at him incredulously for a moment, then suddenly asked, his voice full of curiosity. How terrible! Does the sky fall often, outside? Effie laughed. More often than you would think, when this guy is around. Chapter 1537. Last Testament. The blind girl's two ascended guards were waiting for them at the entrance to the temple. Unlike the other citizens, they had not changed as drastically. Both looked much younger, true, but were still mature and taciturn. Their composed faces did not betray any emotion when they bowed deeply to Cassie, but he could sense the deep care and reverence in their gazes. Despite that, the two seasoned warriors still wielded the macabre symbols of their duty to not only protect their lady from any danger, but also protect the city from the lady, if need be. The woman wielded an unsheathed greatsword, while the man held a crimson silk cord. Cassie greeted them both warmly, not paying any attention to the tools they were prepared to use to end her life. With that, the cohort was ushered to a hall where a feast had already been prepared. The leaders of the different forces within the city were gathered there, waiting to meet their returned ruler, and the champion she had brought back from her journey. The next few hours were a bit tedious for Sunny. He enjoyed the food and the beverages while listening silently to the conversation. They had been gone from Fallen Grace for just shy of 8 months. Around 1 month had been spent to reach Alethea's island, 3 or 4 to escape it, 1 more to reach Twilight, and the last 2 months to come back. During that time, the city had migrated downstream after receiving the news that the defiled Sybil and her drowned minions were eliminated. There had been no major attacks on Fallen Grace since, although the awakened warriors left to protect it, and a few masters, as well, including the 2 deaf guards, had fought against many wandering nightmare creatures. Luckily, those had been feral abominations, not war parties of the defiled. The defenders of the city had been able to either slay or chase the monsters away without letting them damage the island ships. Fallen Grace was indeed doing much better than it had when Sunny and Nephis first reached it. That was already apparent after their walk to the temple, simply from all the activity and repair work they had noticed on the streets. The city felt invigorated. The reports of the leaders of the city only confirmed what they already knew. Cassie seemed gratified to hear that Fallen Grace, which she had cared for in solitude for an entire year, was doing well. A rare bright smile found its way onto her face, reminding Sunny of how earnest and soft-hearted the blind girl had been once, a long time ago. In turn, she shared the story of their journey, a somewhat simplified and embellished version of it, at least, with the leaders of Fallen Grace. Then came the part of the conversation that these people had been waiting for with bated breaths. Without wasting any time, Cassie announced that she would be departing again shortly. This time, to lead the group of outsiders she had gathered to attack Verge and rid the great river of the curse of the defilement once and for all. The people gathered in the hall seemed stunned to hear that. Not only were they struggling to conceive of the fact that such a thing was even possible, they were also startled and heartbroken to learn that their lady would be leaving mere days after returning home from a long and harrowing journey. But there was no way around it. The cohort was determined to only spend as much time in Fallen Grace as was needed to perform light repairs on the chain breaker, a week, at most. There was no point in staying longer. It would only give Torment, who was a potent seer herself, more time to prepare for their arrival. More than that, they were on a timer. Effie's pregnancy was nearing the end stage. She was already close to 8 months along. If they lingered in Fallen Grace, her child could be born on the way to Verge. Nobody knew if the child conceived in the waking world would become riverborn or not, so they did not want to risk it. "I see that you are concerned." Cass's voice was soft as she addressed her people. "And although you hide it well, you are also frightened that after I leave this time, you will never see me again. That this will be our final farewell." She smiled gently. "You might very well be right. I might never return." Her words caused a deathly silence to settle in the hall. The people of Fallen Grace were looking at their Sybil with complicated expressions, a storm of emotions raging in their eyes. Sunny suppressed the desire to sigh. It was true that Cassie would never return. Whether they lived or died, she would never see these people again, because victory in Verge meant the end of the nightmare. Once the first Seeker was destroyed, the cohort would go back to the waking world. And the inhabitants of the nightmare, actually, Sunny did not know what would happen to them. Perhaps would they cease to exist the moment the spell announced its appraisal? Cassie shook her head slightly. "But that is all right. Even if I don't return, Fallen Grace will live on. It has been protected by me and my sisters for a long time, but nothing lasts forever in this world. A time will come when there will be no Sybils left in the tomb of Ariel. A time will come when there will be no outsiders left, either. Only the river people will remain. That is you. You must carry the torch of humanity into the future, with or without me. You must persevere, endure, and thrive." She paused for a moment, then added, her voice growing harsher. "That is what I expect from you all. Don't disappoint me." Hearing her words, the Riverborn gathered in the temple looked down with solemn expressions. Sunny sighed. The spell was a cruel thing, indeed. It threw them into nightmares and tasked them with changing fate. But what they strived to change was just an illusion. It would have been great if they were in the real tomb of Ariel, changing the lives of real people. But, sadly, time and fate did not work that way. What had happened was set in stone and could not be changed. Not by mortals like them, and not in a nightmare. Or, at least, not in a third nightmare. Chapter 1538. Lord's Wisdom. Sunny. Sunny did not really want to look at the beautiful city of eternal dusk. It made him wistful, and so, he threw himself back into weaving, knowing that there was not much time left. He did, however, continue to observe the blind girl through one of his shadows, out of habit more than anything else, by now, since she had never done anything to confirm the accusations made by the Sin of Solace in the past 2 months. He also sent one of his shadows to keep an eye on Mordred. Sunny was certain that Cassie was doing the same, as well. The Prince of Nothing could not be trusted to be on his best behavior in a city full of people. Especially people who were inhabitants of a nightmare, and therefore no different from his countless victims in the Kingdom of Hope. But Mordred did not seem inclined to go on a massacre in Fallen Grace. In fact, he was mostly interested in its myths and legends, of all things, spending his days talking to people on the streets and listening to their stories. The people seemed to enjoy his company. On the 3rd day of their stay in the last human city, Sunny successfully altered the transcendent arrow memory Nephis had earned in Twilight, elevating its rank to Supreme. The onerous process of transplanting a new nexus and reinforcing the weave to withstand it left him drained and fatigued. So, Sunny decided to let himself rest and left the temple, eventually finding his way to the edge of the island ship. Sitting down there, he observed the busy canals of Fallen Grace and allowed his tired mind to rest. It was not long after that when Kronos found him, brimming with endless curiosity, just like always. Today, however, the teenagers at least tried to keep it in check. Noticing his strange behavior, Sunny raised his eyebrow and asked, "What's on your mind?" The young man hesitated for a while, but eventually asked, "Lord Sunless? I heard that you won't be returning from Verge. Is it true?" Sunny looked at him, frowning a little. Then, he looked away and sighed. "Sure. We aren't planning to die, mind you. It's just that we are outsiders. Once the defilement is destroyed, it's back to the outside for us." Kronos seemed saddened by that response. He stared at the water dejectedly. "What is it like, really? The world outside Ariel's tomb? What are you going to do after leaving here?" Sunny blinked a couple of times. Indeed, what would he do after leaving the nightmare? He had no idea. It was hard to tell, considering that the state of Antarctica, and the waking world in general, was entirely unknown. The war between Vela and Song would probably grow more intense. The nightmare gates would continue to pop into existence, slowly consuming the waking world and making it a part of the dream realm. No matter how much Sunny wanted to simply live a good life, he knew that these events would not let him remain a bystander. After a few moments of silence, he shrugged. "Well, it's more or less the same. There is no defilement, but there is still corruption. Nightmare creatures are running around devouring people, so awakened like me need to keep them in check. So I'll probably be battling some hideous abomination every other day, cursing loudly. That's life for you. The secret to a happy life, though, is to do all these things in good company. Oh, and in a place with good plumbing." He glanced at the teenager and smiled. "Why? What are you going to do after we get rid of the defilement? Are you really going to the House of Youth?" Kronos laughed awkwardly. "Well, I will, eventually. But probably not just yet." He looked into the distance, at the bustling streets of Fallen Grace, and sighed. "In truth, I've been sensing my soul essence recently, a bit. So I'll probably work on forming a soul core and becoming an awakened. Even if you and the other lords and ladies defeat the first seeker and vanquish the defilement, there will still be corrupted creatures left, threatening our city. Someone has to defend it after you leave." Kronos smiled. "Plus, I've always been interested in how the city works. All these people, all these moving parts, it's a bit of a miracle that a place like Fallen Grace can exist, don't you think?" Lady Dusk has always been taking care of us. What are we going to do without her? His eyes turned cloudy for a moment, but then shone brightly once again. Wiping them, he smiled again. I want to make sure that fallen grace continues to exist and thrive just like she told us to. For myself, my wife, and our future children. Ah, but I'm just some brat. So, I figured I should become really strong first. Like you, Lord Sunless. So that people had no choice but to listen to what I had to say. Sunny looked at him incredulously. Kronos was, indeed, just some brat. But all great people whose deeds shaped history had been brats, once. Would this kid become a great leader, one day? Would his actions shape the future of fallen grace and create a world where his children could grow up safe and happy? Would the stories of his deeds become legends, one day? Or would he disappear without a trace once the nightmare was complete? Sunny forced himself to smile. Strong like me? Brat, do you think people actually listen to what I have to say? Stronger. Become much stronger than me. Then, they'll listen. With that, he patted the teenager on the shoulder and rose to his feet. The charm memory waited to be altered. The day of their departure from fallen grace was drawing near. Stronger than you, my lord? But no, that's just unreasonable. Sunny looked at the startled youth with a smile, then shook his head and headed away. Then be unreasonable. Imparting Kronos with that piece of questionable wisdom, he returned to the temple and spent a few sleepless hours going over his plans for altering the transcendent charm. He felt that he had already accounted for everything that could go wrong, so he would probably be ready to start the process once his essence was replenished by the crown of Twilight. Just when the night fell, however, something distracted him from the preparations. After wasting its time for months, the shadow that had been following Cassie finally noticed something strange about her movements. Chapter 1539. Sybil's Secrets. In that dark hour, Cassie was walking along the corridors of the temple, which wasn't that strange in and of itself, if not for the fact that she was alone. Usually, the two deaf guards would be following behind her, but they were nowhere to be seen. The only thing accompanying the blind girl was the shadow Sunny had sent to keep an eye on her. Back in his quarters, he straightened and frowned, distracted from envisioning the complicated tapestry of the charm's spellweave. What is she up to? Cassie had not given him any reason to feel worried in these past 2 months. Honestly, monitoring her movements was an afterthought by now. Sunny had certainly hoped that it would remain that way. Feeling a bit somber, he glanced at the motionless figure standing a few meters away. The Sin of Solace was staring at him silently, not bothering to say anything. However, his gaze expressed more than enough. Sunny winced, then looked away. Don't you glare at me. I'm sure it's nothing. He said that, but did not command the shadow to back away. Instead, he dedicated more of his attention to observing Cassie. The blind girl certainly did not seem pensive or secretive. She calmly walked along the winding stone corridors, tracing her fingers on the wall. Her other hand was holding the leather-bound journal. Maybe her guards are asleep. Sunny returned to considering the weave while keeping an eye on Cassie. She walked for quite some time, eventually entering the part of the temple that he was not familiar with. These chambers were used for preparing for public rituals, so Sunny had no business being there. Cassie, on the other hand, seemed very familiar with that area of the temple. She made a few more turns and stopped in front of an unassuming wooden door. A mundane-looking key appeared in her hand. Unlocking the door, Cassie entered a narrow staircase that led down, spiraling. Sunny's frown deepened. What the hell? She was already on the first floor of the temple. Why was there a way further down, into the frame of the island ship? But then again, maybe it was normal. The human cities on the Great River were kept in place by various means, ranging from sails and wind catchers to sorcerous mechanisms. Perhaps Cassie was on her way to inspect the moving parts of one such mechanism. She descended the stairs for some time before entering a dark and damp network of service tunnels running under the temple. Sunny had not known that there were such corridors there, but it made sense. The mechanisms responsible for allowing the island ship to resist the current had to be inspected and repaired from time to time. Fallen Grace, especially, was reliant on such mechanisms. It was situated not too far from the edge, after all, and so the pull of the current was more powerful here. Cassie walked along the dark corridors for a little bit and unlocked another door, entering a small chamber. Sunny was suddenly unable to concentrate on weaving anymore. His face darkened. The chamber was just what he had expected it to be. It housed a complicated mess of gears and chains that spun and moved, transferring the energy from the wind and the enchantment circuits into the underwater wheels that kept the island ship stationary. It was a bit like entering the insides of a tower clock, if that tower clock had been built with the help of sorcery. In a sense, Sunny was looking at the River Civilization's version of spell tech. However, that was not what attracted his attention. The chamber and the intricate gears were what he had been expecting to see. What he had not expected, however, was that the floor of the chamber was broken, creating a rough, circular well. The menacing hole certainly did not look like something that had been planned by the builders of the temple. Instead, it looked like something that had been created much later, and much more violently. He could hear the sounds of flowing water coming from its dark depths. Why is there a well at the bottom of the Temple of Dusk? His shadow hid in the darkness of the underground chamber, observing Cassie carefully. The blind girl did not seem surprised by the presence of the strange well. Neither did she pay it any attention. Locking the door behind her, she circled around the open chasm and approached the opposite wall of the chamber. There, hidden behind a throng of spinning gears, a simple desk stood near the wall, with several chests and cabinets surrounding it. The underground chamber was absolutely dark, and there were no lanterns anywhere in sight. Of course, Cassie had no need for them. Coming closer to the desk, she lingered for a few moments, facing it with a distant expression. Then, she moved past it and kneeled near one of the chests, placing a hand on its heavy lid. Several strings of runes ignited on the wooden surface, and the chest opened noiselessly, revealing what was stored inside it. Sunny tilted his head, his expression turning somber. Inside the chest were leather-bound journals, just like the one Cassie was carrying. Dozens of them, or maybe even hundreds. There were several chests like that one in the underground chamber, as well, all locked with sorceress locks. The blind girl remained motionless for a while, then sighed deeply and placed the last journal on the pile. Then, she closed the lid of the chest, kept her hand on it for a few moments, and rose. Turning away, she approached the edge of the dark well and lowered her head, listening to the sounds of the flowing water with a distant expression. Cassie stood there for several minutes, unmoving. Separated from her by hundreds of meters and numerous stone walls, Sunny grew tense, ready to step through the shadows and appear in the underground chamber should something reach for the blind girl from the cold darkness. What the hell is that place? Did Dusk leave those things behind? It would make sense for the Sybil who had lived in the temple for centuries to leave many traces here, including her personal records. However, what was with the ominous well leading to the dark waters? Sunny gritted his teeth. But in the end, nothing happened. Cassie clenched her fists, turned away from the underground well, and left the chamber the way she came. Ascending the narrow steps, she re-entered the temple proper and traced her way back to her quarters, entering them through a private passage. It was only then that Sunny allowed his tense body to relax. His mind, however, was anything but calm. Why would Dusk have a secret like that? He hesitated for a while, then felt a cold chill run down his spine. Or does it have nothing to do with Dusk, at all? Chapter 1540. Clouded Judgment. But it was the almost of it all that made the situation so difficult. He did not know what to do, confront her? Share his concern with others? What would he say? That Cassie should not have survived Twilight? None of them should have survived there, really. That she kept journals? There was nothing wrong with that, and claiming otherwise would only make him seem strange. That she was too quiet and unassuming, which made him feel as if she was hiding something vital from them. That sounded like paranoia talking. In fact, it was the sin of solace whispering into his ear. The sin of solace, whose only purpose was to drive him mad. Was he a fool to listen to these whispers? Sunny was not even sure himself what he was suspecting Cassie of, just that he did not feel comfortable with her secrets. But was it really because there was something off about the blind girl, or was it simply because he had never trusted her? Was he still secretly holding on to the grudge after what she had done on the Forgotten Shore, which painted his perception of her? Sunny would be lying if he said that he had let go of that grudge completely. None of the others seemed to suspect Cassie of anything, so why was he the only one looking for faults in her actions? Ah, damnation! What was he supposed to do? Did he even need to do anything? So what if Cassie had a pile of old journals? So what if she kept secrets? Was he the right person to blame someone for not being entirely honest? More than that, he had always known that Cassie kept much of what she knew to herself. In fact, Sunny was the reason why she had closed herself off. To begin with, he was the one who had told her how destructive of a poison her visions were, in the most cruel way he could think of, at that. Her personality had only begun to change after that bitter conversation they had in the medical complex of the academy, right after coming back from the Forgotten Shore. Nephis was aware that Cassie knew much more than she was letting on, too. She had told him so herself, during one of their conversations on the Ivory Island. So why was Sunny reacting so strongly now? Because we are so close to victory. Because this nightmare was so dreadful, and its end was swiftly approaching. Sunny was nervous that something would ruin their chances of returning to the waking world, and the ominous shadow of torment was the last thing standing between them and salvation. Torment had never appeared before them, and so, she was as frightening as their imaginations could make her. Perhaps Cassie was just a substitute for all that fear. Or perhaps there was really something ominous going on with the blind seer. Oh, she is definitely planning to betray you. Again. The Sin of Solace smiled, looking at him with dark amusement. Sunny cursed and threw a wooden tray at the sword wraith. The tray passed through the apparition and fell to the floor, clattering loudly. The hateful wraith laughed. Fool, you are simply incapable of learning, are you? Even after what she did to you, what she took from you, you are still willing to give her the benefit of the doubt. No wonder you ended up being made a slave by her, and she never even apologized. I bet she doesn't feel even a little bit remorseful about her betrayal. Since she doesn't, what is going to stop her from turning on you again? Sunny glared at the Sin of Solace, then took a deep breath. He slowly calmed down. That doesn't even make any sense. At least try to be convincing when you are spouting nonsense, will you? Sunny was prejudiced against Cassie, that much was apparent. Deep in his heart, he still harbored resentment toward her. He valued and cared for her, as well, but that was beside the point. Humans were complicated and contradictory creatures, indeed, just like Nephis had said, they could love and hate someone at the same time. Because Sunny's judgment was clouded, it was easy to find fault with Cassie. But if he flipped his perception and looked at the situation from a different angle, trying to find the opposite, any suspicion that the blind girl could have been doing something to harm the cohort would crumble. It was a preposterous idea. Almost every action Cassie had taken was for their benefit. They would have never made it that far without her. From start to finish, she had been nothing but a selfless ally, putting herself in harm's way on numerous occasions. Finding the scattered members of the cohort, escaping Alethea's island, surviving the depths of the great river, none of that would have been possible without her. So, no matter what secret Cassie was keeping, it was not something that would harm the cohort. Sunny had no reason to worry about that. After realizing that, he felt his heart calming down. But then, it suddenly felt heavy once again. Because while Sunny did not have a reason to worry about the cohort, there might have been a reason to worry about Cassie. She's not preparing herself for something drastic, is she? A deep scowl appeared on his face once again. He remained silent for a while, then shook his head. No, she wouldn't. Cassie might seem soft, but she is one of the strongest people I know. She's much stronger than anyone gives her credit for. Still, a tiny seed of doubt remained. Sunny cursed quietly, threw a hateful glance at the Sin of Solace, and turned his attention back to the transcendent charm. The day of their departure was swiftly approaching, so he had to perform the alteration as soon as possible. Chapter 1541. Into the Sunset. Your memory has been destroyed. You have received a memory. With that, the transcendent charm he had been working on had become a supreme one. Its enchantment, which enhanced the material properties of objects, was further strengthened. Not only was the nexus of its weave more potent now, but the weave itself had also been made more robust to withstand the increased pressure. Strings of ethereal light were intertwined with the black threads of shadow essence, forming a mesmerizing tapestry. Sunny took a deep breath. For down, one to go. He had saved the hardest memory for last, the transcendent memory of the 7th tier meant for Nephis. That one, he was going to have to alter on their way to Verge. Things were happening so fast now. Looking back at what he had experienced in the nightmare, it was hard to believe how close the end of it all was. It seemed like Sunny had been sharing the catch with Nephis and Ananke just yesterday, but now, he was approaching the finish line. Dismissing the charm, he rose and stretched his limbs, then left his quarters. It was night, but no one in fallen grace seemed to be asleep. While Sunny was passing by the windows, he saw numerous people crowding the streets on the neighboring island ships. They were all looking at the White Temple, knowing that their lady, and the outsider warriors she had gathered, were going to leave come dawn, or rather, dusk. Leave to challenge the very source of the defilement. It was not an exaggeration to say that their fates depended on the result of their journey. However, looking at these people, Sunny did not feel that they were concerned for themselves. It seemed like they were concerned about Dusk and her outsider companions, instead. Funny. Sunny could not remember the last time he had watched someone go into battle on his behalf. It must have happened occasionally, but he was usually the one doing the fighting. In Antarctica, he had carried thousands of refugees on his back across the frozen hellscape, which had seemed like a burden at the time. But, in a sense, he would have been burdened watching someone fight and die for him more. So, he could easily understand the complicated storm of emotions brewing in the hearts of the people being left behind in fallen grace. He often complained about how harsh and unforgiving the life of an awakened was, but it was also a privilege. Consumed by such detached thoughts, he entered the hall where Cassie was giving the last orders to the people who would be ruling the city in her absence. Some of them he knew, like the captain of the soldiers or the carpenter who had been in charge of repairing the chain breaker, while others were strangers. All of them bowed respectfully when he entered. Lord Sunless. He nodded at them and approached Cassie, then placed a hand on her shoulder. A spark of energy traveled between them as the supreme charm was transferred from his soul to hers. Here, all done. The enchantment is substantially more powerful now. It also consumes much more essence, so be careful. She summoned the charm, which was shaped like a jade flower, and weighed it on her hand. Soon, the petals of the ornament ignited with a soft glow, hinting that its enchantment was activated. At the same time, the hilt of the quiet dancer glistened. A faint smile appeared on Cass's lips. Thank you. Sunny nodded, then hesitated for a few moments. There were too many people around them, so he couldn't be too free in what he said. Still, he didn't want to remain entirely silent. Eventually, he removed his hand from her shoulder and asked, his voice serious. Listen. Are you all right? Cassie raised an eyebrow, seemingly confused. Sure. Why wouldn't I be? I'm better than ever. There was a rare hint of sincere relief and anticipation in her voice. Sunny frowned, lingered for a moment, then nodded again and turned to leave. In truth, he had wanted to use this opportunity to retrieve the shadow that followed Cassie around. But hearing that answer, he changed his mind. Keep her company for a little while longer. Who in their right mind would be relived in such a situation? Leaving the shadow behind, he left the hall and went to find the other members of the cohort. The night ended quickly, and the 7 suns rose from the waters of the great river once more. Fallen Grace was once again painted by the vivid radiance of the blazing sunset, drowning in its crimson splendor. The soldiers, all wearing their white armor, had formed a corridor on the streets of the floating city. Their gazes were solemn as they watched the 7 outsiders leave the temple and walk toward the piers. Separated by that living wall, the crowd of citizens was watching them, too. This time, there were no cheers. Instead, everyone was silent, which felt a little eerie. Feeling the weight of countless gazes, Sunny was reminded of the docks of Falcon Scott on the last day of evacuation, for some reason. Back then, people had been desperately trying to get on the last leaving ship, knowing that everyone who stayed behind would die. Today, the situation was exactly opposite. The people staying behind were going to be safe. The ones who were sailing away would be risking their lives. However, the atmosphere was strangely similar. Desperate desire that could not be expressed with words. Fear, longing, and shame. Sorrow, grief, and pain. And hope. Hope was such a powerful and resilient thing. Unreasonable, even. It could bloom even in the most terrible of situations, bringing with it strength to go on. Sunny knew hope better than most. And hopelessness, too. They reached the pier and boarded the chain breaker. Turning back, Sunny looked at the crowd one last time. Most of these youths looked unfamiliar, even if he knew them from before. Their appearance had changed now. He did, however, notice Kronos standing in one of the first rows, accompanied by a pretty young woman. Noticing him looking, the teenager smiled and waved. "This guy?" Sunny smiled and waved, as well. He even winked, making the brat look startled. "This is what we're fighting for, I guess." In a way. There was a little empty space in front of the gangway leading to the ship. Cass's 2 deaf guards were standing there, looking up at her with lost gazes. She turned around and faced the crowd. This time, however, there was no speech. The blind girl remained silent for a few moments, then addressed her guards instead. "Thank you. You two are free, now." They were looking at her, unable to hear those words. She smiled softly. "Thank you for everything. Take care of yourselves. And of each other." The 2 ascended seemed to sway slightly, then knelt silently. The woman let go of the hilt of her sword. The man dropped his silk cord into the water. Tears were streaming down their weathered faces. Cassie sighed lightly, bowed deeply to the crowd, and turned away. "Let's go. It's time for us to leave." Soon, the chain breaker departed from the pier and rose into the sky. They were flying into the blazing sunset, disappearing into its blood-red glow. Forever. Chapter 1542. Last Journey. They had left on the last journey of this tumultuous, dreadful nightmare. For Sunny and Nephis, it was especially poignant, because they had come from the far reaches of the future, and were now on their way to the furthest reaches of the past, where Verge stood. It must have been especially emotional for Cassie, as well, because she was leaving the city she had spent a whole year ruling and trying to preserve. Now, its fate depended on whether they would be successful in their battle against the First Seeker. In any case, she would never see Fallen Grace again. None of them knew if it would even exist, in any kind of way, should they prevail. However, it was inevitable for Fallen Grace to be destroyed should they fail. The blind girl did not look back. Instead, she stood at the bow of the flying ship, facing the setting suns. The others gave her some space, knowing that there had to be a storm of complicated emotions weighing on her heart. Only Sunny could see her face, visible to the shadow that was hiding close by. Cass's face was not wistful or sad. Instead, it was full of resolve and determination, impatience, even. It was as though she had been waiting for this moment for a long, long time. Which was true, of course. Apart from Mordred, she had spent by far the longest in this nightmare. Sunny knew that he was sick and tired of the tomb of Ariel. The blind girl had to be feeling the same, but much more intensely. "We've been here for so long." Sunny had come to Ariel's tomb far away from here. He had spent time with Nephis, come to care for and then lost Ananke, traveled to Fallen Grace and got to know the culture of the river people there, fought against all kinds of underwater horrors on the way to Alethea's island, withstood the insidious hell of the time loop, dove into the depths of the great river and emerged from the other side, battled against the defiled saints in Twilight. It was hard to believe, but he had spent more time in the tomb of Ariel than in Antarctica, not to mention the Kingdom of Hope. Cassie, though, she had been here longer than even on the Forgotten Shore. And that was without even counting the unknown number of cycles the 7 of them had lived through before arriving at this one, hopefully, the last. The chain breaker soared above the waves, flying toward the edge. Sunny spent some time enjoying the view of the blazing river, then rubbed his face and retreated to his cabin. There, he concentrated on preparing for the alteration of Nefer's silver blade. Now that they were en route to Verge, he felt a sense of urgency and wanted to finish with it as soon as possible. A day passed in meticulous work, then another. On the 3rd day, they reached the duskward edge of the great river. It was much like the dawnward edge, but also different. The enormous, inconceivable waterfall was the same. The powerful current that threatened to destroy anything plunged into its crushing embrace was the same. The dark void beyond the edge was the same, as well. But the light here was entirely different from the soft lilac glow of dawn. Instead of the tender radiance, the water here was burning with an intense crimson glow, almost like it was on fire. The inconceivable waterfall that stretched in both directions as far as the eye could see was painted vibrant red, as well. It was almost as if a sea of blood was spilling into a boundless, dark abyss. Enthralled by that dreadful sight, the members of the cohort gathered on the deck. The distant whispers of the falling water had grown into a deafening roar, making it hard to speak. So, they remained silent. The chain breaker crested the breaking point of the waterfall and flew into the abyssal darkness, leaving the great river behind. Soon, the roar of the edge grew quieter, and then disappeared in the howling of the wind. They had returned to the dark abyss of the interior of Ariel's tomb. This time, however, their journey was going to be different from the previous time they had visited the boundless darkness. That was because, unlike the first time, the chain breaker would be crossing the space within the loop of the great river, as opposed to the empty space between it and the walls of the pyramid. None of them knew what exactly would be waiting for them there, but at least there was no threat of the terrifying swarm of the dark butterflies becoming aware of their presence, since they would not be coming anywhere near the walls of the pyramid, where the great monsters slumbered. They also did not know how long the journey across the empty space in the middle of the looping river would take. The last time, they had arrived back to the surface of the great river rather quickly, but that was because space itself behaved strangely inside the pyramid. Still, it was going to be much faster than simply sailing all the way to the dawn of time. They were going to reach the waters surrounding Verge in a week, 2 at most. If nothing unforeseen happened. Sunny studied the darkness for some time, feeling both wary of the challenge ahead and ready to face it. Then, he gritted his teeth and went back to working on the silver blade. The mind-numbing complexity of weaving calmed him down, eradicating all unnecessary thoughts. Soon, this nightmare will be over soon. Sunny refused to think that they would fail. However, now that they were nearing the end of this dreadful tale, the thoughts that he had banished a long time ago were returning. The thoughts about the fate of Antarctica, of the refugees he had so desperately tried to protect. What was happening to the waking world right now? How was Rain doing? Was she healthy and safe, or infected by the nightmare spell and in the throes of going through her own trials? Knowing that he could not allow himself to get distracted at this critical point, he suppressed these thoughts again. He was going to find out sooner than later, anyway. If he survived. So, what Sunny had to do right now was make sure that he survived, and that his friends survived, as well. He had to fulfill the promise he had given, and conquer this nightmare. At all costs. Chapter 1543. Pride of a Craftsman. All he knew was that the point of the great river from which they had left seemed far away now, while the point which they hoped to reach was not as distant. It shimmered in the darkness, both alluring and terrifying. Navigating the flying ship toward Verge was not very hard, because it was situated near the source. So, all they had to do was aim for the last stretch of clear water before the area of the great river shrouded in hazy mist. A long time ago, close to the start of the nightmare, Sunny had an epiphany that the strength of his allies was his own power, as well. Therefore, he had become determined to increase the strength of the cohort as much as he could, in any way he could. He had been faithful to that determination up until now. Apart from the very action of gathering every member of the cohort from across the tomb of Ariel, that had mostly taken the form of arming them with powerful memories. Sunny had spent much of his time developing and improving his skill as a sorcerer for that purpose. Now, his ability to weave had improved tremendously compared to the start of the nightmare. Studying Ananke's mantle had allowed him to make a qualitative leap in understanding of the fundamental principles of weaving, and by studying many memories in order to alter them, Sunny had improved his overall ability, as well. As a result, Nefer's Crown of Dawn had become a supreme memory. That was still his most valuable achievement, because that single memory was able to empower all the rest of the memories at their disposal. Of course, Sunny had not stopped there. He had also provided his allies with 4 additional altered memories. Kai, Effie, and Cassie now wielded them, preparing to use his gifts in the battle against Torment, the First Seeker, and the remnant forces of the Defilement. His help was not limited to memories, either. Whether on purpose or not, Sunny had also helped his friends grow stronger as individual warriors. Jet had received her aspect legacy and was now wielding the Chilling Mist Blade. Kai had acquired the Dragonslayer attribute, which enhanced his body and elemental resistance. Nephis seemed to have regained her lost confidence. Her understanding of her divine aspect had deepened, and with it came the knowledge of fire, one of the boons of her mysterious aspect legacy. She was also a Titan now. Sunny had grown vastly stronger than he used to be, as well. Not even mentioning his sorcery, here in the Tomb of Ariel, he had mastered the 4th step of Shadow Dance and perfected the Shadow Shell technique. He had become a terror. 2 of his shadows had evolved, growing much more powerful. A version of him from before Antarctica would have been like a child in front of him at the end of the harrowing Southern campaign. But that version of him, in turn, would stand no chance against his current self. And somewhere between the two, there was a version of himself that Sunny never wanted to meet, let alone fight. The Mad Prince, which had come and gone, changing everything. Are we ready? Still, despite all that growth and power, Sunny could not allow himself to stop until the nightmare was conquered, and the spell called for him to wake up. So, he threw himself into weaving, trying to finish the last alteration while the Chainbreaker was still traversing the Black Void. The process was not going splendidly. The silver blade he was trying to alter was a transcendent memory of the 7th tier, and possessed many enchantments. Its weave was inconceivably vast and intricate, and although he was not trying to change it entirely, he still needed to study every part of it in great detail. If anything, trying to isolate and transplant a single nexus was proving to be much harder than simply altering the entirety of a spell weave. The elaborate tapestry of essence strings was deeply interconnected, no single thread existed in isolation, instead crossing and touching numerous other threads. Much like fate. The string of a person's fate did not exist in isolation either, it touched the fates of countless other people, stretching from the past into the future, and thus influenced, and was influenced by, the greater flow of fate. But Sunny was nothing if not resourceful. Weaving strings of fate was beyond what mortals like him could achieve, but he could manipulate strings of soul essence with great finesse. Therefore, he could alter the weave of the silver blade to make sure that the nexus he was transplanting only burdened the pattern of a single enchantment, without breaking the balance of all the rest. He had to add new patterns in some places, and cut the others down to match. Those that were cut had to be restored, of course, albeit taking a different shape. Slowly but surely, countless lightless threads of shadow essence became intertwined with the radiant strings of ethereal light. He had forgotten about all else, pulling on everything he had learned about weaving to accomplish his task. From his first tentative attempts at creating sorcery, back in the bloody menagerie of monsters under the arena of the Red Colosseum, to creating memories for the brilliant Emporium, to improving the soul arsenals of his soldiers in Antarctica and creating the siege souvenir to slay Goliath, to learning from Ananke's mantle and altering the Crown of Dawn. All the lessons he had learned were put to use, allowing him to create a lethal sword for Nephis. He knew that she would achieve incredible things by wielding this weapon. And if he managed to accomplish his ambitious alteration, every achievement she made with the silver sword would, in small part, also be his. Sunny, who had always been a fighter, was feeling a strange exhilaration as he worked on the complicated memory. It was the unfamiliar but rewarding pride of a craftsman who was confident in the usefulness of his work. And then, finally, everything was ready. Summoning 2 pairs of shadow hands, Sunny took a deep breath, picked up Weaver's needle, and got to work. Time seemed to slow down as his 6 hands moved through the vast tapestry of glowing strings, snapping some and weaving new ones into the intricate pattern. Drops of sweat fell from his brow, but he did not pay it any attention. His expression remained calm and composed, utter focus permeating his gaze. Golden sparks ignited in the depths of his altered eyes, and his fingertips felt the slightest vibration spreading through the essence strings. From time to time, his skin was cut, but no blood seeped out of the cuts. He did not allow the pain to distract him, either. Wondrous. Sunny felt exhilarated as he weaved sorcery. And then, he felt overjoyed. Lowering his hands, Sunny let out a long sigh and listened to the spell announcing the destruction of a memory, and the creation of a new one. He had succeeded. And now that he did, there were no more preparations to be made. All that remained was to reach Verge and use everything little bit of strength he had accumulated to destroy the First Seeker, and escape this dreadful nightmare. Chapter 1544. Innermost Void. Everything that could have been done was already done. They had prepared as best they could, at least he thought they did. Now, all that remained was to clear his mind and prepare himself mentally for the coming battle. Sunny and his companion spent the rest of the time the Chainbreaker was traversing the empty void, clearing their minds and stealing their hearts. The battle they faced promised to be a dire one. But, honestly, Sunny did not find it hard to calm his mind and get ready to face whatever it was that would come. There were only so many times he could feel nervous to the point of losing sleep before a decisive battle. He had experienced so many bloody clashes in Antarctica that anticipating another one had long become an ordinary event. Preparing for one mentally was not only a skill, but also a habit. So, Sunny found himself feeling strangely calm. He slowly went over his experiences in the Tomb of Ariel, consolidating his insights and shoring up his fundamentals. Rapid growth was most welcome, but failing to digest his many gains properly could leave him unstable. He had to eliminate all instability before reaching Verge. Others were doing the same, each in their own fashion. While Sunny meditated under the sacred tree, Nephis practiced with her new sword, getting used to its weight and powers. Jet had found a hammock, somewhere, and was comfortably asleep in it. Effie was enjoying the snacks she had prepared for herself. Kai was practicing a strange, outwardly inefficient form of archery while absent-mindedly humming a song. Cassie was steering the ship, which seemed to calm her down. Mordred, morbidly enough, was inspecting his collection of bodies. Those of them that had belonged to Awakened each possessed their own unique powers, so he was probably coming up with plans of when and where to use them best. That guy is such a creep. Sunny shook his head, and then went to inspect his shadows, which were created from the dead creatures he had killed. Not creepy at all, surely. Everything seemed to be in order. Everyone was ready. But before they could return to the Great River, an unexpected event threw a wrench into their plans. Sunny was on his way to the bow when a loud boom resounded from below the deck, and the entire ship suddenly shook. Gritting his teeth, he immediately stepped through the shadows and appeared at the galley, which seemed to have been the place where the booming sound originated. He had expected to see some harrowing nightmare creature that had come from the void and infiltrated the Chainbreaker, or perhaps Mordred trying to kill one of the members of the cohort, but nothing like that was happening. Instead, he only saw Effie standing near the bulkhead, hissing curses. Her fist had crashed through the durable wood, splintering and cracking it. Her other hand was resting on her belly. Her face was pale, and twisted by a grimace of pain. Before Sunny could understand what was happening, Kai and Jet appeared at the doors. Cassie was not far behind them. Mordred had not deemed it necessary to show up, but was definitely watching through the reflections. Nephis, meanwhile, remained on the stern, controlling the ship. What happened? Effie lingered for a few moments, then turned to them and forced out a smile. The sight of it was familiar, but Sunny was unnerved by the dark, bitter look in her eyes. The huntress took a deep breath and said, her voice somewhat strained. I think that was a contraction. Sunny remained motionless for a moment, trying to comprehend the meaning of what Effie had said. Then, his face fell. They had left Fallen Grace so swiftly precisely because they hoped to end the nightmare before Effie was due. No one knew what would happen to her baby if it was born here. Would it be riverborn or an outsider? Would it become infected by the nightmare spell the moment it was born? Would it survive the return to the waking world? Because they did not know, they could not risk it. They had to escape the tomb of Ariel as soon as possible, and it had seemed like there was enough time. But fate had different plans. Even though Effie had not been pregnant for 9 months yet, the labor had started prematurely. Seen from a different perspective, though, she had been carrying her child for close to 2 years now. So, if anything, its birth was long overdue. Effie studied their frozen faces, and then looked down with a sigh. "Sorry, everyone." Sunny frowned. A moment later, he said in a stern voice, "What are you sorry for? Give that nonsense up right now. Also, please don't break the ship anymore. We need to traverse this bottomless abyss, so, you know, it would be really inconvenient if it fell apart around us." He glanced at the other members of the cohort. Jet and Kai looked extremely worried, while Cassie maintained a calm expression. "First, I need to get Nephis here." Effie was a master, and her pregnancy was nothing if not irregular. Sunny had very little idea about how to deliver a baby, but he knew that having a powerful healer at hand would be extremely helpful. Nephis could recover from having her neck broken and most of her body vaporized. Certainly, making sure that both Effie and the baby survived the delivery would not be a problem. Banishing unnecessary thoughts from his mind, he shifted into problem-solving mode and pulled Kai away. "Let's go, give the ladies some privacy." Then, glancing at Cassie, he said, "I'll send Nephis down. You probably know what to do better than I do." Receiving a nod from the blind girl, he led Kai away. Ascending to the upper deck, Sunny walked over to the stern of the ship and stopped near Nephis, who looked at him with a silent question. He lingered for a moment. Effie seemed to be going into labor. "Go, they're waiting. I'll steer the ship." A frown appeared on Nephis' face, and she left the runic circle without saying a word. Soon, Sunny and Kai were left alone. But not for long. Mordred had appeared from somewhere, sparing them a curious glance. "I couldn't help but overhear. It seems that a wolf cub is about to be born, huh? How exciting. Can't say I ever heard about a child being born in a nightmare. That should be a first, even among the great clans." Before he was done talking, Kai suddenly turned and raised a hand. It seemed as if he had wanted to grab Mordred by the collar, but managed to control himself, and simply put a hand on his shoulder instead. Kai's usually gentle eyes were shining with a cold and furious kind of light. "You stay away from that child, Prince Mordred. I'm warning you." His clear voice did not contain the authority of his ascended ability, but it still crashed into the Prince of Nothing like a wave. Mordred stared at the usually charming archer for a few moments, amusement slowly disappearing from his gaze. Then, he scoffed. "Who do you take me for? A monster?" He shook his head. "Well, all right, I might be a bit of a monster. But I'm not a fool. What do I gain from taking the body of an infant? Relax, Ascended Nightingale. We are all in the same boat. Quite literally." Kai glared at him for a few moments more, then slowly removed his hand and took a step back, leaning on the railings. His expression was suddenly somber and pained. He remained silent for a while, then said in a lost voice, "How did this happen?" Sunny knew how he felt, because he felt the same. Nevertheless, he suddenly had a ridiculous impulse to start explaining the birds and the bees to his friend, just like Effie had done to him so many times. Steering the chain breaker through the dark void, Sunny chuckled all of a sudden. "It just did. Don't worry, with Nephis there, it's all going to be all right." However, he knew that the delivery itself was not what Kai was worried about. It was everything else. Shaking his head, Mordred walked to the edge of the deck and looked into the dark emptiness beyond. Somewhere far away, the great river flowed, a long span of it shrouded in mist. Outside the mist of the source, Verge was waiting for them. He smiled. What an exciting nightmare it is. Is it not? Chapter 1545. Purest Sound. Mordred did not seem to care that much, but Kai was extremely concerned. He paced nervously, sometimes glancing down, but then hurriedly turning his gaze away. It was a bit strange. All three of them could learn exactly what was going on, Sunny thanks to his shadows, Mordred through the reflections, and Kai due to his awakened ability. However, none of them made use of that opportunity, preferring to remain in the dark about what was happening below deck. It was not like they did not receive any signs, though. The chain breaker seemed to tremble from time to time, and Effie's voice eventually reached their ears, penetrating the impregnable wood the enchanted ship was built from. Hearing the barrage of curses pouring out of her mouth, Sunny was a bit reassured. Things could not be going too terrible, considering that she had enough energy for such eloquence. At the same time, he felt his ears slowly turning numb. Some of those words, he did not even know. Others seemed familiar, but used in an entirely new context. Even after growing up in the outskirts, he was on the verge of blushing a little. Really, is there a need to be so descriptive? She has been chewed on by all kinds of nightmare creatures. How bad can the pain be? Nevertheless, the process continued for many hours. After a while, Effie's voice grew tired, and his expression grew dim. It was taking too long. Even without being able to precisely measure time, Sunny knew that Effie had been in labor for longer than usual. It has already been a full day, at least, and there seemed to be no end to it. Nephis, Cassie, and Jet were with her, handling the process. They would have called upon him and Kai if they needed help, but none of them had appeared from below the deck. Sunny was growing more and more uneasy, and Kai was entirely beyond himself, by then. Should we do something? Sunny looked at him somberly. Do what? There's nothing to do. Calm down. Neph is there, so everything will work out. Kai hesitated for a while, then nodded. It was hard not to feel useless. It was even harder not to feel burdened by the uncertainty of the future. They were going into battle very soon, the timing of it all was extremely unfortunate. Disastrous, maybe. This whole nightmare had been one disaster after another, starting with the dire necessity that had forced them to enter the Seed, to begin with. And the man responsible for landing them into this situation was right here with them, yawning as he looked into the darkness. Sunny suppressed the desire to toss Mordred overboard. Not because doing so would lessen their chances of prevailing in Verge, even, but simply because he knew that getting rid of the bastard would not be that easy. Letting out a heavy sigh, he moved the steering oars slightly and looked ahead. Time slowly passed. The intensity of Effie's labor only grew, while at the same time, her voice became more and more fatigued. And then, after something that felt like several days passed, they finally heard a new sound. The shrill, loud sound of a baby crying. Kai let out a long sigh and simply sat down where he stood, looking completely exhausted. It was as if it was him who had given birth to a child, not Effie. But Sunny knew how he felt. It was indescribably strange to hear a child's cry in the black emptiness of the tomb of Ariel. A pure sound like that did not belong in this dreadful place, it seemed wrong and alien. And at the same time, strangely uplifting. Feeling a profound sense of relief, Sunny poured his essence into the runic circle and slowly brought the chain breaker to a halt. The flying ship hovered in the dark abyss, unmoving, the leaves of the sacred tree emanating a beautiful glow. Sunny remained motionless himself, for a while, then took a deep breath and left the runic circle. Glancing at Kai, who seemed too mentally exhausted to think straight, he shook his head and said, "I'll go check." He walked across the deck of the chain breaker and descended below deck, eventually finding his way to one of the cabins. In front of it, the air was heavy with the scent of blood. A radiant memory illuminated the gloomy interior of the corridor, and Cassie was standing in front of the door, her face tired. Hearing his steps, she turned her head slightly. Sunny stopped, feeling his heart beating rapidly. How is she doing? A faint smile slowly found its way onto the blind girl's face, illuminating it beautifully. It wasn't easy, but she's fine. They're both fine. Nephis helped. He hesitated. What about the timing? Wasn't it too early? Cassie remained silent for a moment, then shrugged with uncertainty. Everything seems fine. Then, she suddenly remembered something and raised a hand. Oh. Can you lend me the endless spring? I was supposed to bring more water, but the nearest barrel is all the way in the cargo hold. We'll wash them off. And then you'll be able to see them. Sunny summoned the memory and placed it in Cass's hand, feeling a storm of emotions raging in his wildly beating heart. What the hell? What is this damned nightmare, even? Right. Sure. Of course. I'll go tell Kai. He turned to walk away, then froze. Oh. I forgot to ask. Who is it? A boy, or a girl? Cassie smiled wider and then opened the door of the cabin, slipping inside. It's a healthy boy. Chapter 1546. Raised by Wolves. The worst fear of the cohort had not come true, either. Perhaps because the child had been conceived in the waking world, or perhaps because he was born in the black void outside the currents of the great river, at the very heart of Ariel's tomb, he was not river-born. At least that was what they surmised after cautiously setting the chain breaker in motion and observing no change in the appearance of the baby. It was an immense relief. Even Sunny, who always expected the worst and was usually prepared to receive painful blows from fortune, felt like an incredible burden had been lifted from his heart. The immediate danger had passed. Of course, the future was still uncertain. They still had to fight Torment and destroy the First Seeker. The child's life still hung in a fragile balance, because it was unknown what would happen to his soul after the end of the nightmare. But, somehow, Sunny felt hopeful. After everything had been said and done, the chain breaker continued sailing through the dark abyss. The members of the cohort took turns spending time with Effie and her newborn, full of contradictory emotions. The huntress herself had been exhausted by the prolonged labor, but was regaining her vigor and vitality at an incredible rate. She still looked tired and drained, though, when Sunny came to see her. Effie was in her cabin, sitting in a comfortable chair. She was wrapped in a blanket and holding a sizable bundle in her arms, looking at it tenderly. Sunny was actually startled by that gaze, unaccustomed to seeing his friend so openly vulnerable. And strangely content. Hearing him enter, Effie looked up and smiled tiredly. Ah. Uncle Doofus. Welcome, welcome. He approached and looked at the bundle, finally laying his eyes on the newborn. Effie's child looked pretty much like all infants did, with the exception of the fact that he was entirely too large to have been born mere hours ago, at least twice the size of a normal baby. That poor woman. Sunny looked at the huntress with pity. Effie had always been unreasonably tall, and her son would grow up to be a real giant, from the looks of it. Internally, Sunny sighed. Another beanpole. Gods. That brat is going to be taller than me in no time, won't he? Well, he might just grow up to be taller than anyone. That's a relief. Effie's smile grew wider. He's beautiful, isn't he? Sunny stared at her in confusion. She had really chosen the wrong person to ask that question. What are you talking about? He's absolutely ugly. All infants are. And don't give me that look, you know I can't lie. The huntress stared at him for a couple moments, then laughed and gently stroked the sleeping infant's soft head. Well, I think he's beautiful. Almost as much as his mom is, eh? Sunny shook his head, wondering if all parents were a little sick in the head. Well, they had to be. Otherwise, what would make them care for the poor infants? A bit of unreasonable affection went a long way. He hesitated for a while, thinking about the little life in front of him. The infant, actually, it was not very convenient to keep calling him the infant. Glancing at Effie, he asked, "What are you going to name him?" She remained silent for a bit, smiling. Letting out a quiet sigh, Effie shrugged. I can't just go and name him right away. I need to consult his dad first. There was a moment of somber silence, with both of them refusing to mention the fact that the baby's father was most likely long dead. Effie looked back at her son and smiled again. Ah. But, look at him. He looks like a little dumpling, doesn't he? Sonny's eyes widened a little. I knew it. He shook his head energetically. No, bad Effie, bad. You can't name your son Dumpling. That's a very bad idea. She giggled. He. Well, I'll just call him Little Dumpling for now. We'll come up with a proper name after getting out of the nightmare. Sonny just stared at her for a while, then shook his head again, this time slowly. Whatever, do what you want. Don't come complaining to me later, though. Effie gave him a mischievous look. Sonny, you, of all people, should know better. I mean, did your mom not name you Sunless? And look at you. You turned out, well. Her voice gradually turned doubtful. Then, she grinned. Actually, never mind. I think you might be right. Hearing her laugh, he hesitated for a moment, then asked tentatively. How are you feeling? Effie looked at her son again, her smile turning slightly solemn. Eventually, she shrugged. Like I've been run over by a pack of nightmare creatures. But don't worry. Nephis healed me up pretty well. I'll be good as new, soon. She caressed the infant's soft cheek and added, her voice hiding a somber undertone. Maybe it's for the best. At least this way, I'll be able to participate in the final battle. I've been drowning in self-loathing because of being so useless, you know. Now either we survive Verge, or not. In any case, we'll be together until the very end. Sunny frowned, studying her face. Her eyes were sunken, and her gaze was dark, but, at the same time, fierce. It would be of great help to have the fearsome raised by wolves fight side by side with them, of course. But? Are you sure? What about your son? Effie hesitated for a moment. If we fail, he will die. So, I'll hide him in the Black Beast locket. And do everything I can to make sure that we both get to live. She remained silent for a while, looking at the sleeping baby. Then, Effie turned to Sunny and suddenly looked him in the eyes. You know, Sunny. I once told you that the world we live in is dying. And I still believe that, no, I believe it even more, after experiencing the last few years. A light smile slowly appeared on her face, and something fearsome suddenly ignited deep in her sunken, tired eyes. But, you know, now, I find myself in the mood to go and turn the entire world upside down. Maybe even tear it down completely and rebuild it from scratch, if need be. She took a measured breath. Just to make sure that there's enough space in that world for this little guy to live a life that is worth living. Effie looked at Sunny for a few moments and then laughed. Someone has to, after all. And if we won't, then who the hell will? Chapter 1547. Dawn of Time. Luckily, Effie was an ascended, and possessed a body that was much more robust than that of a mundane woman, or pretty much any other master, really. So, even though she looked tired and drained, her vitality was returning at a frightening pace. Perhaps she would indeed be ready to fight by the time they reached Verge. The chain breaker was traversing the abyssal void, with the radiant ribbon of the great river surrounding it like a twisting ring. The 7 suns revolved around it, making the inconceivable flowing realm shine. There were no stars in the impenetrable darkness of the false sky, but the light of the river was enough to illuminate the vast expanse of silent darkness. Holding the baby, who had just woken up, Effie smiled. Look! That is pretty impressive, right? Nothing like a boring medical ward in NQSC. Leave it to a child of mine to arrive with such style. Frightened by the howling of the wind and the coldness of the void, the baby opened its mouth and let out a shrill cry. Soon, the sound of his voice drowned out the wind. At the same time, the leaves of the sacred tree rustled a little louder, as if concerned for the tiny human. Sunny stared at them for a while, then shook his head. That kid is bound to have a very unique life, I guess. Sunny's own birth was rather unusual, considering that it had happened during a solar eclipse and on a winter solstice. But being born in a nightmare taking place inside a pyramid built by a demon from the corpse of an unholy titan? That took the cake. Of course, the 7 of them had to conquer the nightmare first, for Effie's child to have any kind of life. Letting out a sigh, Sunny went to keep Effie company. They traveled closer and closer to their destination. In the next few days, nothing much happened. Everyone was alert, afraid that the black void would be hiding horrors of its own, but it was truly and utterly empty. The members of the cohort spent time training, meditating, and hanging out with the baby. Sunny himself did not particularly see the charm. For now, the infant was indeed no different from a dumpling. All he could do was sleep, cry, and suckle on Effie's breast. There was little sign of intelligence in his eyes, and he did not really emote or react to anything. In short, the baby was ugly and boring. But being with her son seemed to make Effie very happy, so Sunny could not hold it against him. Everyone had their faults, after all. Plus, while the infant himself was a bit of a letdown, watching how everyone reacted to him was rather fun. Kai seemed to be absolutely smitten. Cassie allowed herself to show her soft side, which had been hidden behind the mask of composure for so long that few people remembered what it looked like. Jet seemed to be in the same boat as Sunny, but she was also a bit intrigued by the tiny human. Perhaps she was holding herself back, though. Even Nephis showed some reactions, acting perplexed, bewildered, and slightly mortified when Effie forced her to hold the infant. Which was a very rare sight, and therefore precious. Mordred was not allowed anywhere near the baby, which seemed to suit him fine. He did, however, seem a bit fascinated by the whole thing. Motherly love must have felt alien to him, who had spent most of his childhood being raised by a sinister sovereign. Sadly, they did not have a lot of time to pay attention to the newborn. The battle for Verge was approaching, and so, everyone was concentrating on that dire ordeal. About a week after Effie had given birth, the Chainbreaker returned to the Great River. This time, they did not pass above one of the edges, landing directly in the middle of the vast flowing expanse, under the azure sky. The sky was the same, the 7 suns were the same, and the currents were the same. However, here at the dawn of time, the air itself somehow felt different. If the span of the great river where Sunny had first found himself corresponded to the present day, the age of the nightmare spell, then these distant waters, situated very close to the misty source, corresponded to the earliest days of creation, the age of gods, when the 6 deities battled against the remnant abyssal beings across the newly born world, aided by the living creatures they had created, as well as the diamonds. It was hard not to feel a bit of awe at simply being near such mythical times. It was also hard not to feel pressured. Not only because Verge was near, but also because this region of the Great River was especially treacherous. There was only one place more dangerous in the tomb of Ariel, the place far upstream that corresponded to the world-ending Doom War, and was the source of the time storms. The battles between the gods and the diamonds had been furious and harrowing enough that the Great River was forever twisted by their echoes. But the battles between the gods and the abyssal beings that had escaped the sealing of the void must have been just as dreadful. Therefore, any traveler had to be extremely careful while traversing the waters near the source. And there was the risk of running into the defiled abominations, too. Soon after landing, the members of the cohort gathered at the bow of the Chainbreaker, looking at the distant horizon. Their faces were solemn. They had made sure to land close to Verge, but did not dare to approach it yet. Nobody knew what was the state of the defiled city, how many abominations populated it, and what torment had in store for the potential invaders. Therefore, they had to proceed with caution and gather as much information as they could, if they could, before coming up with an actual plan of attack. Nephis remained silent for a few moments, and then said, her voice even. This is it. Chapter 1548. Final Act. The enchanted scabbard was the same, but the blade it sheathed was different. The longsword bestowed upon her by the great clan Vela had been destroyed in Twilight, and replaced by the silver blade, which was currently molded to a similar shape. That weapon was a reward Nephis received for slaying Soul Stealer, a defiled saint who had once been a prince of the same clan. Whether there was some symbolism to one replacing the other, Sunny did not know. Nephis turned slightly, looking at Cassie, and asked, How long before we reach Verge? The blind girl was the best at steering the chain breaker, the most familiar with the slate map created by the Sybils, and the one who had spent the most time among the river people. So, she was their navigator. Cassie lingered for a moment. No more than 2 days, if we sail at moderate speed. More if we want to be truly careful, less if we want to abandon caution. Noting the answer, Nephis glanced at Mordred. Is there danger close to us? The Prince of Nothing had been a bit cagey about the particulars of how his aspect worked, but by now, they knew many things about it. For example, the distance at which Sunny could control his shadows as an ascended terror was somewhere around 24 kilometers. His perception was limited to what the shadows perceived, though. Mordred's dormant ability, on the contrary, allowed him to perceive the world through any reflection within a similar range, adjusted for the fact that he was merely a beast at the moment. It also allowed him to travel physically between these reflections. Considering that the entire Great River was one giant reflective surface, the Prince of Nothing was nearly omniscient in a considerable area around him. His awakened ability, meanwhile, was what made him so terrifying, the ability to enter a being's soul through their eyes and possess their body, wearing it as a costume. That ability, too, would make him a priceless ally during the approaching battle. Mordred remained silent for a few moments, then shook his head. I don't see anything moving. The current itself is a bit strange, though. It's eerie. We'll see it soon, an area where the water is a little bit darker than usual. I would suggest avoiding that area completely, as well as any other place similar to it. Nephis looked ahead, then nodded. We will proceed at a moderate pace, then, for 1 day. Then, we will anchor the chain breaker and scout the approach to Verge before moving closer. She hesitated, and then added in a steady tone. Be alert. These waters have to be brimming with the defiled. If we meet one, we can't let it escape alive and alert the others. We can't allow anything to see us before we see it, either. You all know what to do. Sunny felt a little troubled. Since Nephis was addressing a group, and not him personally, her words were not equal to an order. Still, he felt a bit of a chill while hearing these words. But she was right. They did, indeed, know what to do. All of this had been discussed over and over again already. The cohort was prepared as well as it could have been, considering the lack of information about the state of the defiled city and its current ruler. Torment. Sunny frowned. She had to know that they were coming. Why wasn't anyone here to welcome them to Verge, then? All of them had expected to be ambushed by the defiled abominations the moment the chainbreaker left the Black Void. And yet, nothing happened. What was the last plague planning? Feeling uneasy, he went about raising the ship's sails. They were going to sail on water, for now, to not be so easily spotted. The 7 suns drowned in the water, suffusing it with beautiful light. The impenetrable darkness devoured the sky, and now that Sunny knew about the great swarm of monstrous butterflies hiding somewhere out there, in that darkness, the night seemed far more dreadful. Almost impossibly so. But there were monsters hiding in the river, as well. Before dawn came, the cohort clashed with several defiled abominations. Each of them was more powerful than the nightmare creatures they had usually fought upstream, and far more cunning. Thankfully, the might of the 7 masters was more than enough to deal with these solitary abominations. Although it took some effort, none of the defiled managed to escape. Those who tried were chased after and finished off by Kai, who was the fastest of them all. His arrows could strike true from a startling distance, as well, armed with incredible sight and a powerful bow. The archer was a deadly presence on the Great River. Much more dangerous than the solitary abominations were the waters themselves. Here near the source, they were turbulent and unpredictable, often hiding fatal hazards. The chain breaker avoided the truly inescapable ones thanks to Cass's intuition, and fought through the rest, protected by its enchantments and the sacred tree. Finally, the sky turned bright again. By the time all 7 suns climbed high, the first of the 2 days they had been supposed to spend traveling to Verge came to an end. At that moment, they planned to raise the ship above the water, so that it would not be pulled downstream by the current, and organize a scouting mission to stealthily approach the defiled city. However, that plan had to be scrambled. It was because, unexpectedly, they had already reached verge. Or rather, its foundation. Sunny peered ahead, his expression incredulous. His eyes widened slightly. These madmen, how did they create it? In front of them, the eternally flowing waters of the great river turned to ice. A vast landmass formed by it stretched as far as the eye could see, disappearing beyond the horizon, too great to be called a mere island, and somehow entirely unaffected by the current. Frozen in place. There was sand and lifeless soil covering the rough surface of the endless plain of ice, with rolling hills and dry riverbeds. Skeletal trees rose into the air, bereft of leaves or life. Here and there, mounds of black stone rose, forming a forest of twisted pillars. In short, Sunny saw something that he had never expected to see in the tomb of Ariel. Land. Chapter 1549. Scouting Mission. All that was mentioned on the slates, as well as passed by word of mouth between the citizens of Fallen Grace, was that the Seekers of Truth had established a city at the farthest reaches of the past, as close to the inception of time as they could, to serve as a staging ground for their attempts at reaching the estuary. So, they had expected something similar to the fleet cities of the Sybils, or perhaps a settlement built on a massive carapace of an enormous abomination, like Twilight. Maybe a levitating island like the one Alethea had created, or even a network of them. What they had not expected was an entire land of ice surrounding Verge. Sunny was both troubled and impressed. There was a whole day of sailing on the chain breaker left between them and the defiled city. That was a vast distance to cover on foot, at least for a mundane human. Which meant that the mass of ice forming the foundation of Verge was truly immense. Which posed a problem. Sunny studied the lifeless landscape of the frozen land in front of them, then glanced at Nephis. So, what are we supposed to do? Now that they couldn't sail further, there was a decision to be made. Namely, they had 3 possible paths, each offering its own pitfalls and benefits. The simplest path was to raise the chain breaker into the air and proceed forward, flying above the vast sheet of ice. This, of course, would offer them the highest speed and defensive advantage, since the graceful vessel was nothing less than a mobile fortress. It would be very hard not to notice a ship flying above ground, though. So, they would alert the defiled of their approach long before reaching the city. The second path was to abandon the ship and proceed toward Verge on foot. That way, they would become much slower, and much more exposed once the fighting started. However, it was much easier for 7 humans to infiltrate the landmass stealthily, remaining hidden until the very moment they reached the defiled city, or even sneaked past its walls, reaching the first seeker unseen. The third path was to circle around the landmass first, studying it in detail from afar, and come up with the plan of attack later. This was the most passive approach, but not the safest. The longer they spent in these dangerous waters, the higher the chance that Torment would sense their presence. Nephis hesitated for a while, thinking. What are your opinions? She addressed the members of the cohort, wishing to make use of their experience and intuition. However, the opinions were split. Some were in favor of leaving the ship behind and using stealth to approach Verge, others did not trust the treacherous expanse of the desolate landmass and wanted to keep the durable hull of the chain breaker between themselves and whatever could be hiding beneath the ice. Sunny himself was undecided, as well. He felt somber at the fact that he would not be able to use the shell of the Onyx Serpent in the upcoming battle, considering that Verge lay deep inland. However, there were plenty of other shells he could create, by now, including the giant version of his human body, and even though most of them were not as detailed and powerful as the Great Sea Serpent yet, the versatility they offered made up for that. Overall, he felt that having solid ground beneath their feet was a good thing. He was sick and tired of fighting while surrounded by water, away from their natural element. So, perhaps not having the hull of the chain breaker to rely on was not that bad. Nephis listened to everyone, then turned to Cassie, who had remained silent up until then. What do you think? The blind girl was not in a hurry to speak. After thinking for a while, she shrugged and said, We don't need to decide right now. We wanted to anchor the chain breaker and scout the approach to the city stealthily. Anyway, all that changed is that we can do it on foot now, instead of swimming and flying. So, why don't we explore this desolate place first before making the final decision? Sunny moved slightly when she spoke. He threw a long look at the blind girl and then asked nonchalantly, "What is the best way to explore this place quickly, in your opinion?" Cassie hesitated for a moment, then said thoughtfully, "One person has to stay with the ship. The rest should split into 3 teams. One team will proceed straight forward, the other 2 will move slightly inland and then move along the western and eastern shores of the island. Everyone will regroup back on the chain breaker tomorrow and share what they discovered." His expression darkened slightly. Nephis, meanwhile, nodded. "Splitting up might be dangerous, but it's the only way to cover a lot of ground quickly. We can reduce the danger by making sure that none of the satellite groups strays too far away from the central one. That way, each team can be reinforced by another promptly, should the need arise." She remained silent for a few moments, pondering. Mordred should be the in-forward team. His ability to see through reflections will allow him to keep an eye on both satellite teams at the same time without sacrificing strength. He would also be able to travel between reflections to aid them. The second member of the central team should be someone who does not have a mobility ability. They could be transported through the mirror realm. She considered things for a bit before finally assigning each member of the cohort the optimal role. Mordred and Jet were assigned to the central scouting team. Kai and Effie would explore the eastern reaches of the frozen landmass. Nephis herself would be exploring the western reaches, accompanied by Sunny. Cassie would be remaining on the chain breaker. It was as solid of a plan as they could come up with, considering the situation. The 3 teams were powerful enough to defend themselves, while at the same time being flexible enough to swiftly come to the aid of the other teams. The plan was solid. However, Sunny disagreed with it. Chapter 1550. Change of plans. Cassie, meanwhile, was the least suitable for swift movement and stealth, while at the same time being the most familiar with steering the chain breaker, so she was the best candidate for staying on the ship. And that was precisely what Sunny did not like, even if he chose not to share his reasoning. By now, he was thoroughly confused about what he felt toward Cassie. Was he suspicious of her? Or concerned for her? Or simply acting paranoid, his thoughts muddied by the sin of solace? He did not know, but he did know that as soon as she spoke, his intuition raised an alarm. The blind girl did not directly volunteer herself to remain alone on the chain breaker, but she did not need to. As soon as they had decided to leave someone behind, she was the obvious choice. Instead of telling Nephis to choose her, Cassie could simply let her come to the conclusion without anyone's help. And while Sunny was not sure about the reason for his anxiety, he was absolutely certain that Cassie had engineered this situation on purpose. For some reason, she wanted to send the cohort off and stay on the chain breaker alone. Why? Was it to lure them into a trap? Of course, no. Sunny had already established that suspecting the blind girl in wishing to harm the cohort was preposterous. However, he could easily imagine her going on some stupid, self-sacrificial quest by piloting the flying ship into the heart of Verge and dropping it on the first seeker. Or maybe drawing Torment away from the city at the cost of her life, to let the cohort win. Which was not to say that his imagination reflected reality. There can be any number of explanations for Cassie's subtle manipulation, from completely innocent to absolutely ominous. In any case, he did not like it. Which was why, after Nephis explained the plan, Sunny shook his head. I disagree. The members of the 3 teams will be able to cover each other, true, but what about the person staying on the ship? Once we travel far inland, they'll be completely alone. If something happens, not only will Cassie be in danger, but we also risk losing the ship and becoming stranded with no way to retreat. Nephis looked at him and frowned slightly. There was a silent question in her eyes, but Sunny pretended not to see it. Eventually, she nodded. That is a valid concern. Do you have a suggestion? Sunny shrugged. Yeah. I think I should stay on the ship with her. My aspect is the most versatile, so I'll be able to deal with all kinds of situations. That would leave you without a partner, though, so the number of teams should be reduced from 3 to 2, one team consisting of you and Mordred, the other of Effie, Jet, and Kai. He smiled. Mordred can use his ascended ability to transport both of you, while Kai can carry both Jet and Effie in the Beast Locket. Therefore, everyone will be much safer. Not to mention that Mordred would not be able to pull any tricks under Nephis' nose, considering she was more or less immune to his awakened ability. Nephis stared at Sunny for a bit, a subtle hint of confusion hiding in her eyes. His suggestion was not unreasonable, though, so she nodded eventually. All right. Let us proceed with that team composition, then. There was no time to waste and no need to say anything else, so everyone immediately started preparing for the mission. Effie brought up the straw basket Sunny had masterfully weaved for her, cushioning it with a blanket. That basket was meant to be the infant's crib. Safely wrapped, the baby was going to spend the next few days on the idyllic and perfectly safe meadow inside Effie's supreme memory, sleeping and being visited by his mom, or other members of the cohort, every few hours, until the final battle. That was a hell of a way to spend the first days of one's life, but such an arrangement was the best one they had been able to come up with. Eventually, the 5 members of the cohort whose task it was to scout the frozen landmass were ready to depart. Sunny watched them from the bow of the ship, not feeling the need to say or feel something poignant. This was not a farewell, anyway. One way or the other, they were going to see each other tomorrow, either when the scouts returned, or when things went south and the chain breaker flew forward to rescue them. The ship approached the shore of the frozen island and came to a halt, hovering just above the water. 5 figures jumped from it, landing on the ice. Nephis was first, wearing the Starlight Legion armor and wielding the Samba Silver Blade, a unique hybrid memory of both the Transcendent and Supreme ranks, the result of the most complex and intricate sorcery Sunny had woven to date. The Crown of Dawn, which had survived the annihilating conflagration in Twilight, was resting on her head, empowering all other memories around her. Kai simply glided to the shore. He was clad in the supreme armor crafted from the ivory dragon scales, wielding a transcendent bow of the 5th tier. Another supreme memory, a lethal severing arrow, was ready to be summoned the moment he had need of it. The cohort's resident dragon slayer was as deadly as one could be. Effie made a bit of noise when she landed on the ice, enveloped by her own supreme armor, the legacy of the Sun Prince, which made her look like a beautiful statue of polished steel. Incredibly, she seemed to have mostly recovered from bearing a child, already. Even if there was some remnant malady holding her back, she did not show it. Flashing a defiant smile, the huntress summoned her spear and walked forward. Jet was right behind her, looking like she was born to exist in this land of ice. Chilling mist swirled around her, pierced by the somber glow of her cold blue eyes. Then, the mist flowed into her hands and took the shape of a sinister war scythe, its blade glinting eerily as it seemed to cut the rays of sunlight. Finally, there was Mordred, wearing his own ascended body. The Prince of Nothing did not have particularly powerful memories or insidiously lethal reflections to fight for him. However, he was perhaps the most dangerous of them all. An easy smile played on Mordred's lips as he followed Nephis. The enemies of the 5 masters could only lament their fate. The 5 of them separated into 2 groups and moved stealthily across the desolate landscape, soon disappearing from view. Leaving Sunny and Cassie alone aboard the chain breaker.